Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. City. My Baba is a farmer. Chapter 41. Don't go, I won't do it. When Guo Guo heard Lu Qing tell him to drive around the streets to sell fruit like a salesman, his head shook like a rattle. Hey, grasshopper, listen to me, the fruits we sell are different from other fruits. We don't have to worry about selling them at all. As long as you sell them, you'll get the money, and there's nothing you don't want to go to. Lu Qing even said, Hey, Qinger, I really don't want to sell any fruit. Guo Guo shook his head and refused. You know, I'm very introverted, and I don't like to communicate with others very much. If others bargain with me, I don't know what to say. Grasshopper, the price of this fruit we sell is several times higher than that of the same variety, and the share we get is several times higher than your current salary every month. Lu Qing seduced. Qinger, you mean that if you can get 50,000 or 100,000 a month, I won't do it? Guo Guo firmly refused. In fact, Guo Guo also has his own ideas. In his opinion, Lu Qing said that this kind of fruit seller who walks around the streets has unstable income, no social security, and is exposed to the sun and rain every day. So tired, so worried. That's the comfort of my current job, so Guo Guo refused without hesitation. Grasshopper, you believe me, okay, I really didn't lie to you. Lu Qing still didn't give up. Qinger, I know your kindness, but I really don't want to sell any fruit. Guo Guo still shook his head and refused. Hey, how do you say hello when you called me? Lu Qing couldn't persuade him, and said anxiously. All the watermelons grown in the main space have been sold, one is not kept, and the other fruits, Lu Qing has not yet thought about which fruit to choose for planting. Otherwise, Lu Qing would give Guo Guo the fruit he had planted, and he would definitely nod his head in agreement. Then what did you say you would do? Seeing that it would be impossible to ask Guo Guo to sell fruit, Lu Qing asked again. Anyway, Lu Qing is determined to help Guo Guo. What will I do? When Guo Guo heard this, he smiled and said, Qinger, it's not like you don't know, I know how to cook. I've been doing this for 7 or 8 years. Except for cooking, I really can't do anything else. Fried vegetables. When Lu Qing heard Guo Guo's answer, he remembered that Guo Guo was a chef, and he was also a sous chef in a 5-star hotel, and his second uncle was the head chef. Will you cook? When Lu Qing heard this, she thought hard about how to help Guo Guo from cooking. Isn't it possible to grow vegetables and raise poultry in my own space, or open a stir-fry restaurant and ask Guo Guo to come over and be the chef? Thinking of this, Lu Qing continued. Grasshopper, why don't we open a stir-fry restaurant together? You can be the chef, and I'll provide the vegetables, how about it? Qinger, what happened to you today? When Guo Guo heard this, he was not moved, but looked at Lu Qing with some doubts and said, This early morning, either to sell fruit or to open a shop. Qinger, you don't have a fever, right? After all, in this magical capital, where an inch of land is worth a lot of money, the rent for any shop is hundreds of thousands a year, not including the high transfer fee. How could he and Lu Qing be able to come up with so much money? I'm not kidding, Lu Qing said seriously. By the way, Qinger, is Ginseng still sleeping in the back room? Guo Guo looked at the time and answered nonsense. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Qing was a little confused by Guo Guo's question. Then look at me now, do I look like a ghost? Guo Guo pointed to his face and asked again. Well, it is indeed a bit. Lu Qing took a closer look and nodded in agreement. Then I have to go back. Guo Guo said quickly. Why are you going back? Let's have breakfast together and go. Lu Qing persuaded. Qinger, do you think I can see my heart like this now? Guo Guo replied. You know, in Ginseng's mind, I am a handsome and clean uncle, but now how can I see her in such a ghost state? No, I have to go back, otherwise my heart will wake up soon. Guo Guo continued, saying that he was about to leave Lu Qing and prepare to go home. Hey, Grasshopper, I just told you that we should open a restaurant together, you should think about it. Lu Qing reminded later. Hey, Qinger, I know you're doing it for my own good too, but forget it. When Guo Guo heard this, he stopped and said, And you have never worked in the catering industry, so you don't know how deep the water is here. With that said, Guo Guo opened the door and went downstairs to go home. No, go find him later. Watching Guo Guo leave and go home, Lu Qing planned in his heart, after all, everything is difficult at the beginning, Lu Qing still did not give up the idea of asking Guo Guo to open a restaurant together. It's time to make breakfast. After Guo Guo left, Lu Qing checked the time. After washing up, he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After having breakfast and taking Lu Xin to school, Lu Qing returned home, moved into the space, and checked the little pigs, chickens and ducks he bought yesterday. The little pigs and the little chickens and the ducks were very well behaved and didn't run around. They just stayed around where Lu Qing threw the green leaves yesterday, only to see that the pile of green leaves that looked like a hill had already been eaten clean. Of course, little piglets, chickens and ducks stay in the space of 30 times the flow rate of time, and they grow very fast. I saw that the piglets, which were only 20 to 30 kilograms yesterday, have grown to more than 100 kilograms. A big pig. And the chick and the duck also weighed a few ounces from 1 to 2 or 3 pounds in one night. It seems that in 2 days, the piglets, chickens and ducks will be fully grown. Immediately, Lu Qing took out the green cabbage seeds and planted a bunch of green cabbage leaves for them. Then Lu Qing planted another 6 or 7 kinds of vegetables, picked a pound or 2 and packed them, then exited the space, then went downstairs and drove to Guo Guo. After all, he really thought that Lu Qing's plan to open a restaurant was just a joke if he didn't take out some vegetables grown in the space and let Guo Guo try to eat them. After half an hour, Lu Qing drove the car, and came to the downstairs of Guo Guo's rental community, then parked the car, opened the door and got off, and walked to the floor house where Guo Guo rented. "Hey, Qinger, why are you here?" Guo Guo in the room heard someone knocking on the door, and opened the door to see that it was his good buddy who came, and he was a little surprised. After all, he only came back from Lu Qing in the morning. "Didn't I say, let's open a stir-fry restaurant together?" Lu Qing walked into the room, picked up the vegetables in his hand, and showed Guo Guo, "Hey, this is the vegetables that our restaurant will sell in the future. Hey, Qinger, you haven't given up on this idea yet." When Guo Guo heard this, he immediately admired Lu Qing's perseverance, and then saw the green and red vegetables in Lu Qing's hands, full of fresh aura, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Hey, Qinger, the vegetables you bought from there are too fresh, they are the best ones." After all, a chef who has worked for 7 or 8 years, Guo Guo can tell at a glance the quality of vegetables. "You fry and eat it first, grasshopper." Lu Qing did not answer Guo Guo's words, but said, "These vegetables are all organic vegetables. We will use these vegetables in our restaurants in the future. See if they can sell well." Organic vegetables. Guo Guo listened and smashed his tongue. "My darling, these organic vegetables are often tens to hundreds of kilograms, so how much do you sell for a plate of vegetables? Is there anyone else coming to eat them? Don't worry about it, you're talking about frying and eating these first." Lu Qing smiled and said confidently, "Yeah." Guo Guo nodded in agreement, and it just so happened that he didn't have breakfast now. Then he came to the kitchen. Guo Guo chose green peppers, tomatoes, and cucumbers from the dishes that Lu Qing brought out. Chop chop chop. After all, Guo Guo is a professional chef in a 5-star hotel, and his knife skills are pleasing to the eye. All 3 dishes are cut in a few minutes, and then the accessories are ready. Guo Guo starts to cook the dishes on the gas stove. In less than 5 minutes, the 3 dishes were ready, with a strong aroma. Although they were made by themselves, Guo Guo couldn't help but admire the strong aroma of the dishes. "It's really fragrant. Would you like to have some?" Guo Guo said to Lu Qing after the meal was ready. Hearing this, Lu Qing shook his head and said, "I came here after breakfast, you can eat it yourself." "Okay, then I'll start eating." Guo Guo nodded, then moved his chopsticks. The 3 dishes Guo Guo made were shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and cucumbers. Guo Guo first ate the cucumbers. When the tender cucumbers were chewed in his mouth, his taste buds spread out. Guo dared to swear, today's cucumber is the best cucumber he has eaten in the past 27 years. Guo Guo then ate scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and when he ate it, Guo Guo couldn't help but exclaim, "These tomatoes are also very delicious." As for the green pepper, Guo Guo took a bite and exclaimed, "Delicious." And Lu Qing smiled and watched from the side. After that, Guo Guo started to eat in big gulps. Although he was a chef of a 5-star hotel, he had never tried any dishes, but after eating these 3 dishes, Guo Guo felt that they were the delicacy of the world. Too delicious. After finally eating all 3 dishes, Guo Guo couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. How about it, Grasshopper? You're saying that if we open a restaurant to sell these vegetables, it will definitely be popular, right? After seeing Guo Guo eat all 3 dishes, Lu Qing asked. Definitely will. Guo Guo nodded in agreement and said, because this dish is really delicious. Then let's open this restaurant, Lu Qing said. Seeing Lu Qing's ambitions, Guo Guo also said unyieldingly, then let's start. After all, you can't work in a hotel for a lifetime. Why don't you go out to open a restaurant and be the boss and work for yourself? By the way, Qinger, what about the price of these opportunity vegetables? And how about the supply? After deciding to open a restaurant, Guo Guo was a little worried about the price and supply of the opportunity vegetables. After all, the price is too expensive, the cost is too high, and the restaurant can't make money, and the supply is too low. Don't worry, this opportunity vegetable can supply at least 300 caddies every day, and the purchase price is also 30% cheaper than the market price. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly replied, that's good. Guo Guo felt relieved after hearing this, and didn't ask Lu Qing what source he purchased these vegetables from. After all other problems could be solved, Guo Guo suddenly thought about the most important problem, that is, lack of money. After all, if you open a restaurant, the location should not be too bad. The rent for a store in a better location in Modu City will cost dozens of dollars a year. 10,000, not only that, some shops have leases and transfer fees, and there are hundreds of thousands. And that doesn't even include the cost of installation. In other words, to open a restaurant, you have to prepare about 1 million in the early stage, but Guo Guo has so much money there. In his opinion, Lu Qing is similar to him. Thinking of this, Guo Guo said worriedly, Qinger, we don't have enough money to open this restaurant. Money? Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied, I'll find a way. Qinger, this money is not a small amount. Guo Guo looked at Lu Qing in surprise and said, where did you go to find it? Saying that, Guo Guo said to himself, I've saved more than 200,000 yuan here. You know, all the money I spent with Qin Lu over the years, I haven't saved any money, it's just so much now. Let's get together first, it really won't work, I'm trying to find a way to borrow some from my second uncle. When Lu Qing heard it, he didn't refuse. Yes, but let's find the store first and talk about it. Let's see how much it costs to rent a store. After all, the two of them partnered to open a store together. Lu Qing thought about it, and he couldn't pack everything. Okay, Guo Guo said. Qinger, I can only trouble you to find out about renting a shop. Then Guo Guo explained. You know, my job doesn't mean that I resign immediately after resigning. I have to go back and talk to my second uncle and my parents. No problem. Lu Qing nodded and agreed. Then let's strike while the iron is hot. I'll look for it now, find a suitable one, I'll send you the address and location, and then I'll send you the picture for a look. Yeah, Guo Guo agreed. After speaking a few more words, Lu Qing left Guo Guo's place, then went downstairs and drove the car to find the store. Although he has never opened a store, done business, or crossed the river by feeling the stones, Lu Qing's first step is to take out his mobile phone, open the map, and select the area first. Although he knows that these dishes are not worrying about selling, Lu Qing is thinking of high-end catering, and the location of the store must not be selected in a remote area, nor in an area with low consumption level. Looking at the few districts that were excluded bit by bit on the map, Lu Qing set his sights on the 3 core districts of the Magic City. Then let's be quiet today. After looking at the 3 core areas of the Magic Capital, Lu Qing finally decided. The reason why I chose this area is that it is not the most central part of the city, and the rent is relatively cheap. Secondly, this area is also one of the rich areas in the city. The last time Lu Qing sold watermelons, it was in this area. It's not far from where Lu Qing lives. Then go here and find a shop. After selecting the area, Lu Qing immediately started the car and drove there. Arrive. After more than half an hour, Lu Qing arrived at the place, and then took out his mobile phone and searched the internet. There are vacant shops in this area for rent. As for finding an intermediary, Lu Qing has not considered it for the time being. Although they have a lot of resources, they have to spend intermediary fees after all. Lu Qing thought about the principle of saving as much as possible, and decided to find the store by himself first. Tianhai Road. Shop number 38, located in Tianmao Commercial Center, with an area of 68 square meters, rent is 15,000 a month, transfer fee is 360,000, contact Mr. Yang, phone 4x. Starfish Plaza, the ground floor and the first floor are rented out as a whole. Quote. After the search results came out, Lu Qing browsed carefully, looking at one after another of shop rental information, but the area was too small, those with negative floors, and shops with particularly high transfer fees, Lu Qing simply ignored them. Then, after selecting a few shops that were directly rented by the landlord, Lu Qing called and asked if the shops were rented out. Can you take a look now? After that, I made an appointment with a few landlords who could see the house now, and Lu Qing started the car and hurried over. Time passed by minute. At noon, too tired. One morning, after seeing more than a dozen shops in a row, Lu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Because this morning, many of the shops Lu Qing looked at were not suitable for opening restaurants, either because the location was not good, or the shops couldn't change their minds to open restaurants or something. It's better to eat lunch first, and then look for it in the afternoon. After checking the time, he found that it was past 12 o'clock. Lu Qing decided to eat lunch and then went to the roadside restaurant to buy a box of fried rice. Lu Qing sat in the car and ate like that. Keep looking. After eating the full box of fried rice, he took out the water bottle with space pool water and took a few gulps. After he was full of energy, Lu Qing took out his mobile phone and started to search for shops again. Qingpu Road Commercial Pedestrian Street, No 46th Street facing shop for urgent rent, 2-story single-family building, area of 1,200 square meters, rent 63,000 yuan per month, no transfer fee, contact Mr. Yi, phone 4x. After reading it carefully, Lu Qing saw the rental information of the shop that he just saw. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it met his requirements for opening a restaurant. Moreover, after checking the time, Lu Qing saw that the rental information had just been sent out for more than half an hour. Immediately, Lu Qing hurriedly called according to the above contact number. After a few rings, the phone was connected, and Lu Qing said, "Hello, is it Mr. Yi?" "That's it, I just saw the rental information of the shop on the internet. Can I take a look at yours now? Is this shop?" No, I'm not an agent, I'm a person, I want to see your shop. If it's suitable, then I'll rent it." The landlord on the other end of the phone thought Lu Qing was an agent, and Lu Qing quickly explained. "Okay, then you wait for me at the door of the shop, and I'll drive there now." Finally, Lu Qing made an appointment with the landlord, quickly started the car, and drove to the store's address. Lu Qing was not far from the store, and he arrived in more than 20 minutes by car. Red Rose Cafe, that's it. Lu Qing, who was driving, saw a small white building facing the street from a distance. The name of the Red Rose Cafe was hung on the small building. It was the shop Lu Qing wanted to see. It's easy to park here too. Driving to the parking space in front of the store, Lu Qing parked the car, opened the door and got off, and looked around. Although this is a commercial pedestrian street, Lu Qing saw that there are several underground garages in the surrounding buildings, all of which are open to the public and can be parked at will. Immediately, Lu Qing walked towards Xiaobailo, and at the door saw a thin-faced middle-aged man with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a gray t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and a pair of sandals. And he is the landlord of Xiaobai Building. "Hello, may I ask, are you Mr. Lu who just called you?" Watching Lu Qing walking towards him, the landlord asked with some uncertainty. "It's me," Lu Qing quickly replied with a smile. "I think Brother Yi is older than me, so I'll call you Brother Yi." "Can." The landlord smiled and nodded. "Then I'll be your brother Lu." With that said, the landlord pushed open the door of the Xiaobai Building and said to Lu Qing who was beside him, "Come on, Brother Lu, it's quite hot outside, I'll show you inside and give you an introduction." "Okay." Lu Qing nodded and said yes, followed the landlord and walked in. "Brother Lu, there is a cafe in front of my shop. You have seen it, and the signboard on it has not been removed." The landlord introduced as he walked. "So the decoration colors here are very simple and elegant." Lu Qing looked at the snow-white walls and the simple black chandeliers and nodded. The landlord pointed and said, "Look, this is the first floor. It turns out that the cafe is divided into two parts. Inside are the kitchen, workshop, and toilets. Immediately, Lu Qing followed the landlord and went inside to check the kitchen inside. By the way, Brother Yi, this kitchen, toilet, etc. can be demolished and rebuilt. Lu Qing asked, seeing that the kitchen and workshop occupy half of the space on the first floor. Haha, of course you can see that this is actually remodeled by the cafe itself. The landlord replied with a laugh. Yeah, Lu Qing nodded with satisfaction, not bad. After reading all the ground floor, the landlord said, let's go, Brother Lu, I'll show you to the second floor. Then he took Lu Qing to the second floor. Brother Lu, look, the second floor is about the same as the first floor. All the things have been removed last night, so it's empty. After coming to the second floor, the landlord introduced. When Lu Qing heard it, he took a closer look. The second floor was surrounded by huge floor-to-ceiling windows, so the viewing environment was good, but it was a little short. Even in the middle of summer, the sun could shine in. After reading everything inside and out, all the water, electricity and property management fees were all understood. Lu Qing said, Brother Yi, you are very satisfied with this house, so let's sign the contract. Haha, Brother Lu is really a cheerful person. The landlord said with a smile on his face. After all, there are not many people who are as cheerful as Lu Qing. Afterwards, Lu Qing had a talk with the landlord. According to the price on the rental information, he paid nearly 400,000 yuan in rent of 63,000 yuan per month and half a year, and rented this small white building. After the landlord left, Lu Qing looked at the contract and the door key in his hand and planned. This house is rented, and I have to find someone to decorate it right away. Hey, Grasshopper, I've already signed the contract. I just sent you WeChat, you can see it. Lu Qing knows nothing about decoration, and doesn't know anyone who does decoration, so he can only call his best friend and partner Guo Guo for help. Now that we have rented this shop, we have to decorate it as soon as possible, but I don't know anyone who does this business, so I can only call you. Did you decorate it? Guo Guo, who was on the other end of the phone, frowned and replied, I don't know anyone here, but my second uncle should know. Wait for me for a while, I'll ask him, and then give you call. After all, the shop had already been rented, and Guo Guo also hoped that it would be renovated as soon as possible so that it could open for business, so after hanging up the phone, he hurried to his second uncle to ask him for help. After all, it was his own second uncle. Hearing that Guo Guo was looking for a decoration team, he hurriedly introduced an experienced old man who had been doing decoration for more than 10 years. After getting the contact information, Guo Guo hurriedly called. After some introduction, Guo Guo told his needs. The other party said that he had to go to the shop first to understand the situation, but he couldn't tell on the phone. And now he is on a construction site, and he is so busy that he can't walk away, so he made an appointment to go there at 8 o'clock in the evening and meet at the shop at that time. Later, the phone hung up. Guo Guo called Lu Qing again, and said the appointment time. Alright then, come over tonight and talk about it. After hearing Guo Guo's statement on the other end of the phone, Lu Qing nodded and said yes, then hung up the phone. Immediately, after checking the time, Lu Qing started the car and went back, picked up Lu Xin from school, and planned to come over after dinner. 8 p.m. The second floor of Xiaobai building. Guo Guo looked at the traffic in all directions and the bustling commercial pedestrian street through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and couldn't help but praise, Qinger, the location of your shop is really amazing, and the most important thing is that you even rented a single-family shop. When Lu Qing next to him heard it, he said, I'm not lucky. The landlord just posted the rental information, and I saw it. It is estimated that if it is half an hour later, this small white building will be rented by someone else. Well, yes, ha. After listening to Lu Qing's words, Guo Guo nodded in agreement. Immediately after looking around, looking at the empty second floor in front of him, Guo Guo continued, Qinger, look at how big the second floor is, how can there be 60 or 70 tables? Grasshopper, with such a large area, don't you come out as a box? After all, some people like to be quiet. When Lu Qing heard it, he asked back. Haha, how did I forget this? When Guo Guo heard this, he sneered and said, let's wait for Chen Gong to come to see the details. It's already 8 o'clock. It stands to reason that he should be there soon. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Baba, Baba, I want to drink water, I'm so thirsty. At this moment, Lu Xin, who was running around the room with Xiaobai and Xiaohe, sweating profusely and having a dry mouth, came to Lu Qing and shook his hand. When Lu Qing saw that he was going to go downstairs to get water for Lu Xin, Guo Guo, who was on the side, took the lead, ran to the car parked on the roadside downstairs, brought a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to Lu Xin. Come on, heart, drink water. Lu Xin was naturally too familiar with Guo Guo. He took Guo Guo's water, with a small smile on his face, and his mouth sweetly thanked, "Thank you Uncle Grasshopper for the water. Oh, my heart is really good." Guo Guo praised with a smile on his face when he heard it. At this moment, he noticed Lu Qing on the road downstairs, and saw a black Santana hurriedly parked, and then a middle-aged man with a yellow hard hat on his head came out. He should be the promised Chen Gong, right? Seeing the middle-aged man walking towards Xiaobailo, Lu Qing guessed. He turned his head and reminded Guo Guo, who was talking to his daughter, "Grasshopper, Chen Gong will go downstairs immediately, let's go down." "Come yet," Guo Gui replied. "Then let's go down." Then Lu Qing, Guo Guo, and Lu Xin brought Xiaobai and Xiaohe to the first floor. "I'm really sorry, two little brothers, I just arrived now." Chen Gong, who was in his early 30s and 40, entered the room and saw Guo Guo and Lu Qing, and quickly apologized. "It's okay, Chen Gong." Lu Qing saw that Chen Gong was covered with paint, sand and ash. He didn't have time to take off the safety helmet on his head. Guo Guo also nodded in agreement and expressed his understanding. And Lu Xin was hiding behind Lu Qing, staring at the stranger in front of him with big bright eyes. "Please come here, Chen Gong, I'll show you." Lu Qing continued, and then led Chen Gong to look. Starting from the first floor, Lu Qing said his thoughts as he walked. "This is the kitchen, work, toilet, lounge, etc. that were originally built in the coffee shop, but the layout is unreasonable, so I want to push them all to rebuild. For example, the kitchen is moving in a little bit, and an open kitchen is built out. Because we are doing catering, we have to get a larger storage room out." As soon as Chen Gong heard it, he quickly took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, recorded it while listening, and replied, "This is no problem." Later, Guo Guo took Lu Qing's words and began to talk about his thoughts. The kitchen must be large, and the range hood and ventilation system must be the best. After all, he has been a chef in a hotel for so many years, and he knows the advantages and disadvantages of hotel kitchens. Every suggestion he said is to the point. Lu Qing listened attentively on the side. Lu Xin was bored and ran to the side to play with Xiaobai and Xiaohe. Time just passed by minute. From the first floor to the second floor, from the inside to the outside, Lu Qing and Guo Guo spoke out their thoughts. And Chen Gong recorded while listening. On a piece of white paper, he had already written densely. Until the end, Lu Qing asked, "Chen Gong, I just told you so much. I want to ask, how long will it take for our restaurant to install?" Chen Gong listened, smiled and replied, "Brother Lu, it will only take about a week for your restaurant to be fully installed, mainly because the layout of the restaurant has to be redrawn, and I will show it to you two tomorrow. The construction site over there will be finished soon, and you can start work here tomorrow." A week. Lu Qing heard the renovation time, a little long. After all, in this restaurant, they mainly demolished the kitchen and other things that were left in the original cafe. It didn't take long for this to be built. When Guo Guo heard it, he said anxiously, "Can you speed up the renovation time? A week is too long. You have seen it. Our restaurant doesn't actually have any renovations." "Hey, two little brothers, it's not that I don't want to hurry, the main thing is the fastest time," Chen Gong said with embarrassment on his face after listening to Guo Guo's urging. As soon as Guo Guo heard it, he said decisively, "Why don't you do this, Chen Gong? You and your decoration team will count as 7 days as you said, and the decoration will be completed 1 day in advance. We will pay you 10,000 more, if it is 3 days inside, after the decoration is completed, we will directly pay you 50,000 more." "Really?" Chen Gong said excitedly after hearing this. Because according to Guo Guo's incentive policy, if he and his decoration team renovated in advance, they would get tens of thousands more, which is more than $1,000 or $2,000 per person, which is much more than a few days' wages. Of course it's true, we can sign the contract right away. Guo Guo's chest slapped loudly and assured. As soon as Chen Gong heard this, he quickly ran out. Seeing this, Guo Guo was startled and asked, Chen Gong, why did you run away? I'm going back and working overtime all night to come up with the drawings and project budget, and then immediately call the workers to come over and demolish everything that needs to be demolished here. As Chen Gong ran, he replied anxiously, and while he was talking, the whole person disappeared without a trace. Okay, Grasshopper, it's quite courageous. Lu Qing watched as Chen Gong hurriedly left and went back to work overtime overnight, and couldn't help joking. Don't be sarcastic, Qinger. When Guo Guo heard this, he rolled his eyes at Lu Qing and said, Fortunately, you didn't stop me just now. Why am I stopping you? I also hope that they will renovate our restaurant within 2 or 3 days. Lu Qing replied indifferently. Hey, it's a pity that another 50,000 yuan was spent in vain. Guo Guo felt a little heartache when he heard the 50,000 yuan just now. Don't worry, we will definitely double our earnings in the future. Lu Qing patted Guo Guo's shoulder in fear and said confidently. Hope it, Guo Guo echoed. Then he glanced at the time. Guo Guo then said, Qinger, it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening, you can go back and rest first, I'm here to watch. Because the renovation workers are about to enter the venue, they must be left alone to watch. Okay, then I'll go back to rest first with my heart. When Lu Qing heard it, he checked the time, it was really late, he nodded and agreed, you are watching here, if you need to call me right away. Okay, Guo Guo replied, go away. Bye-bye, Uncle Grasshopper. Xingxin went home to sleep. Lu Xin said goodbye to Guo Guo softly and cutely. Bye-bye, Xingxin. Guo Guo waved his hand with a smile on his face when he heard this. Afterwards, Lu Qing took Lu Xin away and went home to rest. The next day, after sending Lu Xin to school, Lu Qing drove the car to Xiaobailo impatiently. At this time, the Xiaobai building was surrounded by iron fences, and more than 20 decoration workers, who came in and out, were very busy. Hey, that's really fast. When I walked into the first floor, I saw that the kitchen, lounge, toilet, etc. built in the original cafe had all been demolished. The entire first floor was empty. Lu Qing couldn't help but exclaim. This was all demolished and transported away last night. Guo Guo explained on the side. Grasshopper, go and rest for a while, I'll watch. Looking at Guo Guo, who was beside him with a tired face, Lu Qing said. All right then, I'll go to the car and sleep for a while. Guo Guo, who hadn't slept all night, yawned and said, I woke up. I have to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to apply for the business license of our restaurant, and then I have to go to sanitation, environmental protection, fire protection, and taxation to get all these certificates. Okay, Lu Qing nodded in agreement. With the incentives of Lu Qing and Grasshopper 50,000, the decoration workers are working 24 hours a day. The whole decoration progress can be described as crazy. In just 2.5 days, the entire restaurant was basically renovated, and only some tails were left untreated. Lu Qing looked at the brand new restaurant, which was about to be renovated, and calculated. It's time to prepare those things. After saying hello to Guo Guo, he asked him to watch the final finishing work in Xiaobailo, and Lu Qing drove to the leisurely flower shop. Wang Tian, the owner of the leisurely flower shop, has been living a very nourishing and unrestrained life during this time. Lying on the chair, drinking tea, listening to the little song. Without him, mainly the small saplings in the nursery, especially the high-priced, and particularly difficult to deal with small saplings such as Hainan Wanghuili, small leaf red sandalwood, and golden nanmu have all been sold. You know, a few days ago, Wang Tian was still worried about the disposal of these saplings, and he was so anxious that he could not eat any food. Now all the saplings in the nursery have been disposed of, just like the big stone on his chest that was removed by someone. It was the same, which made him heave a sigh of relief. And this big buyer is Lu Qing, because during the later period, Lu Qing directly bought the saplings in his nursery, such as Hainan Wanghuili, Xiaoyi Zidan, Jinseng and so on. This makes Wang Tian, who has reduced his losses by hundreds of thousands, how can he not be happy? Not only that, but also because Lu Qing bought so many watermelon seeds before, after all, Wang Tian also made a fortune. So Wang Tian now treats Lu Qing as his noble person, and is familiar with the sound of the engine of the car that Lu Qing drives. No, there is still 100 meters away from the flower shop. Wang Tian, who is squinting and lying softly on the chair, hears Lu Qing's car driving towards his shop, and his whole person suddenly becomes energized. After a while, he suddenly stood up and ran to the door to wait for Lu Qing. Seeing Lu Qing park the car and open the door to get off, Wang Tian trotted to Lu Qing's side and said with a smile, "Brother Lu is here. Didn't I tell you that if you want to buy something in the future, just tell me directly on WeChat, and I'll drive it to you?" When Lu Qing heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Boss Wang is too polite. I'm not buying too many things in a hurry, so I won't bother Boss Wang to deliver them personally." Hey. When Wang Tian heard this, he smiled and asked, "What are Brother Lu going to buy today?" "That's right, Boss Wang." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied, "I came here today mainly to ask, do you have rice seeds and rapeseed seeds here? If so, I plan to buy some." Although Wang Tian opened a flower shop, he also had all kinds of crops and seeds. After all, in big cities, there were all kinds of crops, and if there was a demand, he would buy them and sell them. "There are some." As soon as Wang Tian heard it, he nodded hastily and said, "Brother Lu, there are still 2 kinds of grain seeds here. Come in, I'll show you." As he spoke, he brought Lu Qing into the store. Then the seed of pearl rice. Lu Qing looked at the grain seeds that Wang Tian took out from the warehouse at the back, picked them out, and said. Then, Lu Qing bought 2 more bags of rapeseed seeds and other vegetable seeds, paid the money, and then drove away. It's time to buy rice bags and oil barrels. After buying the grain and rapeseed seeds, Lu Qing planned in his mind. After all, there is room to carry rice, oil, etc. Lu Qing plans to grow them by himself. These are all preparations for the opening of the restaurant. Immediately, Lu Qing drove to a nearby supermarket to buy these things. In the supermarket, after some big shopping, Lu Qing thought about it and bought a few extra large foot basins. Of course, these foot basins are not used to wash feet, but to fill water to feed the pigs, chickens, ducks and geese in the space. Because after deciding to open a restaurant that day, Lu Qing took advantage of the free time later and went to buy hundreds of pigs, chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits. After all, the 2 little piglets and 40 chickens and ducks bought earlier were not enough. Afterwards, after buying everything, Lu Qing drove to the warehouse. Speeding all the way, Lu Qing drove to the warehouse, parked the car, opened the door and got out of the car, and walked into the warehouse, only to see that the new warehouse was filled with huge pieces of wood. All of this is because Lu Qing saw that a Hainan Wanghuili box could be sold for tens of millions of dollars, and he kept doing it afterward. He took the Hainan Wanghuili, Shaoyi red sandalwood, Zijin Nanmu and other saplings in the flower shop owner's nursery. Bought it all, planted it, and filled 6 warehouses with the wood. To this end, Lu Qing not only re-signed a contract with the leasing company to extend the lease period of the warehouse, but also replaced the door and lock of the warehouse. After entering the warehouse, Lu Qing took the rice bags, empty oil drums, pots and seeds that he had just bought. With a thought, he entered the portable space. In the space, Lu Qing first put down the things he was holding, and then came to the place dedicated to feeding pigs, chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits. In the space, he saw a 5-point-sized piece of land surrounded by Lu Qing with wooden fences. On the leisurely green grass inside the fence, fat and big pigs, chickens, ducks, geese and rabbits are leisurely eating the green grass and the vegetable leaves that Lu Qing threw to them. Lu Qing immediately opened the gate of the fence, put a few pots in and put them down, filled them with water, and checked them briefly before walking out of the fence. Then Lu Qing came to the pool again to check the 4 koi inside, as well as the fry-like carp, silver carp and silver carp that were fed later, but within a few days, these fry had grown into big fish. In the crystal clear water, groups of fish swim happily in it. After Lu Qing feeds them a large bucket of bait, they are ready to plant rice and rapeseed. Rise. I saw that under the control of Lu Qing's thoughts, all 3 bags of grain seeds were planted evenly on the black soil, and then Lu Qing controlled the water in the pool to sprinkle the grain seeds on top. Immediately, a grain of grain took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and green seedlings grew. Then, the pool water was poured continuously, and the seedlings continued to grow taller and grow, and then bloomed and headed, bearing full golden grains. Patty. Receive. Looking at the large golden harvest of rice in front of him, Lu Qing started to harvest with a thought, only to see that under Lu Qing's control, the grains of plump and golden rice fell off the straw automatically, peeled off the case, and turned into a grains of rice or continuously packed into the rice bags purchased by Lu Qing. Of course, the rice bran was not wasted either. Lu Qing collected them all and used them to feed pigs, chickens, ducks, and other poultry in the future. After all the rice was bagged, Lu Qing drew a scoop on the gourd. In a few thoughts, 2 bags of rapeseed seeds were directly planted and pressed, and turned into barrels of fragrant and golden rapeseed oil. Looking at the rice, oil, pigs, chickens, ducks, etc., all these pre-opening items were ready. Lu Qing thought about it, exited the space, and called Guo Guo. Hey, grasshopper, have you cleaned the restaurant warehouse? I'm going to drag the rice, oil, etc. back to put it away. Lu, the rice you bought is really good. Aunt Sun couldn't help but admire when she looked at the full and crystal clear pearl rice in the rice bag in front of her. And this oil too, Lao Sun, look, this vegetable oil is bright and clear, I just smelled it, and it smells old. Aunt Zhao on the side carried 2 barrels of rapeseed oil, raised it, and agreed. Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao were both old people who Guo Guo had dug from the hotel where he used to work. After all, the restaurant was about to open soon. Lu Qing and Guo Guo were completely overwhelmed, so they must recruit 2 people to help. No, Guo Guo, who had already resigned, immediately started to pay attention to the original hotel. With high salary and good benefits, he was soon hired and worked in the hotel for nearly 10 years. Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao. And Lu Qing, who was humming and moving the bags of rice stacked on the trolley to the shelves of the warehouse, said with a smile on his face. Haha, Auntie Sun, you don't even know that this pearl rice is in the market. I compared many varieties of rice before I chose it. And this rapeseed oil, too, Aunt Zhao, that's why I ran several markets before choosing this oil. Lu Qing continued. Of course, these remarks were all preconceived by Lu Qing. After all, they were all produced and planted in the space, so they had to come up with good excuses to cover up. When Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao heard this, they nodded and said, no wonder the oil and rice are so good. Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao, we have to speed up. There are hundreds of kilograms of rice and vegetable oil in the car outside waiting for us to move in. Lu Qing looked at the time on his hands and said, Guo Guo went to buy pots and pans. There are thousands of those bowls and plates. When I buy them back, we need to wash them all. Quote. Not only that, but there are dozens of tables and nearly 1,000 chairs. I have to drag them back later and arrange them all, so we still have a lot of work to do. Yes, then we have to speed up. Aunt Sun nodded and replied. Aunt Zhao also nodded. 4-page M. It's finally over. After bending over to clean the last chair in front of him, Lu Qing sat on it with a sigh of relief. Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao on the side were similar, sitting on a chair hammering her arms, waist and legs. Because this day was really tiring, I not only carried hundreds of kilograms of rice and vegetable oil, but also washed thousands of bowls and plates. Then I went to the warehouse to consign 80 tables and nearly 1,000 chairs, and installed them. Put it away. Running downstairs is as tired as a dog. Of course, these tables and chairs are all made of high-quality wood by Lu Qing. After Guo Guo helped set the tables and chairs, he went out to the advertising agency to design the menu. So the task of wiping the table and chairs fell on Lu Qing, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Zhao. The 3 people wiped them for nearly an hour before they were wiped clean. So this is the scene in front of you. This finally looks like a restaurant, haha. Sitting in a chair, Lu Qing looked at the restaurant that was gradually taking shape, with a gratified smile on his face. At this moment, Guo Guo walked in a hurry with a staff member of an advertising company, and said, Qinger, what is the price of our dish? It turns out that Guo Guo is in charge of designing the price of the dishes on this menu. After all, Guo Guo has worked as a chef for 7 or 8 years, so he is very clear about these, but the names of the menu dishes are all set. I don't know how to get the price. So I hurried back to talk to Lu Qing. Do you have preliminary pricing? Lu Qing asked when he heard it. Yes, but I feel that I have settled down, so I came back to discuss it with you. Guo Guo replied with some embarrassment. Then show me how you price it. Lu Qing listened and said. When the staff of the advertising company on the side heard it, they hurriedly put their laptop on the table and opened it, and introduced to Lu Qing, this is the price set by Boss Guo. Lu Qing looked at it, scrolled the mouse, and saw pages of exquisite menus under the picture book. The price set was either 40 or 50 yuan, or 70 or 80 yuan. He completely positioned the restaurant he opened at the same level as the roadside fly restaurant, superior. After a brief glance, Lu Qing shook his head and asked Guo Guo, who was beside him, Grasshopper, what is the name of our restaurant? Quote. Shenxianju. Guo Guo replied blankly when he heard this. This name was not chosen by Lu Qing, but by Guo Guo, because before going through the formalities for opening a restaurant, you must have a name. At first, Lu Qing thought the name was Shu Weixiang, because he and Guo Guo were both from Sichuan province. When Guo Guo heard it, he felt that the name was too limited and too old-fashioned. After all, some people didn't like spicy food, so after thinking about a lot of names, this name came to be. When Lu Qing heard it, he felt that the name was okay, and immediately agreed to it. After all, the things produced in the space are not ordinary, and the name just complements each other. Yes, Guo Guo's restaurant is called Shenxianju, so the dishes we provide are not ordinary, such as vegetables. What our restaurant provides are the top-level organic vegetables and meat, which are also top-level. Of. Lu Qing listened to Guo Guo's answer and said slowly, so the prices of the dishes served in our restaurant must be set higher. For example, the price of this fried green rapeseed must be set at 188, and this donpo pork belly must be priced at 188. If the price is lower than 588, there is no need to consider selling at all, and when the staff of the advertising company on the side heard it, they quickly revised the prices of these dishes according to what Lu Qing said. Qinger, are you crazy? The prices of the dishes are so high that people are scared away. Guo Guo was shocked when he heard Lu Qing's price. After all, the prices of these dishes set by Lu Qing are higher than those sold in the 5-star hotel where he used to work. If customers see it, they will not be scared away. Grasshopper, don't worry about this. Lu Qing said confidently. After all, it is a space that produces things, so the price must not be low, and the consumer group Lu Qing is targeting is not ordinary people. I mean, it's not like you haven't tasted the vegetables that were brought to you that morning. Lu Qing went on to say. Guo Guo was at a loss for words when he heard it. Because the vegetables that Lu Qing brought him were really delicious, he ate them clean after 2 meals. He asked Lu Qing for it later, and Lu Qing said that he would save it for opening a restaurant. Well, let's price it like this. In desperation, Guo Guo nodded and agreed. Although these vegetables are particularly delicious, but after all, the price is so high, Guo Guo is a little unconfident and worried. Will anyone come to eat when it opens tomorrow? Magic City, Jinnei Building, 28th floor, the conference room of Tianhai Industrial Company, Limited. A woman wearing a professional black dress, with long hair, a delicate face, and a strong aura, was sitting in the main seat, listening to the speeches of various departments of the company. After more than 20 minutes, seeing that the heads of all departments have almost spoken, and the tasks have been assigned, the woman sitting in the main seat said, "The meeting is over." When everyone in the meeting heard this, they immediately got up and exited the conference room, while the woman in a black dress packed up the documents on the table, then got up and walked to her office. After arriving at the office, the woman put down the information on her hand first, then made herself a cup of instant coffee, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, admired the scenery in front of her, and drank slowly. Tuck tuck tuck. At this moment, there was a knock at the door, and the woman holding the instant coffee turned around and said, "Please come in." The woman's secretary stepped in. Behind her, a middle-aged man with glasses followed. After entering the room, the secretary said, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhao is here." The woman surnamed President Lin nodded and responded, "Understood, you go out first." When the secretary heard this, he closed the door and backed out. At this time, after seeing the secretary leave, the middle-aged man with glasses took out a plate of information from his file bag and said, "Mr. Lin, the person you asked me to help you find has been found, and these are all his information." Real. When the president surnamed Lin heard this, he couldn't help but look happy. He quickly put down the coffee cup in his hand, and took the information handed over by the middle-aged man with glasses. He couldn't believe it. Looking at the thick information in her hand, the woman surnamed President Lin asked with some doubts, "Why is there so much information? Isn't it just to check personal contact information or something?" When the middle-aged man with glasses heard this, he replied, "Mr. Lin, we are professionals in doing this, and it's a bit unreasonable to give you a piece of paper after paying so much. Anyway, I have already completed your commission, so don't bother." With that said, the middle-aged man with glasses walked out of the office with his bag in hand. When the woman surnamed Lin saw this, she hurriedly took the information, sat on the chair, and looked through it. "I saw that Lu Qing's name was written on the first page of the information, followed by his date of birth, and his home address." That's right, the woman surnamed President Lin in front of her is exactly Lin Qing, the mother of little Jelly, less than 2 years old, who was rescued by Lu Qing in the mall that day. Especially after saving the little Jelly that day, Lu Qing left. Lin Qingwei thanked him in person. After looking around, he realized that he had no idea what Lu Qing looked like, and then hurriedly went to the mall to ask for the surveillance video. Later, on the surveillance video, I saw Lu Qing who rescued his daughter, but he only knew what Lu Qing looked like, but he didn't know his contact information, so Lin Qing had to find a private detective on the internet and asked him to help find Lu Qing. But what surprised Lin Qing was that his commission only wanted to find Lu Qing's contact information, but he didn't expect to get such a thick piece of information. "So your name is Lu Qing." When looking at Lu Qing's name, Lin Qing murmured and realized that the young man who rescued his daughter was named Lu Qing. Then scroll down. The back is Lu Qing's birth date and home address. It turned out to be a delivery boy. Later, when Lin Qing saw Lu Qing's work, he immediately shook his head. No, he has resigned now, and now he is opening a Chinese restaurant with someone else. When he saw the location of the restaurant opened by Lu Qing, Lin Qing's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. He even rented the Red Rose Cafe downstairs and opened a Chinese restaurant. Seeing this, Lin Qing quickly stood up and looked at the white building under his feet. It was such a coincidence that Lin Qing never expected that the benefactor who rescued his daughter would open a restaurant on the commercial pedestrian street downstairs from his company. "You know, that Red Rose Cafe, Lin Qing went to drink coffee many times, but I didn't expect it to close recently, and it was even more unexpected that it was rented by Lu Qing. Really have to sigh again, what a coincidence." After getting Lu Qing's contact information, I originally wanted to call Lu Qing, invite him to a meal, and thank him in person. After seeing this, Lin Qing thought about it and decided to change the method. Afterwards, Lin Qing hurriedly returned to his chair, picked up the phone, and called for the secretary outside to come in. Within a minute, the secretary knocked on the door and walked in, waiting for Lin Qing's order. Lin Qing thought for a while, then opened his mouth and instructed, "Xiao Wang, go to the restaurant downstairs and help me set a spot, that is behind the company. That small white building, which used to be the location of the Red Rose Cafe, has now become a Chinese restaurant." "Okay, President Lin." Hearing Lin Qing's order, the secretary nodded and replied, "Go do it right away." After 10 minutes, the secretary came back and said, "Mr. Lin, the restaurant you mentioned downstairs hasn't opened yet, so we can't reserve a seat for the time being." "What? Hasn't it opened yet?" Lin Qing was a little surprised when he heard it. The main reason is that the investigation materials just now didn't write it, so Lin Qing didn't know. "Yes, President Lin," the secretary replied. "Then do you know when this Chinese restaurant will open?" Lin Qing asked. "I just asked the waiter of the restaurant, and she said it will officially open tomorrow," the secretary replied. When Lin Qing heard this, he murmured, "Does it open tomorrow?" After thinking for a while, Lin Qing said, "Xiao Wang, now go to the flower shop to order 20 opening flower baskets for me, and then send them to this open Chinese restaurant tomorrow." The secretary nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin." Saying that I'm about to leave, I'll do it right away. When the secretary just walked to the door, Lin Qing thought about it carefully, and felt that something was wrong, so he quickly stopped her and said, "Little Wang, wait a minute." Then he ordered, "Isn't there more than 100 people in our company? Please notify them and tell them that in order to celebrate this quarter, our company's performance is okay. I will invite everyone to dinner tomorrow night, and the place for dinner is just called You Tomorrow. In this Chinese restaurant that sent opening flower baskets. Okay, Mr. Lin, the secretary replied with a smile. Watching the secretary leave, Lin Qing immediately got up and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. Meimu stared at the white building below, thinking. I don't know, is the food in this newly opened restaurant, Lu Qing, good? On August 19, 2030, the 21st day of the 7th lunar month, the market should be opened. Today is a good day for the opening of Shenxianju, a Chinese restaurant jointly opened by Lu Qing and his good friend Guo Guo. No, it was not dawn. Lu Qing got up, ran into the space, and started to work hard, sorting out all the vegetables needed for today's opening, as well as chicken, duck, and fish, and consigned them to Shenxianju. Of course, on this auspicious day, Guo Guo and Aunt Zhao all got up before dawn and came to Shenxianju to start work. Haha, Xiao Lu, these vegetables you bought are really fresh. Looking at the small cart in front of her, the fresh and green vegetables revealing a fairy-like atmosphere, Aunt Zhao praised sincerely. And these fish too, they all seemed to be wild, so lively. Aunt Sun looked at the black slab-sized crucian carp jumping around in the bucket in her hand, and agreed, and she was afraid that they would jump out, and the bucket was covered with a lid. These dishes are really good, I hope these dishes will have a good start. Guo Guo, who was all smiles, looked at the vegetables in front of him, as well as chicken, duck, and fish, and said with hope. But Lu Qing didn't say anything, just smiled and moved the pork and chicken from the car into the kitchen. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Qing sent Lu Xin to the kindergarten and returned home. He changed into new clothes, pants and shoes from top to bottom. Only then did Lu Qing drive to Shenxianju to start today's opening activities. Guo Guo was similar, with a white chef hat on his head, a brand new chef uniform on his body, and a brand new pair of pants and shoes, standing beside Lu Qing with a smile on his face. I saw the entrance of Shenxianju, which was full of opening flower baskets. Of course, don't be surprised. Except for a few of these opening flower baskets, most of them were bought by Guo Guo to make up the scene. But Guo Guo remembered that he had only ordered 20 opening flower baskets, but there were 40 or 50 opening flower baskets in front of him, and he was a little confused. After a closer look, in the congratulations of these opening flower baskets, there are Tianhai Industrial Company, Limited wishing the Shenxianju a good opening, and Little Jelly wishing the Shenxianju a good opening. If it wasn't for the congratulations written on Shenxianju, Guo Guo was really afraid that the flower shop made a mistake. After all, he didn't know the person who sent the flower baskets, and he didn't know Lu Qing at all, but since everyone else sent them, so Lu Qing and Guo Guo both accepted. And the sign on the door of Shenxianju restaurant is also covered by a red cloth at the moment. Wait for a while, when the time comes, the opening will be revealed. In addition, Guo Guo also arranged a group of aunties wearing fiery red t-shirts, revealing a festive waist drum team, to play gongs and drums to celebrate the opening of Shenxianju today. Let's get started, Grasshopper. Lu Qing looked at the time in his hand and said to Guo Guo who was beside him. Okay. Guo Guo nodded and said yes. Immediately, they waved their hands to the aunts of the waist drum team. When the aunts saw the gesture, they all smiled and beat gongs and drums happily, attracting many passers-by to watch. Lu Qing and Guo Guo, on the other hand, stood on either side of the gate of Shenxianju, each holding a red cloth in their hands, and the cloth was connected to a red cloth that covered the signboard. Accompanied by the lively and festive beating of gongs and drums, Lu Qing and Guo Guo pulled their hands down at the same time, tore off the red cloth covering the signboard, slapped their hands, and congratulated each other with smiles. I wish our Shenxianju a good opening and a prosperous business. I wish our Shenxianju a good opening and a lot of money. This is the official opening of Shenxianju to welcome guests. Although I don't know if there are any guests coming at noon or at night, after the simple opening event, Guo Guo went back to the kitchen to prepare dishes. And Aunt Zhao and Aunt Sun are on the first and second floors of Shenxianju. Look here, wipe there, and inspect the hygiene inside. As for Lu Qing, after the opening event, he sat at the checkout counter, took out his mobile phone, and browsed the information in a boring way. As for the opening of Shenxianju today, Lu Qing is not sure whether there will be any customers coming to the door. After all, no advertising has been done, but Lu Qing can guarantee that as long as he has eaten here for the first time, he will definitely come again later. Time just passed by little by little. At 12 o'clock, it was time for lunch. I'm going, wife, the food here is too expensive, let's change it. A middle-aged man sat on a chair and looked at the menu in front of him. When he saw the price on the menu, the middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly took his wife and ran away. The 20th, seeing this, Guo Guo, who was sitting behind the cashier as bored as Lu Qing, said helplessly. After all, it was lunchtime, and since 11:30 just now, customers have entered the store one after another, planning to eat, but without exception, they were all scared off by the prices on the menu. As for Lu Qing, just like a normal person, he continued to read news on his mobile phone boredly to pass the time. And Guo Guo saw that the customers were scared away, and hoped that more customers would come in immediately. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, with a pair of golden glasses, smiled and invited several foreigners who were also dressed in formal clothes, meticulously dressed, and had blonde hair and blue eyes, and walked into the fairy house. Seeing this, Guo Guo hurriedly pushed Lu Qing, who was bored looking at his phone, and said, "Hey, Qinger, there are foreign guests. I don't know if they will eat here." Guo Guo was a little uncertain when he saw the group of people in front of him were dressed in suits and leather shoes and dressed as elites. Lu Qing glanced at it and said, "I think they will eat it." "Why?" Guo Guo asked in confusion. "Hey, look outside." Lu Qing pursed his lips toward the outside. "I'll go, big boss, and the driver." Guo Guo followed Lu Qing's gaze and looked out, and saw not only 2 luxury cars parked on the roadside parking space, but also 2 drivers standing there, exclaiming. Sure enough, after the leading middle-aged man sat down, he quickly opened the menu and started ordering, while Aunt Sun was recording it seriously. Seeing this, Guo Guo couldn't help but sigh, "I can finally move." Because in Guo Guo's view, today's opening is really too bleak. Wei Yuanshan is the chairman of Yuanda Foreign Trade Group Company, Limited, mainly engaged in the import and export business of bulk commodities, but a recent order has made him not want to eat or sleep at night. Because this list is not an ordinary list, but the largest list since the company was established 18 years ago. It is related to the company's future discovery and whether it can go to the next level and become one of the best foreign trade companies in the city. Couldn't sign successfully. Therefore, Wei Yuanshan, the owner of the group, has always been following up on this list, especially in order to successfully sign the contract. Wei Yuanshan went to the other company of the Laomei contract every 3 or 5 years, and gave them the qualification certificate and approval procedures. Look, the other company is very satisfied with all this, but it is stuck at the last step, and the other company is still hesitant to sign the contract. Not only that, the president of the other party's group company also personally took a private plane to visit the door today. Although they have sent several company representatives to investigate, but after all, he is the president of the other party's group company, so Wei Yuanshan has to pay attention. Early in the morning, Wei Yuanshan went to the airport to pick up the plane, then arranged a hotel for accommodation, and then took them to his company for a field inspection and research. At this time, it was time for lunch. Originally thinking of cleaning up the dust for them at night, Wei Yuanshan planned to have something downstairs in the company at noon, especially after hearing from the secretary that a new Chinese restaurant opened downstairs today, so Wei Yuanshan brought them to try it. What Wei Yuanshan could not have imagined was that the dishes cooked in this Chinese restaurant called Shenxianju were so delicious, which greatly exceeded his expectations. After all, as the owner of a large group company, has never eaten any delicacies from the mountains and seas, but the food cooked by this Chinese restaurant in front of him is the best food he has ever eaten in his life. Wei, the food in this restaurant you chose as the best Chinese food I have eaten in the past few decades, and the taste is really top-notch. Charles, who had the same feeling as Wei Yuanshan, ate the food at the round table. Then he showed a thumbs up in admiration. The others at the dinner table nodded in agreement, but they didn't speak, they were all eating their food. Charles, to be honest, I didn't know that there was such a restaurant downstairs in our company. Wei Yuanshan quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Ha ha." When everyone heard this, they all burst into laughter. In an hour, 5 people, a dozen dishes, all ate cleanly. Charles leaned back on his chair and said, "Wei, I don't think we will go to your factory to inspect this afternoon." To be honest, I think our two group companies have been in contact for so long and know so much already. I think we should go upstairs to sign the contract too. Charles continued. To thank you for this delicious meal. Such is the case with foreigners, who may be moved by an unexpected move. Really? Wei Yuanxian said excitedly when he heard it. Of course it is true, my friend, let's go upstairs to sign the contract. Charles said with certainty. Haha, let's go. Wei Yuanxian laughed loudly. As for paying the bill, of course the secretary will pay. In front of the cashier. Hello, what do you mean by giving this red envelope? Lu Qing looked at the thick red envelope handed over by the young man dressed as a secretary in front of him, and asked with some doubts. Guo Guo also looked at him with a puzzled expression. That's it, the person who dined with those foreign VIPs just now was my boss. My boss and those VIPs all complimented your family's food, and it's precisely because your family's food is so delicious. The big contract between our company and the foreign VIP company just now was successfully signed, so this red envelope was specially ordered by my boss. Thank you and congratulations on your successful opening. The young secretary replied slowly. Is there such a thing? Guo Guo felt a little incredible when he heard it. Upon hearing this, the young secretary laughed and said, haha, although it sounds unbelievable, but this is the way it is, and our boss said that only when he has VIPs in the company or the company, he will arrange to have dinner with you, so please you give me a contact information, and I will contact you in advance to get ready. After speaking, after adding Lu Qing's way, the young secretary man put down the red envelope and left. I'm going, Qinger, why do I feel so unreal, like a dream? Guo Guo said in disbelief after listening to it. He was just saying that the opening today was particularly bleak, and this time it was like a pie in the world. Isn't the red envelope here? Lu Qing pointed to a particularly large and thick red envelope on the cashier counter. Upon hearing this, Guo Guo quickly took the red envelope and opened it, counted it and exclaimed, it really is a big boss, Qinger. He gave a big red envelope of 8,888. 5. After speaking, Guo Guo put all the red envelopes into the cash register, and said with a happy face, this is our turnover today. When Lu Qing heard it, he didn't object. At this moment, a young woman wearing a white overalls and skirt walked into the immortal residence. Seeing this, Aunt Sun hurriedly received her warmly. After a few conversations, I saw Aunt Sun City excitedly brought the young woman to the cashier, and said happily, Lu, Xiao Lu, this beauty said he wants to book 10 tables. Just when Lu Qing was about to speak, Guo Guo, who was beside him, immediately asked excitedly, hello, beauty, do you really want to order 10 tables? Guo Guo is excited because all the seats in Shenxianju are 15,888, and the 10 tables are 158,888. You said why Guo Guo is not excited. Having said that, Guo Guo hurriedly showed her the menu and said, beauty, please take a look at our menu first. You can order it yourself, or order it according to our Shenxianju. Is it that expensive? When the young woman saw it, her eyes widened immediately, and then she said a little embarrassedly, hello, can you let me call first and ask for instructions, because the price of your food here is indeed a bit unexpected. It's okay. Seeing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, go. As soon as the young woman heard it, she quickly ran to the side, picked up the phone, and asked for instructions in a low voice. In less than a minute, the young woman seemed to have obtained consent, and came to the cashier and said, just order 10 tables, and then serve them according to the dishes of your restaurant. I hope the food in your restaurant must be delicious. The young woman continued. As soon as Guo Guo heard it, he immediately patted his chest and assured, beauty, you can rest assured, our food is not only delicious, but also full of you. If you eat it and say it is not delicious, our restaurant will not pay you a penny. Receive. Seeing Guo Guo's assurance, the young woman paid the deposit, added her contact information, and left Shenxianju. Qinger, are we lucky today? Pie after pie hit us directly. Guo Guo sighed as he watched the young woman disappear. I don't know if the pie hit me. Lu Qing heard this and said, but I know we have to get busy now, grasshopper. When Guo Guo heard this, he suddenly became agitated and woke up and said, yes. Yes, after all, there are 10 tables of meals. No, I can't do it all by myself. I have to call my second uncle and ask him to come and help. With that said, Guo Guo ran to the back kitchen to prepare dishes and called for help. And Lu Qing went out to drive, ready to order some dishes. Although it opened today, the restaurant is not well known and has no reputation, so Lu Qing prepared less vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and meat for the restaurant today, but unexpectedly, people came to book the restaurant on the first day of its opening, so Lu Qing prepared a table for the restaurant. Qing had to drag some dishes back. In this way, the time passed minute by minute, and it came to 7 o'clock in the evening. I saw that the first and second floors of the Shenxianju were brightly lit, and people who ordered meals at noon came to the Shenxianju one after another to sit and wait for the dishes. After all, there are only 2 waiters in the whole immortal, so Lu Qing also had to help serve the dishes, so he quickly told Lu Xin, who took over after school in the afternoon, Xin, Baba will be busy later, you must not run around. Ah, just stay in the house, okay. Well, okay, Baba. Lu Xin said happily when she heard this, her bright eyes staring strangely at the strangers who kept walking into the restaurant. As for Xiaobai and Xiaohei, they were like 2 patron saints, one left and one right beside Lu Xin. When Lu Qing saw this, he went to serve the dishes. After more than 10 minutes, all the dishes on the 10 tables were finished. Seeing that everyone was eating with relish, Lu Qing, who was standing by the side, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind Lu Qing. Lu Qing, you are. Hearing someone calling him from behind, Lu Qing turned around and looked at the man in front of him, who was 1.7 meters tall, wearing high-heeled shoes, about the same height as himself, with a beautiful face, light makeup, shawls, long hair, and a black suit. The custom-made work skirt, the beautiful woman showing the powerful president's aura, asked with some doubts. Lin Qing looked at Lu Qing's somewhat silly expression, with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and introduced himself. Hello, Lu Qing, my name is Lin Qing. Lin Qing. Seeing Lin Qing stretch out his hand, Lu Qing involuntarily stretched out his own hand, shook Lin Qing's warm and jade-like hand, and immediately parted, but hearing Lin Qing's self-introduction to his family, Lu Qing was still a little confused, because he thought about it, he did not know Lin Qing in front of him. Oh, this is. Originally, Lin Qing wanted to explain in detail, but the food was in full swing at the dining table, and the noisy crowd interrupted her. Seeing this, Lin Qing asked, Lu Qing, is there any quieter place here? It's too noisy here, it's inconvenient to talk. Quiet place. Lu Qing thought about it and replied, yes, but it's downstairs 28. Immediately, Lu Qing took Lin Qing downstairs and came to a room with the chairman's sign on the door. This room was used by Lu Qing for rest, but Guo Guo was very arrogant and added a chairman, listed on it. After coming to this quiet little room, Lu Qing invited Lin Qing to sit down, and then poured her a glass of boiled water. Lin Qing took Lu Qing's water, took a sip, moistened his throat, and then said, Lu Qing, do you remember what happened on the 15th? No. 15. Hearing Lin Qing's inexplicable question, Lu Qing was a little bit of a monk, confused. Lin Qing thought for a moment and reminded, no. 15 World Trade Center Tianji Shopping Center. After speaking, Lin Qing stared at Lu Qing with beautiful eyes and asked, do you remember? Hearing Lin Qing's words, Lu Qing remembered and replied, I remember, Xingxin and I bought clothes for her at the World Trade Fair that day. Xingxin. Who is Xingxin? Lin Qing asked with some doubts when he heard this. Although someone was invited to investigate Lu Qing, Lin Qing did not read the following information, after all, it was Lu Qing's privacy. With a smile on her face, Lu Qing replied, Xingxin is my precious daughter. You also have a daughter. Lin Qing's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Lu Qing with burning eyes. Yes, Lu Qing nodded. Then, originally, Lin Qing wanted to ask how old Lu's daughter was, but after thinking about it, he still didn't speak. But after Lu Qing said this, Lin Qing immediately returned to the original theme. Lu Qing, do you remember the little girl under 2 years old that you rescued in the World Trade Center Tianji shopping mall? How could Lu Qing forget the cute little girl he rescued that day, and immediately nodded, remember, why are you asking this? Could it be you? Lu Qing looked at Lin Qing's big eyes, and recalled the big eyes of the cute little girl who was rescued that day. They were very similar and guessed uncertainly. Could it be that Lin Qing in front of him was the mother of that little girl that day? Seeing Lu Qing guessing, Lin Qing said with a smile. Yes, Lu Qing, you guessed right, I am the mother of the little girl you rescued that day, little Jelly. After speaking, Lin Qing stood up, bowed to Lu Qing, and thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Lu Qing. If you hadn't helped me that day, I would. Lu Qing also understands the following words, and waved his hand quickly and said, Ms. Lin, I happened to meet me that day, so you don't need to thank me with such a big gift. Laughing and laughing, Lu Qing suddenly became puzzled. How did Lin Qing find himself? So he asked, That's right. Ms. Lin, how did you know I was here? When Lin Qing heard this, his ears turned red, and he said in a low voice, You were shopping in the World Trade Center Tianji shopping mall that day, didn't you leave a phone number? Check it out and you'll know. Of course, Lin Qing couldn't tell Lu Qing that she had asked someone to investigate him, and there was still a lot of information about him in the drawer of her office, so she could only make a nonsense excuse. Is that so? When Lu Qing heard this, he recalled and said, Did I leave a phone call? Because these few days have passed, many things about that day have been forgotten by Lu Qing. Seeing that Lu Qing was still thinking about that day, Lin Qing said quickly, That's it, Lu Qing, I came here today mainly to thank you for saving little Jelly that day. After speaking, Lin Qing took out his phone from his handbag and called someone outside. Then, in less than a minute, there was a loud knock at the door. Hearing this, Lu Qing opened the door. When he saw that the person knocking on the door was the young woman who came to order 10 tables at noon, he was surprised. It's you. However, the young woman did not speak, but smiled, nodded to Lu Qing, put a huge suitcase in her hand, put it on the table, and left the room. Who was this just now? Seeing that the young woman was very respectful to Lin Qing, Lu Qing looked at Lin Qing, meaning who she was. After hearing this, Lin Qing replied, She is my secretary. Secretary. Hearing Lin Qing's words, Lu Qing was startled, and after thinking about it, he seemed to have understood something, pointed to the people who were eating upstairs, and said, You arranged all the people above as well. Yeah, Lin Qing nodded without denying it. Hey, Ms. Lin, you really don't have to do this. Lu Qing immediately understood why a newly opened, unknown Chinese restaurant had people coming to book a table. Lin Qing actually did all this. 710 When Lin Qing heard this, he shook his head and said, No, Lu Qing, you don't understand. In fact, what I've done is nothing compared to your saving little Jelly. Having said that, Lin Qing came to the table, opened the password box, and saw stacks of red banknotes inside, and said, Lu Qing, the 5 million in this box is also yours, thank you for saving little Jelly. If it was the original, and still delivering takeaways, Lu Qing might consider whether to accept the money or not, but now that he has room to carry with him, and he really helped him that day, after glancing at the money in the box, Lu Qing said. Qing looked at Lin Qing's beautiful eyes, shook his head and said, You should take this money back, I don't want it. What, you don't want it? Lin Qing felt incredible when he heard it. After all, the 5 million cash was deliberately asked by Lin Qing to ask the secretary to go to the bank to withdraw it. I wanted to make it more impactful for people to see, otherwise Lin Qing would have written a check. Lu Qing shook his head with certainty. I really don't want this money, Ms. Lin. A.J. Just when Lin Qing was about to persuade Lu Qing to accept the money no matter what, with a bang, the door of the house was suddenly opened, and the young woman just now, Lin Qing's secretary, appeared at the door. Looking flustered, he said with a cry. Mr. Lin, little Jelly is gone. What, little Jelly is gone? When Lin Qing heard this, his heart tightened, and he couldn't believe it. I just went to the toilet, and when I came out, I found that the little Jelly was gone. Lin Qing's secretary was tearful and explained. I searched everywhere just now, but I didn't see the little Jelly man, so I came to look for you right away. It's just that, before the secretary finished speaking, Lin Qing ran out anxiously and looked for little Jelly. Is the little Jelly gone? Lu Qing, who was on the side, was also startled when he heard this, and said in disbelief, How is this possible? 5. After all, there are so many people eating in the restaurant now, how could it be impossible for even a child to watch? Then Lu Qing followed Lin Qing and ran out quickly. When she came to the hall, she saw Lin Qing, who was in a panic, like a headless fly, bent over, look here, look there. Lu Qing saw this and comforted her, Don't panic, look at this hall. There are so many people here, I will ask, and someone must know. After speaking, Lu Qing ran over and asked everyone who was eating. When everyone heard it, they all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't pay attention or didn't see it. Well, why didn't you see it? Seeing everyone who was eating and not seeing it, Lu Qing was a little disappointed. Hey, isn't Aunt Sun staring there? Then, Lu Qing saw Aunt Sun just standing on the left side of the gate, staring at the dining guests at a table beside her who needed to be served. Her position was just enough to clearly see everything going in and out of the gate. So, Lu Qing hurriedly came to Aunt Sun and asked, Aunt Sun, did you see a little girl who is about this tall and less than 2 years old here just now? Lu Qing said and gestured. Yes, aren't these 2 little guys playing there? When Aunt Sun heard this, she hurriedly smiled and pointed to the place where they were playing together. Lu Qing was a little puzzled when he heard it. Isn't it obvious that there are only small jelly? Yes. When Aunt Sun heard this, she replied, in your heart, I saw that the 2 little guys were having a good time. Why are these 2 little guys missing? Saying that, Aunt Sun looked at the 2 little guys who were still playing in that position just now, and now she looked straight at them, and she couldn't help but wonder. What? When Lu Qing heard this, he was immediately surprised. How did Lu Xin and little Jelly get together? Didn't I tell Lu Xin just now to stay on the sofa and not run around? Then, Lu Qing looked to the right side of the door where the sofa was placed, and saw that Lu Xin had long since disappeared, not even Xiaobai and Xiaohei. When Lu Qing saw this, he was immediately worried because Lu Xin was also gone. I didn't realize it just now, mainly because Lu Qing's attention was focused on little Jelly, so after Aunt Sun's reminder, only now did I realize that Lu Xin was gone too. Little Lu, what the hell is going on? Aunt Sun asked in confusion when she saw Lu Qing's flustered expression. When Lu Qing heard this, she quickly told the story about the disappearance of little Jelly, and then found out that Lu Xin was also missing, and told Aunt Sun. When Aunt Sun heard it, she immediately exclaimed, what? Lu Xin is called Xiao Xiao. Jelly girls are gone. Yeah, Lu Qing nodded and said, and then hurriedly prepared to find someone. After hearing what Lu Qing said, Aunt Sun, who was also going to help find someone, looked up and saw the machine above her head. She quickly stopped Lu Qing, pointed her finger and said, Xiao Lu, isn't it installed in our restaurant? Lu Qing followed the direction of Aunt Sun's finger and looked up, and saw a silver-white surveillance camera on top of her head, rotating 360 degrees. Seeing this, Lu Qing couldn't help but patted his forehead and said, how can I put the store in the store? Forgot the surveillance. The monitoring in the store is mainly to protect the safety of the property in the store, and it was installed. I didn't expect it to be used now. Immediately, Lu Qing hurriedly stopped, and was about to go up to the 2nd floor, and ask the company's employees to look for the little Jelly Lin Qing, saying, Ms. Lin, we have surveillance in our store, go to the office computer and watch the surveillance video playback. You know, little Jelly went there with my daughter. Your daughter? Lin Qing was a little puzzled when he heard this. Yeah, Lu Qing nodded and replied, Xingxin and little Jelly are playing together. After finishing speaking, Lu Qing hurriedly took Lin Qing back to the office where he stayed just now, and then turned on the surveillance video on the computer to play back. Quickly back and played the surveillance video just now. Lu Qing quickly found the video of Lu Xin and little Jelly playing together. I saw the 2 people on the sofa laughing happily, and even Xiaobai and Xiaohei next to them kept shaking their heads and tails, looking happy. Then Lu Xin and little Jelly got up, and walked into the restaurant hand in hand, and then the video kept fast forwarding. Lu Qing saw the 2 little guys holding hands walking through the back door of Shenxianju towards the commercial pedestrian street behind Xiaobai logo. Seeing this, Lu Qing and Lin Qing couldn't help but raise their hearts to their throats. Without him, they could see the endless crowds on the commercial pedestrian street behind from the surveillance video. Seeing this, Lu Qing and Lin Qing hurriedly ran to the commercial pedestrian street behind. They just walked out of the back door of Shenxianju, walked up a few steps, and saw a flower bed above and a bench behind the flower bed. I saw a little girl who was about 3 years old, with a pink and jade-like appearance, and was leading a cute little sister who was less than 2 years old, sitting on the bench. This is not who Lu Xin and little Jelly are. Call. Seeing that the 2 guys were safe and sound, Lu Qing raised the heart in his throat and immediately put it down, heaving a sigh of relief. Lin Qing, who followed Lu Qing, followed Lu Qing's gaze and saw Xiao Jelly and Lu Xin sitting on the bench, and he was also relieved. But after seeing the two little guys, Lu Qing didn't call them out, and watched Lu Xin apply lipstick to little Jelly with great interest. Yes, you read that right, Lu Xin is really applying lipstick to little Jelly, but it's just very artistic. I can see that little Jelly's delicate lips and around are covered with crimson lipstick, like a bloodbath. Mouth the same. Not only that, Lu Qing also found that the Hainan Wanghuili bracelet she had brought to Lu Xin was put on the neck of the little Jelly, and she saw a big mouth with blood, matched with the big beads on the neck. Lu Qing couldn't help but want to laugh, because it was so funny. When Lin Qing saw this, Mei Mu glared at Lu Qing. Lu Qing hurriedly restrained himself from laughing, because Lu Xin was almost the same, and the lipstick on his entire mouth was like a tabby cat, which was obviously a masterpiece of little Jelly. However, when Lu Qing saw Lu Xin Qian Chenjiao in front of Xiao Jelly, squatting and aggrieved, two eyes were painted with lipstick as panda eyes, and Xiao Bai and Xiao were painted with zebra crossing. When it was dark, Lu Qing couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Ha ha. Baba. Lu Xin and little Jelly heard someone laughing behind them, and they turned around and saw Lu Qing standing behind them. Mama. And the little Jelly also saw Lin Qing, and the little face cried out in surprise. Afterwards, Lu Qing and Lin Qing led Lu Xin and little Jelly to the Shenxianju respectively. Lu Xin held Lu Qing's hand and asked as he walked, Baba, Baba, can I sleep with little Jelly's sister tonight? When the little Jelly on the side saw this, she acted coquettishly and said to Lin Qing, Mama, Mama, I'm going to sleep with sister Xingxin tonight. Chapter 51. What, you two little ones want to sleep together tonight? When Lu Qing and Lin Qing heard this, they couldn't help but stop and looked at Lu Xin and little Jelly beside them. Yes, Mama, have you seen this bead on my neck? This is what Sister Xingxin gave me, and Sister Xingxin also said that she has a lot of paintings at home, and she even gave me a pair. When little Jelly, who was less than 2 years old, heard it, she immediately replied with a milky voice and a serious face. That's right, Baba, can you let little Sister Jelly sleep in our house? On the other side, Lu Xin shook Lu Qing's hand and looked at Lu Qing with satisfaction and begging with big bright eyes. Although I don't know how these two little guys met, and all of a sudden, their relationship has become so good, but hearing that the two want to sleep in the same bed tonight, Lu Qing didn't know what to do. He replied, this. Immediately, he looked at Lin Qing next to him, meaning that you can decide. In fact, Lu Qing did not object to the little Jelly sleeping in his own home. After all, he was crazy when he was a child, and he also spent the night at other friends' houses. No, when Lin Qing heard this, his eyebrows stood upright, and he refused righteously. Although he knew that Lu Qing had a very good heart, Xiao Jelly was very dishonest when sleeping at night and was afraid to trouble Lu Qing, so Lin Qing refused without hesitation. When Lin Qing said this, it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. When little Jelly heard it, her mouth shrunk, and she burst into tears. No matter how Lin Qing coaxed or said, Xiaoguo's tears couldn't stop flowing out, which meant that if you didn't agree to come down, I kept crying. Good guy, the little Jelly here was crying sadly, and when Lu Xin over there saw this, she burst into tears. Okay, let's sleep together tonight. Seeing the little Jelly in front of him, and Lu Xin, who were crying and singing together, Lin Qing sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement immediately. Real. When little Jelly heard this, her crying stopped abruptly, and she looked at Lin Qing with a pair of big watery eyes that were still full of tears. She couldn't believe it. Really? Looking at the little Jelly in front of him who was less than 2 years old and looked like a ghost, Lin Qing agreed with certainty. Yeah, I can sleep with my sister Xingxin today. Seeing Lin Qing agree, little Jelly hurriedly stretched out her fleshy little hands, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said happily on her face. Lu Xin was similar to little Jelly, and then the two little guys held hands and walked into the Shenxianju restaurant with laughter and laughter. Then the little Jelly can only live in your house today, please trouble you. Looking at the backs of little Jelly and Lu Xin jumping around, Lin Qing turned around and looked at Lu Qing beside him, and said a little embarrassedly. Hey, what's the matter? I often slept at other friends' houses when I was young. When Lu Qing heard this, he waved his hand and replied with a smile. When Lin Qing heard this, he nodded slightly, but said nothing. 9-page M. Because Lin Qing specially arranged for company employees to come to eat to support the popularity, the business of Shenxianju at night was several times better than at noon. Apart from the 10 tables of meals ordered by Lin Qing, on the first and second floors of Shenxianju, there were sparsely a dozen tables of guests. Lu Qing was very happy, because it was completely beyond his surprise, and when his best friend Guo Guo saw this, he couldn't help but laugh, because today is indeed a good start. After turning around, Lu Qing saw Lu Xin and Little Jelly, who were playing on the sofa in the hall, both listless and dozing off. Seeing this, Lu Qing immediately greeted Guo Guo, as well as Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao, and then left with Lu Xin and Little Jelly, and drove home. Of course, Lin Qing is also there. Do you live here? After Lin Qing got out of the car, he looked at the old-fashioned Tongzalo community built in the 1980s, with no stairs and no greenery. Yes, we live on the 6th floor of Unit 2 over there. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Immediately, Lu Xin led Little Jelly, and Xiaobai and Xiaohei walked in front, walking upstairs to the house, while Lu Qing and Lin Qing followed them upstairs. I saw you laughing, come in and sit. After Lu Qing opened the door, he faced Lin Qingdao behind him. As for Lu Xin and Little Jelly, they entered Lu Xin's room the moment the door was opened. No, I think this house is very warm. After entering the door, Lin Qing looked at the house where Lu Qing lived, which was much better than she imagined, and saw that the house was spotless and all the items were neatly arranged. Hee hee. When Lu Qing heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Mama, look, this is a painting given to me by Sister Xingxin. At this moment, Little Jelly came out holding a pair of oil paintings framed by Hainan Wanghuili wood, with a fleshy little face, very happy. Is this drawn by the heart? 33. Lin Qing took it from Little Jelly, looked at the exquisite oil painting in front of him, and said in shock. Although he didn't know how to paint, Lin Qing couldn't believe it when he looked at the colorful paint in his hand and painted a beautiful painting. She painted it, and every time I saw that she would bring back 1 or 2 works, so I framed them and put them in her room. Lu Qing replied when she heard it. Because he was like Lin Qing, although he couldn't appreciate these oil paintings, he simply thought Lu Xin's paintings were good-looking, so Lu Qing framed them in wooden frames. Afterwards, Lin Qing came to Lu Xin's room and saw that there were more than 10 paintings hanging in it. Not only that, but in Lu Xin's small room, there were also several dolls stacked up. Mama, I want to sleep. Me too. Afterwards, as soon as the excitement passed, Little Jelly and Lu Xin, who had been playing wildly all night, quarreled and went to bed one after another. Okay, let's go to sleep after washing Shang, okay. When Lin Qing heard this, he immediately coaxed softly. Immediately, Lin Qing planned to give Little Jelly and Lu Xin a bath together, looked at Lu Qing and asked, do you have slippers here? I'll put them on, and I'll bathe these 2 little guys. Because Lin Qing was wearing high heels, it was inconvenient to bathe them, so they had to change into a pair of sandals. Yes. Hearing this, Lu Qing replied hesitantly, but that's what I wear. After all, he was the only big man in the family, and there were no ladies' slippers. Lu Qing was afraid she would mind. It's okay. When Lin Qing heard this, he was startled, and immediately bit his lower lip. After hearing this, Lu Qing quickly took his slippers and put them down at Lin Qing's feet. Immediately, Lin Qing sat on the sofa, hunched over and took off the socks on her feet. Seeing her slender, white feet, Lu Qing couldn't help turning her head to the side. After changing the shoes, Lu Qing led Lin Qing to the bathroom, briefly explained where the shower gel and shampoo should be placed, and then exited the bathroom. Afterwards, Lin Qingguan went to the bathroom door to give the 2 little guys a bath. After more than 20 minutes, Lu Xin and Little Jelly, who had already taken a shower, lay on the bed and fell asleep, before Lu Qing and Lin Qing exited the room. When he came to the living room outside, Lin Qing saw that Little Jelly was also asleep, so it was time for him to go back. Then he sat on the sofa, put on his socks, and said, Lu Qing, since they are all asleep, I should go back, and Little Jelly is a bit dishonest to sleep, you have to watch it later. Okay, all right. Lu Qing nodded and agreed, then I'll take you back. No, I called the driver to come and pick it up, he should be waiting downstairs, so you don't have to send me. Lin Qing, who had already put on his socks and changed his shoes, shook his head and said. Then, looking at the house with one bedroom, one living room, one bathroom and one kitchen, Lin Qing asked curiously with his beautiful eyes, "By the way, Lu Qing, where do you sleep at night?" Lu Qing pointed to the sofa behind Lin Qing and said, "Then, you just sat here. What, you sleep on the sofa at night?" When Lin Qing heard this, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. "Well, just sleeping on the sofa," Lu Qing replied. "Lu Qing, you can accept the 5 million yuan. You should think about nothing but your heart. You should have a house that belongs to you. With the 5 million yuan, you can't buy a set in the urban area for comparison. Nice house, but okay in the suburbs." Hearing Lu Qing's answer, Lin Qing began to persuade. Although the whole house is very warmly decorated, in Lin Qing's opinion it is indeed too small, too crowded, and too old, and Lu Qing said that the house is still rented, so Lin Qing said so bitterly. "Thank you for your thanks, but I really can't take that money." Lu Qing replied stubbornly, "Hey, I said you." Seeing that Lu Qing in front of him was like a piece of wood, Lin Qing felt helpless. Immediately, the door was opened, and Lin Qing walked downstairs, preparing to go home. And Lu Qing sent Lin Qing downstairs, watched her get into the car safely, then waved to her, watching the car disappear into the distance. Lu Qing then turned to go home. Hearing what Lin Qing said, Lu Qing, who opened the door when he got home, looked at the cramped and old house in front of him, and couldn't help thinking, "Looks like it's time to buy a house." The next day, Lu Qing, who slept until she woke up naturally, was the same as yesterday. She still woke up before dawn. Later, he came to his daughter Lu Xin's room and saw that the two little guys were sleeping staggered and the air conditioner was pushed aside, so Lu Qing came to the bed and put the two little guys' slanted bodies in place. After covering the quilt, he walked out of the room. After coming to the living room, Lu Qing did not rush to the bathroom to wash up, but entered the portable space with a thought, and began to prepare the vegetables and meat needed in the restaurant today. According to the demand communicated with Guo Guo before going to bed last night, Lu Qing planted the vegetables he needed, and slaughtered chickens and ducks. Immediately, Lu Qing exited the space and went downstairs. At 5 o'clock in the morning, it was just dawn and there was no one there. He got into the car and carried the vegetables and meat that he had just prepared out of the space. The car that Lu Qing drove today was not the Wuling Ronghua micro card he bought earlier, but a magic car called Wuling Ronguang Bread. This car belonged to Guo Guo and was bought from a second-hand car dealer. At that time, Guo Guo's girlfriend Qin Lu wanted to go out to play, and felt that it was inconvenient to not have a car, and Guo Guo had no money at the time, so he thought about buying this car. According to him, this car is durable, but Guo Guo after the country bought this car, Qin Lu never sat in it once. The reason why Lu Qing drove this car back was mainly because there were Lu Xin, Xiao Jelly, and Lin Qing last night, plus him, the 4 people the micro card bought earlier could not fit at all. After taking out the prepared vegetables and meat from the space, Lu Qing immediately started the car and drove to Shenxianju. However, the gate of Shenxianju was closed at this time, because Guo Guo and Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao were busy until 11 o'clock last night. It was not because of how much business there was, but because the guests didn't leave until they ate so late. Moreover, I heard Guo Guo say last night that the turnover of the first day of yesterday's opening exceeded 200,000, which made Guo Guo happy, but Lu Qing knew that all the 10 tables ordered by Lin Qing were occupied. Big head. So yesterday's turnover was actually not much. Opening the back door of Shenxianju, Lu Qing moved hundreds of vegetables and meats from the car into the kitchen by himself. It took nearly 10 minutes for Lu Qing to move all of them. Afterwards, he called Guo Guo and reminded him that Lu Qing turned the car back and prepared to wash up and make breakfast. 9:30 in the morning. The sky is clear and clear. After breakfast, Lu Qing drove Lu Xin to her master, Mr. Liang, a great painter, to learn how to paint, while Little Jelly was picked up by Lin Qing after breakfast. Inside the courtyard where Liang Laozi lived. "Hey, what did you say you were doing?" Mr. Liang looked at Lu Qing in front of him, and whether Timmy, oil, vegetables and meat moved to his house, he didn't know why. "What do you know, old man? This is Xiao Lu's intention. What, can you refuse something that is delivered to your door?" When Aunt Liang with gray hair heard it, she glared at Mr. Liang and said angrily. He quickly helped Lu Qing with a smile on his face, and brought him rice, oil, vegetables, chicken and fish to the kitchen. Look at how tender and fresh these vegetables are, and how lively the wild carp are. Aunt Liang looked at the vegetables and fish brought by Lu Qing and became more and more happy. As she said that, Aunt Liang suddenly complained. Those apprentices like the white-eyed wolves you taught, all of them have become painters, and they don't even have a bubble during the festival. Oh, you can do it, stop talking, I'll take the little girl to the studio. Listening to his wife's rambles, Mr. Liang waved his hands a little unbearably, and took Lu Xin to the studio next to him. At this time, Lu Qing also moved all the things into the kitchen and put them away, then clapped his hands and said, Aunt Liang, I've put this thing away, then I'll go first. Xiao Lu, are you leaving without lunch? Aunt Liang asked with some doubts. Lu Qing smiled and replied, No, Aunt Liang, I recently opened a restaurant with my friends and I have to go back and watch, so I went back first. By the way, Aunt Liang, in the future, you will have no more vegetables and rice here. Let me know. When I send my heart to learn to paint, I will send it to you by the way. Lu Qing went on to say. After all, Mr. Liang, as a well-known painter in China, took Lu Xin as his apprentice for free, taught her to draw, and even had lunch at noon. Lu Qing thought about it. Anyway, I sent Lu Xin to paint today. Vegetable meat or something, so this is the scene in front of me. When Aunt Liang heard this, she said with a smile on her face, how embarrassing this is. What's the matter? It's just a matter of course. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and said, Then I'll go, Aunt Liang. After finishing speaking, Lu Qing came to the door, where he parked, opened the door and got in the car, then started the car and left, heading for Shenxianju. 0 more than half an hour later, Lu Qing drove his car to Shenxianju, parked the car outside the gate, and then got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Lu Qing looked around and found that he had nothing to do at all, so he went to the cashier, sat on a chair, took out his mobile phone, and browsed the house information. Listening to what Lin Qing said last night, Lu Qing felt that it was time for him to buy a house. After all, he is not out of money, and it is not good to keep renting a house, so this house must be bought. Fortune Seaview Garden. The houses in the community look very good. Zonghai Jinyuan. It seems that this building can also be used. Lu Qing carefully browsed the newly developed community buildings that he thought was good, and then kept them all, ready to take a look in the afternoon in his spare time. After all, it's already 11 o'clock, it's almost time for dinner, and I'm going to start getting busy. It's not good to go out to see the house now. After reading the house information, Lu Qing habitually opened WeChat and read the news above. But of course Lu Qing saw the air ticket information of a couple who were full of scholar-like air and in their early 50s and 60s in the moments, and couldn't help laughing. Haha, it seems that I can't see the house this afternoon. Uncles and aunts are back, they have to go to the airport to pick them up. Don't look at Lu Qing smiling so happily, but the uncles and aunts in Lu Qing's mouth are actually not related to him at all, because they are Lu Qing's landlords. The reason why Lu Qing smiled so happily was mainly because the Fang couple was really kind to Lu Qing and his daughter, and they didn't expect anything in return. Lu Qing still clearly remembers what it looked like when they rented their house just a year ago, wandering alone in a foreign country, alone with 2-year-old Lu Xin, going out every day to deliver food. The landlord and his wife saw this, not only minus him for most of the monthly rent, let him give a token amount. Sometimes, the landlord and his wife are resting at home on vacation, and they ask Lu Qing to leave Lu Xin with them, and they help take care of Lu Xin. Of course, the most important thing is that the landlord and his wife also let Lu Xin enter a nearby kindergarten through their personal connections, read books, and get such a good enlightenment education. After all, Lu Qing was just a hard worker who delivered takeaways every day. It didn't matter if he had no money or power, how could he do this? You know, knowing that Lu Xin could go to a nearby kindergarten at the time made Lu Qing happy, otherwise, Lu Xin would be sent back to his hometown to study. But after all, it was her own shit and urine to pull it big. Watching Lu Xin go from baby to toddler, from crawling to learning to walk, from the first time she spoke, she was called Baba, so Lu Qing was really reluctant to send Lu Xin back to study. Therefore, the kindness of the landlord couple, Lu Qing has always kept in mind. No, seeing the landlord's uncle and auntie coming back, if they were still delivering food, Lu Qing wouldn't have any idea of picking them up, but now it's different. Qing intends to pick up the plane. 2 in the afternoon. After the busy time of noon, Lu Qing saw that it was almost the same time, and was ready to go to the airport to pick up the uncle and aunt of the landlord. Because on the air tickets posted by his landlord, uncle and aunt, it was found that their plane landed at 3:30 in the afternoon. Immediately, Lu Qing looked at the phone beside him, Guo Guodao, who was passing the boring time. Hey, Grasshopper, I'll leave it to you in the store. I'll go to the airport to pick up my landlord, uncle and auntie. Pick up the landlord's uncle and aunt. When Guo heard this, he was a little puzzled and asked, what is the relationship? That's my landlord, Lu Qing answered. Having said that, Lu Qing came to the parking place outside, opened the door, got in the car, and drove to the airport. 40 minutes later, taking the Ring Expressway, Lu Qing galloped all the way to the Modu International Airport, Terminal T2, parked the car in the underground garage, and then took the elevator upstairs to the landing exit of the landlord's uncle and aunt's plane. These are all inquired from the ticket. After waiting boredly for more than half an hour, Lu Qing saw a middle-aged couple in their early 50s and 60s, both wearing black-rimmed glasses and full of scholarly curls, pushing their luggage, walk out. Seeing these two people, Lu Qing quickly waved to them with a smile and shouted, Aunt Guo, Uncle Li. Because these two are Lu Qing's landlord Uncle Li and Aunt Guo. Hey, why are you here? Uncle Li heard Lu Qing's familiar voice, then saw him, and then pushed his luggage to Lu Qing's body, and said in disbelief. Hey, Uncle Li, Aunt Guo, I saw the ticket information you posted, so I came to pick you up. Lu Qing looked at the two in front of him with a smile and replied. Hey, no, why didn't you go to work today? When Uncle Li thought about it, something was amiss. Although it was Saturday, he knew that Lu Qing's work as a rider was basically endless. How could he come over to pick him up specially today? I have resigned, Uncle Li, and now I don't work as a food delivery driver. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing answered truthfully. Xiao Lu, didn't you do a good job? Why did you suddenly quit? Aunt Guo was originally a sentimental person. When she heard that Lu Qing had resigned, she asked worriedly. Aunt Guo, don't worry, it's like this, my friend and I opened a Chinese restaurant, so I didn't do the original job and resigned. Seeing the worried look of the landlord's aunt, Lu Qing quickly explained. Later, let's go there for dinner, and then I'll show you. Lu Qing went on to say. Okay, your kid is like a sullen thunder, the cash has finally opened up, and you have learned to do business. When Uncle Li heard this, a gratified smile appeared on his face. After all, after a year of contact, in Uncle Li's eyes, Lu Qing is an honest person, and it is absolutely impossible for him to do business. Hey, hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Then, Lu Qing hurriedly took the luggage from them and said, Let's go, Uncle Li, and Aunt Guo, let's go down, my car is parked in the underground garage below. That's right, let's go back and talk. Uncle Li nodded in agreement. Immediately, Lu Qing watched as he took the luggage and took the lead, walked in front, went downstairs, and walked to the parking spot. Is this your car for grocery shopping? Following Lu Qing to the parking spot, seeing the van in front of him, the landlord Uncle Li couldn't help asking. That's right, Lu Qing replied as he put his luggage into the car. After the release, Lu Qing was afraid and said, Let's go, Uncle Li, Aunt Guo, let's get in the car and go home. Afterwards, the three of them got into the car together. After seeing that they were seated, Lu Qing started the car and walked to the rented house, because the two landlords lived downstairs of Lu Qing. After an hour, Lu Qing drove the car, returned to the downstairs of the rented community, parked the car, got out of the car, and moved the luggage of the landlords, Uncle Li and Aunt Guo, to their house, and then said goodbye. Then I said to leave first. Uncle Li, Aunt Guo, at 7 o'clock in the evening, I will come and pick you up to eat at the restaurant that my friend and I open. Go. The landlord, Uncle Li, responded quickly with a smile. Then Lu Qing left and drove to pick up Lu Xin. Early 7 in the evening. Inside the Shenxianju restaurant. Oh, your restaurant is so big. Uncle Li, who was taken over by Lu Qing, looked at the restaurant in front of him and said in amazement. Because Uncle Li originally thought that the restaurant opened by Lu Qing was just a small facade, but after seeing the Shenxianju restaurant at this time, it was completely beyond his expectations. Aunt Guo on the side also nodded in agreement. And Lu Xin was naturally overjoyed when she saw the two of them returning home. At this time, Zheng Kai was holding Aunt Guo's hand and didn't let it go. Then, after a brief look at the entire restaurant, Lu Qing invited, "Let's go, Uncle Li and Aunt Guo, let's go to dinner, let the two of you taste how the dishes in our restaurant taste." 0. After speaking, he led the two old people to a table of prepared meals, which Lu Qing called Guo Guo to prepare in advance. "Your food looks pretty good, doesn't it?" Uncle Li looked at the dishes on the table in front of him with complete colors and aromas, and said with admiration. Then everyone sat down to eat. Uncle Li and Aunt Guo were full of praise for the meal, because Lu Qing's restaurant was really good, and in the end, they basically couldn't hold their stomachs, so the two stopped their chopsticks. After eating and drinking, Lu Qing drove them back. Uncle Li and Aunt Guo's house. Aunt Guo thought that she had only been out for 20 days during the summer vacation, and Lu Qing had undergone such a change, and she couldn't help but sigh, "This child is really unexpected." Haha, what's wrong with this? It shows that this child is really enlightened. When Uncle Li heard this, he laughed and said with great relief. And Lu Qing here naturally didn't know the evaluation of the two old people, because he was thinking about one thing, about the house. Because Lu Qing just received a call from old sister Lu Ling saying that she is going to sign up for school at the end of the month, and her parents will send her to the magic capital. Lu Qing was very happy to hear the news, but then she became worried, because he can't live with so many people here, and it's impossible for him to ask his parents to go to a hotel or something. So Lu Qing immediately decided, this house must be bought tomorrow. The next day, early morning, 5 in the morning. As usual, Lu Qing opened his eyes and woke up. He immediately got up and stretched his muscles. Then he came to his daughter Lu Xin's room, opened the door, and saw Lu Xin on the bed, snoring lightly, covering the room. Put on the quilt and sleep soundly. Enter. Seeing Lu Xin sleeping soundly, a faint smile appeared on Lu Qing's face, then he closed the door gently, moved into the space with a thought, and prepared the vegetables and meat needed for the immortal residence today. After just a few thoughts, all the vegetables and meat needed were prepared, and after feeding the red and white koi in the pool, as well as the other 3 koi, some bait, Lu Qing withdrew from the space. Then he went downstairs, came to the car, looked around and confirmed that no one was there. Lu Qing quickly took out the vegetables and killed poultry meat that had just been planted in the space, put them on the car, and then started the car and went to the gods' home start. Early in the morning, although there was no traffic jam, Lu Qing drove the car to deliver the food. After this trip, nearly 2 hours had passed. When he got home, Lu Qing started to wash and then made breakfast. Lu Qing's breakfast is very simple. The porridge is made from the leaves of green vegetables grown in the space, and he fries 2 eggs for himself and Lu Xin, and then goes downstairs to buy a basket of xiaolongbao. Seeing that breakfast was ready and it was 8 o'clock, Lu Qing immediately came to Lu Xin's room to wake her up. Lu Xin didn't have any energy to get up. Because of the nourishment of the space pool every day, the little guy was in high spirits every day. Baba. Seeing Lu Qing calling her, Lu Xin opened her eyes and shouted happily. Seeing Lu Xin wake up, Lu Qing said with a smile on his face, "Get up, Xin Xin." 8 or 90. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Xin said crisply, then lifted the quilt and got out of bed, picked up his clothes and trousers and put them on by himself, then ran to the bathroom to wash. Okay, the hair is combed, let's eat. After rinsing her teeth and washing her face, Lu Xin sat obediently on the small stool, while Lu Qing sat on the sofa, combed Lu Xin's hair, and braided 2 cute little braids. Lu Qing finally said with satisfaction. Yeah, Lu Xin nodded. Then, the father and daughter came to the dining table and had breakfast. Baba, can I go downstairs to Grandma Guo's house to play today? Lu Xin ate half of the porridge in the bowl and asked Lu Qing with her bright eyes wide open. Of course you can. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Because there are still vegetables and poultry in the kitchen for the downstairs landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo. These are all prepared together when you get up in the morning to prepare the dishes that Shenxianju needs, but it is too early after all, so Lu Qing I plan to send it later. Since Lu Xin wants to go down and play, it just happens to be together. Hearing this, Lu Xin nodded happily, and immediately started to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Qing carried a pile of vegetables and followed Lu Xin downstairs to the house of the landlords, Uncle Li and Aunt Guo. Grandma Guo. When Aunt Guo in the room heard someone knocking on the door, she quickly opened the door. When Lu Xin saw her, she hurriedly shouted happily, "Whoops, baby, come in, come in." When Aunt Guo saw Lu Xin, she said with a loving look on her face. Afterwards, Lu Qing followed Lu Xin and walked in. "Aunt Guo, I'll put these vegetables and meat in the kitchen for you. Later, you can organize them and put them in the refrigerator." 5. Lu Qing, who was holding a pile of vegetables, walked into the room and said, "What are you saying, boy, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Uncle Li, who was beside him, was unhappy. "Uncle Li, didn't you and Aunt Guo just come back? We don't have anything at home." Hearing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile, "No, didn't I open a restaurant with my friends? I have to buy a lot of dishes every day, and this dish is not available there, so I took it for you too. Click here." Having said that, Lu Qing couldn't help but refuse, and quickly took the vegetables in his arms into the kitchen and put them away. Then he came out and said, "Uncle Li, Aunt Guo, I want to play with you for a while, so." Okay. It's just that before Lu Qing finished speaking, Uncle Li waved his hand and said, "Go and do your own thing, we will help you take care of your child." After all, I went to the restaurant opened by Lu Qing yesterday, such a big stall, it must be watched all the time. Hearing this, Lu Qing quickly smiled and said, "Thanks then, Uncle Li and Aunt Guo." After speaking, Lu Qing left their house and walked downstairs. After going downstairs, Lu Qing did not rush to drive to Shenxianju, but got into the car, took out his mobile phone, opened the real estate information saved yesterday, and checked it. After all, the night before yesterday, after hearing what Lin Qing said, the house in front of him was crowded, old and rented, so Lu Qing was thinking about buying a house. In addition, the old girl will soon come to Modu to go to college, and her parents will also send her there. Although her parents do not know if she will live for a long time, Lu Qing feels that it is imminent to buy this house. After all, buying a house is not buying clothes. If you don't like it, you can change it again. You have to choose and compare more when buying a house. So Lu Qing called Guo Guo last night and said that he would not go there today, so he should take more care touch. Because Lu Qing intends to spend a whole day looking at the house today, if he is not satisfied, he will continue to look at it tomorrow until he can buy the house. Fortune Seaview Garden. Zhongjingyuan Garden. It seems that the kindergarten where they are studying is far away. Lu Qing looked at the newly opened real estate information saved on the phone yesterday, and couldn't help frowning. Mainly because I didn't check it in detail yesterday, but after a closer look today, Lu Qing found that the new discs saved yesterday were not suitable. After deleting the real estate information saved yesterday, Lu Qing searched for the nearby newly opened real estate on his mobile phone. Jingyu Garden. Zonghai Grand View. Soon Lu Qing searched out the two newly opened properties closest to his location. On the map, Lu Qing saw that these two new properties were only 3 kilometers away from his current location, but one was in the east and the other was in the west. Exactly the opposite direction. Then let's go to this Jingyu Garden first. After checking the distance, Lu Qing decided. Immediately, Lu Qing started the car and drove to the real estate Jingyu Garden. Less than 10 minutes, Lu Qing followed the map navigation and came to the sales department of Jingyu Garden, parked the car, and walked in. Although it was only early 10 o'clock, Lu Qing walked in and found that there were quite a lot of people in the sales department of this newly opened property. Most of the people crowded in front of the sand table inside and listened to the introduction of the staff of the sales department. "Sir, are you here to see the room?" At this moment, a staff member of the sales department greeted Lu Qing with a smile on his face when he saw Lu Qing coming in. Lu Qing nodded and asked, "Hello, do you have a large-sized house here?" When the sales staff heard this, they said disappointedly, "Sir, I'm really sorry, all the large-sized houses in Jingyu Garden have been sold out, and now there are only small 2-bedroom houses left. Sir, if you are free, I can take you to see it, maybe you will like it." The staff of the sales department continued with a professional smile. "A 2-bedroom. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing shook his head and thanked, "Thanks, I'll take a look." You must know that there are currently 5 people in the family, so there must be more than 4 bedrooms, so a small-sized house is not in Lu Qing's consideration at all. Immediately, Lu Qing left the sales office and drove to another new property. Chuya is a salesperson of the newly opened real estate sales department of Zhonghai Dogwon. She has only been in this company for half a year, but because she is a newcomer, she is often crowded out or snapped up by other old employees. After all, their newly opened real estate is a large apartment. The average price of a house is more than 81,000 square meters, and a single suite costs more than 8 million yuan. Therefore, their real estate is not as many people as other compact real estate. No, Chuya has been waiting at the gate for almost 2 hours, and she has not received a single guest to visit the room. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Chuya saw a luxury car approaching in the distance. The brand Chuya knew, it was called Bentley, and when she saw this luxurious Bentley driving over and parked at the door, Chuya couldn't help but be overjoyed. Because she received the reception at the door, the guests who got on and off the Bentley in front of her belonged to her. But at this moment, a young woman, like her, wearing a black overall skirt, saw this luxurious Bentley in front of the window, and immediately took the lead, ran outside, and came to the door of the Bentley, full of waiting with a smile. Yi Mei, you. Chuya saw that the guest she was about to receive was snatched away by her colleague Yi Mei, and she was so angry that tears rolled in her eyes, while her colleague Yi Mei, like a normal person, didn't hear it, greeted the Bentley with a smile on her face. A middle-aged couple in jeweled clothes getting out of the car. When several of his sales staff in the sales department saw this, they hated that they were running slow just now. After all, the luxurious middle-aged couple in front of them looked like rich people, so the probability of buying a house would be much higher. At this time, a magical Wuling Hongguang van drove over and parked beside the Bentley. A young man with short hair and plain clothes immediately got out of the car. The sales department who were sitting in front of the window all turned their eyes to one side after seeing the young man who got off the magic car in front of them, either looking at their mobile phones or magazines. When Chuya saw this, she found that everyone did not accept him, so she quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, smiled, and greeted the young man who had just walked in the door. Hello, sir, welcome to our Zhonghai Grand View, may I ask you, sir? Come to see the house? 5. Well, yes, Lu Qing replied. The young man in front of him who got off the Wuling Hongguang van was none other than Lu Qing, who had just arrived from another sales department. Then please come here with me, let's take a look at the sand table of our Zhonghai Grand View. When Chuya heard this, her eyes brightened, and she introduced as she walked. Our real estate is a large-sized house, with an area ranging from 138 to 188 square meters. Really, that beauty, let me introduce you. Lu Qing's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately became interested. Because he is now looking for a large-sized house. Then Lu Qing followed Chuya to the sand table of the house. Sir, look here, this house is one of our large units, with an area of 138 square meters, 3 bedrooms, 2 halls, 2 bathrooms and 1 kitchen. Before coming to the sand table, Chuya began to introduce. This apartment has an area of 168 square meters, 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, and there is also a small study here, and our houses here are all hardcover. When Lu Qing heard this, he couldn't help frowning when he looked at the sand table of the real estate in front of him, because he felt that the sand table of the real estate in front of him was not as specific and comfortable as the existing house. So Lu Qing asked, Beauty, do you have an existing house here? I want to go check it out. Do you want to see the house? When Chuya heard this, she was startled, and her expression was a little hesitant. Because many customers do not have a strong buying intention, they will not take them to see the existing house, especially Lu Qing, who just wants to see the existing house without asking anything. Yes. Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. Seeing Lu Qing's affirmation, Chuya bit her lip and nodded her head. Okay, sir, please wait for me for a while, I'll go get the key. Lu Qing nodded and said yes. Immediately Chuya went to get the key. Lu Qing waited for less than a minute, and saw her walking out of the room. Come on, sir. After taking the key, Chuya came to Lu Qing and said. When Lu Qing heard this, she nodded and followed her. After exiting the sales office, turn right, Lu Qing followed Chuya into the community, Lu Qing saw the community. Even in midsummer, there were green grass and trees, and he couldn't help but nodded secretly and felt good. Then Lu Qing followed Chuya for 3 or 4 minutes, came to a building, and took the elevator to the 9th floor. Click. Chuya took out the key to open the door and introduced. Please come in, sir. This house is the largest house in our Zhonghai Dongguan, with an area of 188 square meters, 4 bedrooms, 2 halls, 3 bathrooms, and a study. When Lu Qing saw this beautifully decorated large flat-story house, his eyes lit up, because this kind of house was the one that Lu Qing planned to buy. Afterwards, Lu Qing followed Chu Ya's introduction, walked and looked at it, nodding with satisfaction. The spacious and bright living room, as well as the master bedroom, Lu Qing was very satisfied. However, when Lu Qing came to the 2 second bedrooms, his brows wrinkled directly into a Sichuan character, because the area of the second bedroom is too small. Compared to the spacious and bright master bedroom, it is directly half smaller, with a pigeon cage. Same, just enough to fit the next bed. Chuya on the side saw Lu Qing, who was very satisfied just now, but now her brows are frowning, and she could not help but ask cautiously, "How is it, sir? Do you still feel satisfied with this house?" When Lu Qing heard this, she did not answer her, but asked, "Beauty, do you have a bigger house here?" "What?" When Chuya heard this, her 2 eyebrows suddenly jumped up in surprise, her big eyes bulged, staring into 2 or 2 large circles, and a small mouth opened wide as she looked at Lu Qing. The reason why Chuya is like this is mainly that Lu Qing can understand the concept of house type a little, and he knows that the house in front of him is already the largest. "Hello, beauty, it's like this, I mean, is there a bedroom in the apartment, and the difference in size is not that big?" Seeing Chuya's inexplicable expression in shock, Lu Qing quickly reorganized her language and said, "Oh, you mean the master and second bedrooms are about the same size?" When Chuya heard this, she immediately understood and asked, "Well, that's what it means." Lu Qing nodded and said, "Well, sir, in fact, the kind of house you are talking about does not exist in all the house types." Chuya replied with a smile. After all, the house they are staying in is already the largest in the house, and it is impossible for all houses to build the master and secondary bedrooms to the same size. Do not have it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was a little disappointed. Although Lu Qing knows nothing about houses and apartment types, but when buying a house, Lu Qing still hopes that all the bedrooms will be about the same size. Seeing Lu Qing's disappointed expression, Chuya suddenly remembered and said in surprise, "By the way, sir, we have a bigger house here than this one, but that one is." As she said that, Chuya looked at Lu Qing in front of her with her eyes. An unknown t-shirt, a pair of trousers and a pair of shoes that could not be seen from the brand cost 300 yuan together. As for the house that Chuya mentioned, judging from the purchasing power of Lu Qing's clothes, there was no need to introduce 28 to him, so Chuya hesitated to say it. Really, when Lu Qing heard it, he didn't think so much, and hurriedly asked, "That house is a villa launched by our Zhonghai Dongguan." Seeing Lu Qing's questioning, Chuya looked at Lu Qing and replied, "The rooms in the villa are all about the same size." Villa. Hearing Chuya's words, Lu Qing seemed to have suddenly woken up and said, "Yes, why did you forget this? After all, the best flat-story house can only be the one in front of you. If you want a better and bigger house, then you will have a villa." Having said that, Lu Qing looked at Chuya with great interest and asked, "Beauty, where is this villa? Can you take me to see it now? Are you really going to see?" "Sir." Chuya also knew that people could not be judged by their appearance, but seeing Lu Qing in front of her, she probably couldn't even get the money for the house under her feet, so she had to remind in a low voice, "That villa is very expensive." Ha ha. When Lu Qing heard it, he immediately understood and laughed. "Beauty, don't worry, as long as I see this house and feel satisfied, I will definitely buy it." Seeing Lu Qing's imposing appearance in front of her, Chuya thought for a while, nodded and replied, "That's fine. But that house key isn't with me, it's in our manager's office, and I have to go back and get it, so you'll have to wait for me." Chuya continued. Lu Qing replied yes. Immediately, the two came downstairs. Lu Qing stayed where he was, and Chuya hurried back to the sales department to get the keys. A few minutes later, Lu Qing saw Chuya trot back. "Have you got the key?" Seeing Chuya coming to him, Lu Qing asked. "No, the keys were taken by my colleagues, they should be in the house now, we can just go over there. Chuya shook her head and said truthfully. And this colleague was Yimei who robbed Chuya's guest just now, and the person she showed was also a guest who should belong to Chuya. Saying that, Chuya took Lu Qing to the villa area. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lu Qing saw a wall made of mud and a high iron fence. Sir, this is mainly used to separate our community from the villa area. Seeing this, Chuya said quickly, because our community and the villa area here have their own green designs, and there are corresponding ways to go out with the facilities. Yeah, Lu Qing nodded. Immediately, Lu Qing followed Chuya, passed through a large iron gate, and came to the villa area. Is this the villa area? Passing through the big iron gate, Lu Qing looked at the row of flowers and trees in front of him, and the courtyard wall made of it surrounded 9 two-story buildings with different styles. Yes, sir, this is the villa area. Chuya replied quickly. It is said that it is a villa area, but in fact there are only 9 villas, and one large one is lined up in the past, and the shape is like an oasis in the desert. Sir, the house we're looking at is the innermost building, number 9. Chuya continued. Immediately, he walked inside with Lu Qing. Lu Qing followed Chuya and looked at the villas with different styles, obviously from different architects, and then asked aloud, Beauty, have all the 8 villas in front of this been sold? Otherwise, how could it be possible to only see building 9? When Chuya heard this, she nodded and replied, Yes, sir, the 8 buildings in front have been sold out, and only building 9 is left to go to Chu-ri. Autumn. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was a little puzzled. Seeing this, Chuya explained, Sir, this autumn day is the name given by the architect who designed and built it. After walking for a few more minutes, Lu Qing saw the 2-story building in front of him and knew why it was called Autumn Day. From the bricks on the roof to the walls below, it was similar to the color of mud, which was especially low-key. Afterwards, Lu Qing followed Chuya into the yard and walked into the house. As for the door of the house, it was not closed, because Chuya's colleague was watching the house with the pair of middle-aged couple who got out of the Bentley just now, dressed in jewels. Please come in. After putting on shoe covers at the gate, Chuya said. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing followed Chuya into the house. I saw that Lu Qing appeared in front of an empty living room with a huge chandelier hanging in the air. Lu Qing looked around and found that the color of the whole house is very simple and monotonous, and it has no villa atmosphere at all. Instead, it looks like a small building built by himself in the village. It is no wonder that no one likes it. Sir, please come here, this room is the kitchen. After entering the house, Chuya took Lu Qing and introduced it while watching. Although she didn't know whether Lu Qing would buy it or not, Chuya still introduced it very seriously. Lu Qing, on the other hand, nodded while listening and watching. Although the overall decoration in this house is very simple, Lu Qing didn't care about it. On the contrary, after a simple look around, Lu Qing felt quite satisfied, especially the bedrooms in the house are now about the same size. Then he looked at the garage and the front yard that came with the house, and Chuya immediately brought Lu Qing to the backyard of the house. I saw 4 people in the pergola built with vines in the backyard. A middle-aged couple dressed in jewels was sitting on a stone bench. They were probably tired from walking and resting. A chubby middle-aged man with glasses. The young man, wearing the same work clothes as Chuya, was nodding and standing beside them with a smile on his face. Another young woman, who was wearing the same overalls as Chuya, stood respectfully behind the chubby middle-aged man. When Chuya brought Lu Qing over to see them, she nodded slightly, because the middle-aged man in front of him was the manager of the sales department, and the woman behind her was Chuya's colleague Yimei. There is actually a rockery pond here. Passing through the pavilion, following the stone path paved on the ground, to the foot of the wall on the right side of the backyard, Lu Qing was pleasantly surprised to see a Soviet-style pool that was more than 2 meters wide and less than 3 meters wide. Flow into the pool. But at this time, the pond was empty except for a few water lotuses floating on it, but Lu Qing was quite satisfied when he saw this rockery pond, because then he could take out the koi from the space and feed them in it. How is it, sir, are you satisfied with this house? Turning back the same way, she saw a smile on Lu Qing's face, while Chuya asked with a look of hope. Pretty good. Lu Qing nodded and asked, what's the price of this house? At this time, Lu Qing and Chuya had already walked back to the pergola. When Chuya heard this, her face brightened and she replied, "The price of this villa is." At this moment, inside the pergola, the plump sales manager flattered the middle-aged couple sitting in front of them dressed in jewels. "Mr. Yi, Madam Yi, how are you thinking about this house?" Hearing that, the middle-aged man surnamed Yi hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. "The price of your building is too high, it's unacceptable." When the plump sales manager heard this, he said with a sad face, "Mr. Yi, the price I gave you is indeed the lowest price. Do you think our number 9 building is priced at 98 million, as long as now, if you get the full amount, I can still give you a 10% discount, which is equivalent to a direct discount of nearly 10 million. However, the middle-aged man surnamed Yi still shook his head in disapproval. When the chubby sales manager saw this, he thought about it and gritted his teeth. 12% off. "Mr. Yi, this is the lowest price our sales department can give you. If you don't agree, our deal won't be done." And the middle-aged man surnamed Yi still didn't say anything. Seeing this, the plump sales manager left with a little dejection. When Lu Qing heard this, he pointed at the plump sales manager and asked Chuya, who was on the side, "Who is he?" "He's Manager Yuan of our sales department." Chuya quickly replied when she heard it. "That means he can call the shots." Lu Qing then asked, "The price of this house is what he said?" "Yeah," Chuya nodded. Hearing what Chuya said, Lu Qing thought about it and decided to buy this kind of villa, so the super chubby sales manager shouted, "Manager Yuan, I bought this house. What, are you going to buy this villa?" Manager Yuan from the sales department looked at Lu Qing in surprise. His mouth was so wide that he was about to lay an egg. Because if he heard it right just now, the young man in front of him said that he was going to buy the villa in front of him. Seeing that he was young, his appearance was plain, and his clothes were a little dirty, he didn't look like any rich second generation. Just like a beggar in rags begging for food on the side of the road, he said he was rich, would you believe it? So when Manager Yuan of the after-sales department heard it, he stared at him in astonishment. "Yes, Manager Yuan, I said that I bought the villa in front of me." Seeing the stunned appearance of Manager Yuan in front of him, Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. Real. When Manager Yuan heard this, he suddenly came back to his senses, his eyes lit up, and he asked again in disbelief. "Exactly. Lu Qing has a clear mind. So the price of the house you just said should still be counted?" Lu Qing then asked. "Counting, counting, of course counting." Looking at Lu Qing in front of him, Manager Yuan didn't seem to be joking at all, and his face instantly became brighter than a chrysanthemum. Hearing Lu Qing, he immediately nodded his head like a garlic clover. "Okay, then let's go back and sign the contract." Lu Qing heard it. "Good, good." Manager Yuan laughed even more brilliantly. "This is the person who brought it, Xiaoya." Saying that, Manager Yuan looked at Chuya, who was behind Lu Qing, and asked, "Yes, Manager Yuan." When Chuya heard this, she nodded and replied, "Ha ha ha." Manager Yuan laughed when he heard it, gave Chuya a thumbs up, and praised, "Xiaoya, you did a great job this time, there is a reward." Manager Yuan. Actually, this, Chuya originally wanted to talk about Lu Qing in front of her, but in fact her own guest was snatched by Yi Mei, and other colleagues in the company did not accept him, but when the words came to her mouth, Chuya didn't know how to come out. Not so much actually. When Manager Yuan heard this, he waved his hand cheerfully and said, "Don't worry, you sold it, you sold it." On the other hand, Yi Mei and Chuya's colleague originally thought that they had grabbed a big client today, especially considering that the client was driving a luxury car with millions of dollars and was very rich in outfits. Unexpectedly, the customer was dawdling and pushing 3 and 4, and there was no desire to buy it. Until now, Chuya's customer was the first to buy it. When Yi Mei heard it, her face suddenly turned ugly and ugly. Because if she remembered correctly, the young man who drove the magic car in front of her should have been the customer she picked up, because she was standing behind Chuya, but just now she stole Chuya's customer, and other sales did not to receive him. Chuya went to pick it up. Unexpectedly, the client that Chuya picked up bought the house under the circumstances. This really shot herself in the foot, which is why Yi Mei's face was so ugly. Manager Yuan, why are you? Backquote. Seeing this, the couple surnamed Yi, dressed in jewels, pointed at Manager Yuan and said, "What am I, Mr. Yi? When manager Yuan heard this, he sneered and said, "What? Mr. Yi has changed his mind and wanted to buy this house again. Of course, if you can buy this house with full money today, we will still sell it to you at the price just now." "Well, your surname is Yuan. Let's wait and see, The middle-aged man surnamed Yi listened to manager Yuan's sneering sarcasm, trembling with anger. His face was ashen, and then he left with his wife. Because he really couldn't afford it, he just planned to see it. "Bah, I don't have money to wear such jewels, what a big-tail wolf." Looking at the back of the couple surnamed Yi wearing jewels leaving, manager Yuan sighed lightly and said angrily, "Anyway, this demon city is so big and the population is so large, there are many rich and powerful people, so manager Yuan is not afraid to offend them. Then let's go back." Immediately, manager Yuan, who turned around, looked at Lu Qing beside him and said with a smile on his face. Lu Qing nodded. Then, a group of people walked to the sales department. Why are their faces so ugly? They drove away in a hurry. At this time, several sales staff in the sales department couldn't help but feel puzzled when they saw the face of the middle-aged couple dressed in jewels, and then drove away in a hurry. Afterwards, several sales staff in the sales department saw their boss follow the young man who drove the magic car, with a smile on his face, and invited him into the reception room with a smile on his face, and then poured tea. Water. See everyone more puzzled. Manager Yuan and Chu Ya were both in the reception room, so everyone ran to ask Yi Mei, who had a bad face, "Yi Mei, what the hell is going on?" When Yi Mei thought of shooting herself in the foot with a stone, her heart was dripping with blood, and she immediately said angrily, "Go ask yourself." After 2 minutes, everyone finally realized that it turned out that this young man who came in a magic car just now and was dressed in ordinary clothes bought the last villa in the villa area. When they heard the news, several salesmen in the sales department were stunned in place, and their eyes dropped, and they couldn't believe it. How can that young man afford it? At this time, Lu Qing in the reception room had absolutely no idea what everyone outside was thinking. After manager Yuan arranged Lu Qing, he quickly took the house purchase contract and the bank card machine, sat on the sofa beside Lu Qing, and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, the price of our building 9 in autumn is 98 million, just heard, the lowest discount for you is 12% off, which is 86.24 million. Of course there are transaction fees, notary fees, stamp duty on warrants, and a 3% deed tax on the house price, so after all, you will have to pay a total of 88.9072 million to buy this house, Mr. Lu." Manager Yuan introduced to Lu Qing the various taxes on the purchase of the villa, while the computer clicked and clicked. Finally, the calculation was completed. Manager Yuan looked at Lu Qing with a smile on his face. "How many millions will you pay for the deed tax on this house?" When Lu Qing heard this, she couldn't help but be a little surprised that she would have to pay several million in taxes to buy a villa. "Yes, Mr. Lu, we all collect it according to the national tax law, so you can rest assured." Manager Yuan quickly explained. "Okay, all right." Lu Qing nodded and said, "Okay, swipe your card." As he spoke, Lu Qing took out his bank card from his wallet and handed it to Manager Yuan beside him. Manager Yuan swallowed his saliva, stretched out his hands, took the bank handed over by Lu Qing respectfully, put it on the credit card machine, and asked Lu Qing to enter the password after some operations. After Lu Qing heard it, he quickly entered the password and pressed confirm. Then Manager Yuan looked at the card swiping machine nervously, as did Chu Ya, who was standing behind him. When they saw the machine pop up a receipt, indicating that the transaction was successful, Manager Yuan and Chu Ya breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Nuo's looks very happy on his face. After all, the amount is nearly 100 million yuan. Manager Yuan and Chu Ya are afraid that they will not be able to get it out, so they are so worried. Rich man, hugely rich, and very humble. After seeing that the transaction was successful, this was Manager Yuan's evaluation of Lu Qing. Just now, he thought that Lu Qing had a plain appearance. After swiping the card, Manager Yuan found that Lu Qing was so handsome. And the reason why Lu Qing is calm is because the Li Tian company has put the first money into the card ahead of time due to the fire of the watermelons sold. You must know that it is hundreds of millions of dollars, so Lu Qing is so confident. Afterwards, all the contracts were signed, and since the purchase was an existing house, Lu Qing and manager Yuan went to go through the transfer procedures while the housing authority was not off work, and then successfully obtained the real estate certificate. At the gate, after manager Yuan left, Lu Qing looked at the red real estate certificate in his hand and said with a smile, "This house has finally been bought. It's time to go shopping for appliances. After all, this is the first house in my life." Lu Qing took a fiery red real estate certificate and looked over it carefully before closing it. He came to the parking lot, opened the door and got in the car, ready to go to the nearby electrical city to buy some household appliances. Don't look at spending nearly 100 million yuan to buy a well-decorated villa, but the house is actually empty and has nothing, so Lu Qing decided to go to the electrical city to buy a refrigerator, washing machine, etc., these household appliances. As for furniture such as beds, wardrobes, etc., Lu Qing has a carry-on space. Of course, he made it himself, but he plans to go to the electrical city to buy household appliances, and then go to the warehouse to store Hainan Wanghuili and lobular red sandalwood, and the logs of golden nanmu, put some into the space, and finally go back to the villa. Immediately, Lu Qing turned on his mobile phone and searched for the nearest electric city. When he found it, he quickly started the car, followed the map navigation, and drove to the electric city. In August, it was scorching hot, with the scorching sun in the sky, and the weather was hot and dry. Gigi was on the sidewalk tree beside the road, his mouth twitching as if he was dying. Beside the tree, Lu Qing on the road was driving to the electric city. Well, what's going on ahead? Lu Qing, who was driving, looked through the windshield. 100 meters ahead, not 890 meters away, beside the zebra crossing, a middle-aged man with plain clothes and a sallow complexion was supporting his wife with a big belly. Under the scorching sun, Lu Qing saw the middle-aged man's pot-bellied wife. Her temples were already wet, twisted into a ball, her face was in pain, her teeth were clenched tightly, and she looked very hideous, as if she was about to give birth. As for the middle-aged man, while looking at his wife nervously, he anxiously waved for a taxi to the car speeding by the roadside, ready to take his wife to the hospital. It's a pity that, under the scorching sun, not a single taxi was seen driving past. As for the speeding private cars, they all had nothing to do with them, hanging up high, and speeding up from the front of the big-bellied couple. Drive past. After all, if they are asked to get on the bus, who can take the responsibility if the pregnant woman with a big belly has a problem on the way? When Lu Qing saw this, he didn't think much about it at all. After all, life was at stake, especially seeing the painful expression of a pregnant woman with a big belly and her pale face. Lu Qing stepped on the accelerator and stopped in front of the middle-aged couple. "Big brother, what's wrong with big sister? Are you going to give birth?" Lu Qing parked the car, quickly opened the right window, and asked the anxious middle-aged man standing on the side of the road. "Yes, little brother." The middle-aged man in his 30s, upon hearing Lu Qing's question, hurriedly explained, "My wife was due to give birth at the end of this month, but I didn't expect that my stomach suddenly hurts so badly today that she should be giving birth soon. This is not in a hurry. When I came out of the house, I waited for a long time on the side of the road, and I didn't see a taxi. It was really anxious." At the end, the middle-aged man is almost jumping up and down. When Lu Qing saw it, he found that the middle-aged man's wife with a big belly was about to collapse, so he quickly said, "Then big brother, please help your sister-in-law into the car, and I will take you to the hospital." Real. When the middle-aged man heard it, he couldn't believe it. After all, after waiting for several minutes just now, there was not a single stopped car. "Of course it's true, eldest brother, hurry up, you can see that my sister-in-law is dying," Lu Qing said eagerly when he saw the pained expression of his wife with belly beside the middle-aged man. "Okay, little brother, you are really a good person, thank you." When the middle-aged man heard this, he kept thanking him as he opened the door of the van to help his wife get into the car. It's a pity that the middle-aged man's wife, because the person is already a little fat, plus the pregnancy, so the person is even fatter. The middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, and a thin middle-aged man, pushed her a few times and didn't get her into the car. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly opened the door and got out of the car to help him. In the end, the two of them used force together to push the pregnant woman with a big belly into the car and close the door. Lu Qing hurried to the cab again. Brother, which hospital is the nearest hospital nearby? After getting in the car, Lu Qing asked the middle-aged man in the back row. After all, this pregnant woman with a big belly has to have regular obstetric examinations, so they must know better than themselves where the nearest hospital is. The second hospital. In the back seat, the middle-aged man who was looking at his wife nervously heard this and quickly replied, "It's the nearest hospital, it's only 5 kilometers away from here, and my wife's maternity checkup is also done there." Row. Lu Qing nodded. Immediately open the map navigation, enter the hospital mentioned by the middle-aged man, and prepare to navigate the past. Navigation is about to start. Safety is with you. Please go straight for 1 kilometer and then turn around at the dotted line. After Lu Qing opened the map navigation, he found that the hospital was directly behind, and when he saw that the closest distance displayed on the map was only 1 kilometer ahead, he turned around and drove back. Lu Qing's current position is in the same direction of lane 3, the inner lane on the far right, and the zebra crossing is in front of the car. It's a waste of time to see on the map that you have to go 1 kilometer to make a U-turn, and it's even more time-consuming to turn right around the road. Especially seeing the pregnant lady in the back seat through the rearview mirror, with a painful expression and her life at stake, Lu Qing planned to turn around at the zebra crossing in front of her, regardless of whether there was surveillance or fines and points. Lu Qing hurriedly turned on the left turn signal, and saw that the red light was already on in the straight lane in front of him. In the left turn lane, there were still 3 seconds left, and the light turned from yellow to red. Fuel up, go to the opposite lane on the left from the zebra crossing. Boom. At this moment, with a loud bang, Lu Qing was driving towards the opposite lane when he saw a low, fiery red body, rushing over the last second of the yellow light and accelerating from a distance, slamming into his car. In the car. With a huge impact, the sideways van that Lu Qing was driving was directly smashed into the opposite lane, with the head of the car in front of the buttocks standing upright. As for the car that hit him, the left headlight was directly scrapped, and the broken headlights were scattered all over the place. At this time, in the van, Lu Qing was stunned by the sudden collision. After a few seconds, he recovered and cried out. Unfortunately, there was a car accident. Big sister, big brother, are you both all right? Immediately, thinking that there was still a pregnant woman in his car, Lu Qing turned around abruptly, looked at the 2 people in the back seat, and asked eagerly. After all, there is still a pregnant woman sitting in the back seat, so it's no wonder that Lu Qing is not nervous. The middle-aged man in the rear seat and the pregnant woman with a big belly were still a little confused about the sudden car accident, but when they heard Lu Qing's question, they both shook their heads and said, "It's okay. Son, little brother. It's fine." When Lu Qing heard, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if something happened, Lu Qing would definitely not be able to get rid of it, especially the eldest sister who was about to give birth in front of her. Immediately, Lu Qing opened the door and got off the bus to check the situation. Okay, it's a big loss today. After Lu Qing got out of the car, when he saw the car that collided with him, he felt a pain in the flesh. The fiery red color, the streamlined design, the low-slung body, the logo of a leaping horse, that's not what a Ferrari is. And the reason for the pain is because he was fully responsible for the traffic accident just now, even though he had to go the wrong way because he was in a hurry to deliver the pregnant woman in the car. I saw that Ferrari's left headlight was completely damaged at this time, the slag fell to the ground, and Wuling Hongguang's left butt was also dented, but the area was not large. How did you drive? At this moment, a young woman in her early 20s stepped down from the Ferrari co-pilot seat. She approached Lu Qing aggressively and said, "Do you still want to die?" It was originally his own responsibility. When Lu Qing heard it, he could only quickly apologize. "I'm really sorry, it's really my responsibility, and I will compensate you according to the price." Losing money. Do you know how much this car costs? Can you afford it? The young woman said reluctantly. Lin. At this time, a young man about the age of Lu Qing came out of the Ferrari cab. Brother, it was him who was wrong. When the young woman heard this, she returned to his brother and said, "Dude, why did you go backwards like this just now?" The young man asked curiously. After all, not everyone dares to drive like this. Hearing this, Lu Qing quickly explained, "I was also anxious to send a pregnant lady to the hospital just now. She was about to give birth, so she had to go retrograde like this. It turns out that you are doing good deeds. Hearing this, the young man asked, is she still in the car? Just as Lu Qing was about to answer, the young man's sister hurriedly said, brother, look, they ran away. Who ran away? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing was a little puzzled. When he turned his head, he found that the middle-aged man who had just taken his car and his pregnant wife with a big belly were spreading their legs and leaving as if they were running away. It turned out that the middle-aged couple saw that the car they were riding in was a $1 million luxury car. After all, Lu Qing also took them to the hospital to drive the wrong way and had a car accident. If the responsibilities are divided, they will not be able to get rid of the relationship, and they will inevitably lose money, so they run away and talk. Hey, big brother, big sister. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly shouted, but when the middle-aged couple heard it, they ran faster, and Lu Qing was stunned. After all, the pregnant lady was still dying and was about to give birth, but now she looks alive. Nothing happened. Just now that eldest sister was really going to give birth, so I was in such a hurry to drive. Lu Qing, who turned around, looked at the man in front of him and said a little depressed. After all, Lu Qing was still thinking in his mind, to quickly deal with the traffic accident, and then send them to the hospital. Haha, it's okay, buddy, I believe you. When the young man heard the man, he smiled and said, and I think you are doing this for the sake of being a good person, so I won't ask you to compensate, so don't worry. No, it is indeed my responsibility, I will pass on the maintenance fee to you. Lu Qing said stubbornly, no need. The young man shook his head. Just then, the traffic police came. The division of responsibilities is very clear. The retrograde Lu Qing bears full responsibility, and Lu Qing's points and fines were originally deducted, but I heard that Lu Qing did this to send a pregnant woman who was about to give birth to the hospital, so the traffic police were very humane. No demerit points and fines. Moreover, both parties chose to deal with this traffic accident by themselves and did not report insurance, so the traffic police finally said, you two, move the car to the side of the road first, and don't block the traffic. After that, he left on a motorcycle. Immediately, Lu Qing and the young man quickly moved their cars to the side of the road. You're going there, I'll take you there. After parking the car, Lu Qing said to the young man and her sister who also parked the car, after all, it is her responsibility, so in order not to waste other people's time, Lu Qing said this. It's alright, we have to wait for the trailer to arrive and leave before handing over. Upon hearing this, the young man waved his hand and said, so just leave, I won't ask you for money. As for the Ferrari driven by the young man, the left headlight has been directly scrapped and cannot be driven at all, so it needs to be towed for maintenance. Forget it, I'll wait for you, anyway, I have nothing to do today. Lu Qing became stubborn and insisted on sending the two away. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the trailer finally arrived. The young man finished the formalities and watched his car being towed into the car. Then he said to Lu Qing, who had been waiting for them, let's go, buddy. The three of them got into the car together. By the way, buddy, what's your name? After getting in the car, the young man who was sitting in the back row with his sister asked. After all, after talking for so long, he didn't even know his name. Lu Qing. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied, oh, my name is Meng Fei, and next to me is my sister, Meng Lin. Meng Fei, who was sitting in the back row, heard Lu Qing's name and hurriedly introduced himself and his sister beside him. Where are you guys going? Lu Qing nodded after hearing Meng Fei's name, and then asked. Just send us to Zongkai building. Meng Fei replied. Okay. Lu Qing nodded and said yes, turned on the navigation, started the car, and drove to the address Meng Fei said. I said Lu Qing, you don't have to compensate me for the maintenance cost of my car, I don't think it's easy for you. Point 0. After the car started, Meng Fei looked at the somewhat tattered interior of Wuling Hongguang, and said to Lu Qing who was driving. No, I will pay you the money, and you can just send me the repair bill for the car. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing replied, although it was an unwarranted disaster, but now that he has money after all, the maintenance cost of this car is still affordable. And Meng Lin, who had never sat in Wuling Hongguang before, also began to look curiously at the car in front of her. Huh, what is this? Meng Lin, who was looking around, suddenly found that there was a document bag in the seat she was sitting on. Out of curiosity, she opened it and took a look. When she saw what was inside, Meng Lin's eyes widened, she looked at Lu Qing in disbelief, and then she blushed and was very embarrassed. I said, Lu Qing, why are you so stubborn, saying that you don't need to pay, you really don't need to pay. At this time, Meng Fei was still persuading Lu Qing not to lose money to him. Seeing this, Meng Lin quickly pulled his hand, but Meng Fei didn't take it seriously. In desperation, Meng Lin quickly took out a piece of paper from the document bag and gave it to him. What is this? Looking at the paper that Meng Lin handed over, Meng Fei was a little puzzled, but then he still looked at it. Purchase contract. Meng Fei saw that it turned out to be a house purchase contract, and then looked down. After reading all of them, Meng Fei's mouth was wide open, and he looked like he was going to hell, and then a huge shout broke out. Lu Qing, so you are a rich man. Chapter 59 Meng Fei seeking reference. 90,005. When Meng Fei saw that the purchase amount in the house purchase contract cost nearly 90 million, his jaw dropped, and he could not help but sigh again. Lu Qing, you boy, you are still a rich man. After all, there is a large population in Modu, and there are naturally a lot of rich people, but there are only a handful of people in Modu who can afford to buy nearly 100 million mansions. As for the authenticity of this contract, Meng Fei of course chose to believe it. After all, whoever has enough to eat and has nothing to do, put a bunch of house purchase contracts on the car. As for Lu Qing, who was driving in front of him, he glanced through the rearview mirror and realized that Meng Fei had opened the house purchase contract documents that he had left behind. But after taking a look, Lu Qing didn't say anything. After all, Meng Fei drives a luxury car with millions of dollars, so his family background is naturally much more than his. Meng Fei, who was behind him, didn't mean to stop. He looked at Lu Qing, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, had a plain appearance, and was driving a broken Wuling. He said yin and yang strangely. Lu Qing, it's my fault that you don't have to pay for my car repairs, but I didn't expect you to be hiding gold, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. When Lu Qing heard this, he immediately said with a bitter face, why pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? I didn't keep saying that after your car is repaired, send me the maintenance bill 28, and I will transfer the money to you at that time. Haha, yes, you were right. When Meng Fei heard this, he laughed. However, Lu Qing, don't worry, even if you have money, as I said at the beginning, you don't need to pay for the maintenance costs of this car, you really don't need to pay. Meng Fei continued. What? When Lu Qing heard this, he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Meng Fei still insisted on not accepting money. Ha ha. Seeing Lu Qing's expression, Meng Fei laughed and said, Lu Qing, you don't have to look at me in such a surprised way, I'm just talking like this, every nail and every bite. Lu Qing nodded. After 10 minutes, Lu Qing drove to the address Meng Fei said. What are you doing here? Seeing the Meng Fei brothers and sisters getting off the bus, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Hey, seeing that the pharmacy isn't there, my sister and I are here to buy ginseng. Meng Fei pointed to the front, a traditional Chinese medicine store with antique decoration. Hey, what a coincidence. Lu Qing looked in the direction he pointed, and found that the traditional Chinese medicine store Meng Fei mentioned, coincidentally, it was the Baikouju traditional Chinese medicine store where he first started selling ginseng. What do you buy ginseng for? Turning his eyes back to Lu Qing, he looked at Meng Fei and asked calmly. You must know that this ginseng has a lot of space in him, except for a few plants in the front, but not a single plant in the back, and he can't remember exactly what year it was. Hey, there is also an old lady in her 90s at home. You know, after a person gets old, his body is not as good as a year. To tell the truth, this ginseng is actually to prolong the life of the lady, everyone. Hope he lives to be 100 years old. When Meng Fei heard this, he immediately explained. I'm co-authoring this is forcibly extending the life of the old man. Hearing this, Lu Qing exclaimed in admiration, and then realized that what he said was a little thoughtless, and quickly apologized. It's nothing. What you said is the truth. I think the old man is very satisfied with his life. These are all things that my third uncle has tossed about. Meng Fei waved his hand and said, who told my third uncle to take charge of the family's economic power? Hey, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. I don't know if this Chinese medicine store has ginseng from the previous year. You also know that this thing is too hard to find. I have asked all the people I know around, but I can't find it, so I can only run to these Chinese medicine stores to try my luck. Meng Fei continued. After speaking, Meng Fei was ready to get out of the car. Hey, Meng Fei, wait. Seeing this, Lu Qing thought about it and stopped Meng Fei. What's the matter with you? Meng Fei stopped and looked at Lu Qing with some doubts. Actually, I have some collections here. Lu Qing answered quickly in organizational language. What, is there anything here? Meng Fei's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he asked excitedly. Lu Qing nodded and replied. This ginseng originally cost a lot of money and was bought by an old man in the mountains for collection. These are all excuses made by Lu Qing, mainly because Lu Qing Meng Fei has no intentions, but he is so straightforward. The maintenance cost of a Ferrari headlight is tens of thousands of yuan at least. Others say that if you don't need to pay, you don't need to accompany him, so Lu Qing just planned to send him a ginseng plant in the space. I'll go, you still have a rich man, you still collect ginseng to play. Meng Fei sighed when he heard this. But after a brief thought, Lu Qing has even bought nearly 100 million villas, so it is not unreasonable to buy some ginseng collections. Hey, hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and did not explain too much. Let's go, come back with me and take it. Lu Qing went on to say. Row, Meng Fei nodded in response. Lu Qing immediately started the car and drove to the rented house. Speeding all the way, back to the rented community house. You live here. Looking at the crowded and dilapidated room in front of him, Meng Fei's eyes twitched and he couldn't help asking. Yes. When Lu Qing heard this, he nodded and said, and glanced at it, there was nothing wrong with it. What kind of magical operation is this? When Meng Fei heard Lu Qing's answer, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. You said you were so rich, dressed so poorly, and you drove a small van. What are you thinking? Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and replied, that's why I went to buy a house. I'm just saying, if you have money, you don't have to wear a famous brand, drive a luxury car, and live in a big house. Anyway, you just have to be happy. Good. Meng Fei felt his head go big when he heard this, and felt that Lu Qing in front of him was just like the old people at home. He quickly waved his hand and said, I won't say it, can I do it? Okay. Lu Qing nodded and said, you two wait for me for a while, I'll go to the house to get it. After saying that, Lu Qing entered Lu Xin's room, locked the door, and then thought about it, entered the space, dug out a random ginseng plant, then exited the space, and found a random box in the room to put it in. Open the door and go out. It's less than a minute before and after. Hey, here. After walking out of the room, Lu Qing handed the ginseng box to Meng Fei. I'll go, your ginseng plant is more than 100 years old. Meng Fei took the box, opened it quickly, and suddenly exclaimed. After all, Meng Fei is not an ordinary person. Naturally, he has also seen this ginseng or good ginseng, but when he saw the ginseng that Lu Qing gave him at this time, the ginseng was the size of the little finger, the roots were knotted, and it was densely packed, like a small person. Yes, it was much better than the ginseng he had seen before. When Lu Qing heard it, he agreed. Haha, I didn't expect you to collect such a good thing. After looking at the ginseng, Meng Fei immediately closed the box with a smile on his face. Send me the bank card. Meng Fei continued, I'll transfer money to you. This ginseng is for you. When Lu Qing heard this, he waved his hand and said. What? Give it to me. Meng Fei looked at Lu Qing in surprise and said incredulously. It is easy to know that ginseng with hundreds of years is worth millions. If it is auctioned, the price will be even higher. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing said that he will give it away. Haha, didn't I reciprocate? Lu Qing said with a smile. Xing, enough loyalty, I have made a deal with you buddy, haha. Hearing Lu Qing say this, Meng Fei, who understood, laughed and said. Okay, Lu Qing, I'll take this thing, I'll give it to the old man now, so I won't stay with you, I'll treat you to dinner later when I have time. After Meng Fei got the ginseng, he planned to send it to the old man in a hurry, looked at Lu Qing and said. Row. Lu Qing nodded and said yes. Lu Qing then sent the brothers and sisters downstairs and watched them leave by taxi. And Lu Qing looked at the time and it was just before 12 o'clock, and was ready to go to buy electrical appliances and go to the warehouse to get the logs for storage. Because Lu Qing is planning to move today. Let's go and change the car back first. Now that he is thinking about moving today, Lu Qing plans to replace his micro card first. After all, his micro card can hold much more things than Guo Guo's small noodles. So Lu Qing started the car, galloped all the way, and drove to Shenxianju, because Lu Qing's micro card was parked in the parking space on the roadside in front of the gate of Shenxianju. On Zhoutian, there was still a lot of traffic in the magic capital. It took Lu Qing nearly 50 minutes to get to the gate of Shenxian, then parked the car, closed the door, got off, and walked into Shenxianju to get the key. What, are you moving? Guo Guo was shocked when he heard Lu Qing said that he was going to move. Lu Qing told Guo Guo the reason for the move. Guo Guo couldn't help but said, "You mean aunts, uncles and sisters are all coming?" 5. Lu Qing replied, "Yes. That does have to find a bigger house." When Guo Guo heard it, he agreed and said, "If aunts, uncles, and old sisters come, your little house will not be able to accommodate so many people." Because of the house that Lu Qing rented, Guo Guo has been there many times, and naturally he knows Lu Qing's house very well. "Right, you want me to help you, Qinger," Guo Guo continued. "After all, my good buddy moved, so why should I help? It's not that you don't know what I have there, I am enough alone." Hearing this, Lu Qing looked at Guo Guodao. "You're saying that this restaurant lacks your chef, who will cook the dishes?" "Hey, yes," Guo Guo sneered. As Lu Qing thought, in addition to the booming business on the first day of opening, Shenxianju's daily turnover has only reached tens of thousands in the past few days. Therefore, Shenxianju has not hired other chefs. Currently, Guo Guo is the only one in the store. "Okay, then I'll go first." Saying that, Lu Qing took his microcard key and prepared to leave. As for buying a villa, Lu Qing thought about it for a while, but didn't tell Guo Guo for the time being, because he was afraid that Guo Guo would not be able to accept it for a while. After all, it was a house worth nearly 100 million yuan, and he thought about talking about it when the restaurant business in the back got better. Just before Lu Qing took a few steps, he suddenly remembered that Guo Guo's car was hit by Meng Fei's Ferrari, so he stopped and told Guo Guo about the accident just now. When Guo Guo heard this, he was startled at first and asked if Lu Qing was okay. Then he waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Hey, you'll be fine, Qinger. As for my car, listen to what you said, seems like it's okay." Hearing what Lu Qing said, Guo Guo didn't even bother to go out to see it and check it. "All right then, I'll go first, you'll keep an eye on this side, if there's anything, call me." When Lu Qing heard this, he faced Guo Guodao. Guo Guo nodded. "Go ahead and do your own thing." Immediately, Lu Qing left the restaurant, went to the front of his microcard outside, opened the door to get in the car, turned on his mobile phone to search for the nearest electric city, and then started the car and started to the electric city. After all, the house is so big, ranging from large and small appliances to major appliances, Lu Qing plans to buy a lot of household appliances. After 10 minutes, Lu Qing drove his car to the door of Tianmei Electrical Appliances Mall, the most famous home appliance seller in China. After parking the car in the underground garage, Lu Qing took the elevator to the first floor and began to choose the electricity. Wow, there are so many power-ups in here. It turned out that Lu Qing hadn't paid attention to it. Now, when he came to Tianmei Electrical Appliances Mall, he saw that the variety of household appliances directly made him dazzled. Ling Luo is full of all kinds of household appliances with various functions, so Lu Qing didn't know where to start, so she found a shopping guide in a shopping mall and asked her to help herself as a reference. The shopping guide Lu Qing hired was a young woman in her 20s. After listening to Lu Qing's introduction to the house, she said with a smile on her face, "Brother, listen to you, your one is still a new house, let's start with everyone." Row. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing nodded and said, "Then please, big brother, our big home appliance showroom is over there." Immediately, the young female shopping guide smiled and invited, and Lu Qing listened to her and walked beside her to the major home appliance exhibition hall. "Brother, look, this double-door refrigerator is the latest product produced by Haier, the most famous domestic company and a well-known brand in the world. After coming to the exhibition hall of major appliances, the young female shopping guide started to introduce the things needed in the kitchen. This new double-door refrigerator adopts the world's most first-class design, so that the things placed in the refrigerator can keep the best freshness, not only as follows. This refrigerator can also automatically adjust the temperature according to the environment and reduce its energy consumption. The young female shopping guide continued. Lu Qing nodded while listening. However, he was in no hurry to buy it, because Lu Qing saw that there were several other brands of refrigerators next to this higher double-door refrigerator. Lu Qing intends to compare more. Immediately, the young female shopping guide began to introduce other brands of refrigerators. After listening to the introduction of the young female shopping guide a few minutes later, Lu Qing chose higher. By the way, beauty, you should be able to deliver this refrigerator to your door. After choosing the refrigerator, Lu Qing asked the young female shopping guide beside him. Yes, big brother, we will not only deliver all the major appliances you bought from us, we will also be responsible for installing them all. The young shopping guide answered with a smile on her face. Ah, that's good. Lu Qing nodded. Then, under the introduction of the young female shopping guide, Lu Qing bought the dishwasher, disinfection cabinet, range hood, microwave oven and so on that the kitchen needed. After purchasing all the necessary electricity for the kitchen, Lu Qing followed the young female shopping guide and went to buy the TV, air conditioner, etc. needed in the room. In the end, it took nearly an hour to buy all the appliances, big and small. Lu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while the young shopping guide on the side saw that Lu Qing bought such a thing, and her face was brighter than flowers. Then, Lu Qing, who paid the money, filled in his address and waited for them to deliver to your door for installation. Then, Lu Qing left, went down to the basement, drove away, and went to the warehouse to pick up the Hainan Wanghuili, the lobular red sandalwood, and the golden nanmu and other logs. After taking it, Lu Qing returned to the villa, waiting for the appliances he just bought to be delivered and installed. When he saw a large box truck with the words Tianmei Electric Mall on it, driving towards his villa number 9, Lu Qing said to himself, come on. Chapter 61. 1 p.m. Villa door. All the masters have worked hard, please trouble you. With a smile on his face, Lu Qing said goodbye to several master workers who were sent by Tianmei Electrical Appliances store to transport and install major appliances. When he saw several installers, all got in the car and left, Lu Qing closed the courtyard door, walked into the house, and closed the door of the house again. Immediately, Lu Qing went upstairs to the bedroom, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked outside, and found that there was no one, so he pulled the curtains directly. Enter. When the entire bedroom was completely covered, Lu Qing looked at the furniture needed in the next bedroom, and when he thought about it, he got into the space. Rise. After entering the space, I saw that under the control of Lu Qing's thoughts, a huge small-leaf rosewood log was quickly made into a big bed. In just a few breathing rooms, the bed needed in the bedroom was ready, and Lu Qing immediately followed the gourd and began to make the bedside table, as well as the wardrobe, table and so on. Later, when a few pieces of furniture were ready, Lu Qing took them out of the space, placed them all, then opened the door and went to the next bedroom room. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qing made all the furniture needed in the bedrooms upstairs and downstairs, such as beds, wardrobes, tables and so on. Not only that, the sofa, coffee table and TV cabinet needed in the living room, as well as the dining table and bench needed in the dining room are all made. The only difference is that the logs used are different. The furniture in the bedroom is made of small leaf rosewood logs, while the furniture in the living room and dining room is made of golden nanmu. Anyone who knows the business will drop their jaw in shock when they come to Lu Qing's villa. It's time to buy mattresses, quilts, pillows, sofa cushions. After seeing all the furniture needed in the villa, Lu Qing immediately prepared to go out and buy the home textiles needed for the bed. Immediately, Lu Qing went out to the Wuling micro card parked at the gate of the courtyard, opened the door and got in the car to buy the bed and home textiles and sofa cushions that he had just considered. After following the navigation, Lu Qing arrived at a home textiles store in 10 minutes, parked the car, and walked in. Inside the textile store, Lu Qing selected carefully and chose a set of cute cartoon-style sheets, quilt covers and pillows. This was for Lu Xin. After choosing Lu Xin's, Lu Qing began to choose his own room and several other rooms. It took 20 minutes for Lu Qing to select the mattress sheets, quilt covers and pillows, as well as sofa cushions and pillows for several bedrooms, and then pay. Then Lu Qing's car led the way, and the car that delivered the mattresses from the home textile store followed behind and drove to the villa. After 10 minutes, Lu Qing's car and the delivery car from the home textile store returned to the door of Lu Qing's autumn villa. Two masters, come in. After getting off the car, Lu Qing hurriedly opened the gate of the yard, then opened the door of the inner room, and led two home textile shop workers who were carrying mattresses into the house, went to the bedroom, and put the mattresses away. It was busy again, and it took nearly 10 minutes to put the 6 mattresses upstairs and downstairs in place. After thanking him for a while, Lu Qing watched the master of the home textile shop drive away, and then returned to the bedroom to make the bed for his daughter Lu Xin and himself. As for her parents and sister, Lu Qing plans to wait until they come. A few minutes later, when the beds in both bedrooms were made, and the room looked warm and comfortable, Lu Qing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, it finally feels a bit like home. In the living room, Lu Qing saw the original empty house, and finally looked like a home, with a happy smile on his face. After all, he spent most of the day in order to fix the household appliances and furniture in the house. Then go back and pick up Xingxin to move, and I started to spend the night in the new house today. After looking around, Lu Qing, who was very satisfied, immediately decided that he didn't care that much, and he had to choose a good time on the almanac to move in. Immediately after Lu Qing closed the door, he got into the car, started the car parked at the gate of the courtyard, and drove to the community where he rented. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qing drove back to the downstairs of the rented community. After all, the rented community was less than 4 kilometers away from the villa he just bought. After the car was parked, Lu Qing stepped upstairs and came to the door of the landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo, rang the doorbell, and was ready to pick up Lu Xin back, pack up and move, and of course, talk to the landlord Li. Uncle and Aunt Guo talk about this. Baba. Hearing the doorbell, there was a slight sound of footsteps in the room, and then the door opened, revealing a cute little girl with a ball head tied. This is not who Lu Xin is. When Lu Xin saw that it was Lu Qing who was knocking on the door, immediately exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, Lu Xin, who had a bright smile on his face, rushed over and hugged Lu Qing's calf. When Lu Qing saw this, he quickly bent down and hugged Lu Xin to his chest, and asked with a smile on his face, "My dear daughter, have you ever thought about Baba?" Think. Lu Xin looked at Lu Qing with big bright eyes, and replied crisply. Haha, my daughter is so cute. When Lu Qing heard this, the smile on his face became even wider. Lu, you are back. Uncle Li and Aunt Guo, the landlords in the house, also saw Lu Qing and said hello. Yes, Uncle Li, Aunt Guo. When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly replied. Immediately, Lu Qing closed the door and walked into the house. After carrying Lu Xin into the house, Lu Qing looked at Uncle Li and Aunt Guo in front of him, and said seriously, Uncle Li and Aunt Guo, I want to tell you something. When the landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo heard this, they were a little puzzled. They looked at each other, and Uncle Li asked with a smile, if you have anything to do, just tell me, and Aunt Guo and I will try our best to help you. No trouble. When Lu Qing heard it, he felt that they had misunderstood what he meant, so he said, Uncle Li, Aunt Guo, actually I want to say that I plan to move. Moving. When Uncle Li heard this, his originally smiling face was stunned, but the words behind them hadn't been said yet. Lu Xin, who was holding Lu Qing on his chest, heard this, stared at Lu Qing with bright eyes, and asked in a puzzled way. Baba, why are we moving? Because we bought a new house, dear girl, that's why we're moving. Lu Qing looked at Lu Xin who was in his arms, wrinkled his cute little nose, and his bright eyes were full of doubts, and quickly explained with a smile. Lu, have you bought a house? At this time, the landlord Aunt Guo, who had recovered from her composure, asked in disbelief when she heard Lu Qing say this. Her eyes were full of shock, and the landlord Uncle Li beside her was the same as her. After all, I have been in contact with Lu Qing for more than a year. I know that he is hardworking and warm-hearted. He often helps them carry rice oil upstairs, so the landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo help him like this. But they are still very clear about Lu Qing's salary, which is more than 10,000 yuan per month, but the average house price in the magic capital starts at more than 50,000 yuan, and a house will cost several million at least. It was so sudden that Lu Qing said that he had bought a house, so the landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo were so surprised. Haha, yes, Aunt Guo, and Uncle Li, this house is actually just bought, and the furniture and appliances are also bought, but after all, it is a house that I bought myself, so I want to move in a hurry. Hearing the landlord's Aunt Guo's question, Lu Qing answered 28 with a smile. Good boy, it's really been 3 days since you were separated. You should be impressed. Your aunt and I have only gone on vacation for 20 days. Your restaurant has opened, and now you even bought a house, haha. The landlord, Uncle Li, heard what Lu Qing said, and immediately burst out laughing. Hearing that Lu Qing bought a house, the landlord Uncle Li was actually very relieved, which showed that Lu Qing had the ability. As for how the money for the house came from, the landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo didn't ask too much. Uncle Li, in fact, it's mainly my parents who bought this house, and my sister will be here in a few days. You know, this house can't hold so many people right now. Lu Qing explained. What, your parents and your sister are all coming? When the landlord Uncle Li heard this, he was a little puzzled. Well, because my sister is going to sign up for the university at the end of this month, so the two elders sent my sister over together. After all, she is a girl who has not left the province yet, so everyone is worried about letting her come to the capital alone. Lu Qing nodded and explained. So it is. The landlord, Uncle Li, understood and said with a smile, this is a good thing, your family can be reunited. Well, then I'll go back with my heart to pack up and make room for you. Lu Qing said. Uncle Li and Aunt Guo, thank you two elders for helping me, thank you, if it weren't for you, Lu Xin probably wouldn't be able to enter the kindergarten by now. Lu Qing then thanked him. After speaking, Lu Qing bowed sincerely to the landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo. I said, why are you doing such a big gift, kid? Upon seeing this, Uncle Li, the landlord, waved his hand to Lu Qing quickly, saying that you don't have to be polite, you better go back and move things quickly. If you can't finish moving the things in the house today, you can move the main things first. Aunt Guo and I won't urge you to move just because you are no longer living. The landlord, Uncle Li, continued. Okay, Lu Qing nodded and said, then I will go back to pack with my heart, Uncle Li and Aunt Guo. After finishing speaking, Lu Qing took Lu Xin and left the landlord's Uncle Li and Aunt Guo's house, then went upstairs to the house he rented. Baba, can we not move? Arriving upstairs, at the door of the room, Lu Qing was just about to take out the key to open the door, when Lu Xin in his arms suddenly asked carefully. Why, Ginseng, are you reluctant to be here? Upon hearing this, Lu Qing asked while taking out the key to open the door. Lu Xin nodded in response. After all, after living here for more than a year, Lu Xin already had feelings for this place, so she asked Lu Qing reluctantly. Haha, but didn't you say it just now, your grandparents and your aunt are coming? We only have a bed in your house here, and we can't sleep them. At this time, Lu Qing had already opened the door, walked into the room with Lu Xin in his arms, and replied. Then can I let them sleep with me? Baba. When Lu Xin heard this, she asked eagerly, because she slept alone. Haha, of course you can, Ginseng, but you can only sleep 2 people in your bed, and you won't be able to sleep with too many people. Lu Qing listened and explained with a smile. 2 people. Lu Xin heard this and muttered. The little eyes suddenly became a little troubled. Yes, heart. Lu Qing then said. You think, your grandparents and aunts come, we can't let them live in other places, right? After all, they are our relatives. Lu Xin nodded, feeling that Baba was right. And don't you really miss your grandparents and aunts coming? You think, if your grandparents come, they will definitely buy you delicious and fun things. Lu Qing said seductively. Really? Lu Xin's eyes lit up when he heard it. Because grandma and grandma are indeed very kind to her. Of course it's true. Lu Qing answered affirmatively. Hey, but we've moved, and I'll miss Grandpa Li and Grandma Guo downstairs too. Thinking of moving away, Lu Xin sighed and said sadly. Haha, Ginseng, don't worry about this, we can come back to play at any time, because our new house is very close to here, just go down behind the park. Lu Qing looked at Lu Xinshao's expression and couldn't help but explained with a smile. Really, Baba? When Lu Xin heard this, she looked at Lu Qing with big watery eyes and asked in disbelief. Really? Lu Qing replied seriously. Seeing Lu Qing's expression, Lu Xin finally agreed and nodded. All right then, Baba, let's move. Okay, let's start packing, Xingxin. Lu Qing said with a smile. Then put down Lu Xin in his arms. Baba, but I don't know how to clean up. Hearing this, Lu Xin tilted his head and looked at Lu Qing with watery eyes. He didn't understand what it meant to pack up. After all, Lu Xin was only in his early 3 years and had never done this before. Also, let's go, Xingxin, let's go into your house and Baba will teach you how to clean them up. Lu Qing listened and smiled quickly. Having said that, the father and daughter entered Lu Xin's bedroom together. After entering the house, Lu Qing seemed to suddenly think of something, and quickly walked out of the house, and then found a large cardboard box in the corner of the living room where the sundries were piled up, and then entered Lu Xin's room again. Lu Xin saw Lu Qing go out, and after a while, came back with a large cardboard box in his hand, and asked with some doubts, Baba, what are you doing with this cardboard box? Haha, this cardboard box is what we use to pack things. When Lu Qing heard it, he replied with a smile. You look good, Xingxin, let's put this box here. Lu Qing continued, and during the speech, he demonstrated. Lu Qing walked to the closet in the room, put down the suitcase in his hand, opened the closet, and took out a pair of trousers that Lu Xin usually wears, folded it, and put it inside the box. See, Xingxin, you just need to put your clothes, pants, and things you like, such as doll toys, into the box. After the demonstration, Lu Qing looked at Lu Xindao with a smile. Oh, Baba, I know what to do. After seeing Lu Qing's demonstration, Lu Xin let out a sigh of relief, and said with a sweet smile on his face. That's all right, you stay in this room and pack your things. Baba has to go outside to pack up his things, and the pots and pans in the kitchen have to be taken away together. When Lu Qing heard this, she said to Lu Xin. Lu Xin nodded his head in agreement. Immediately, Lu Qing left Lu Xin's room. Baba, that's what it seems like. After seeing Lu Qing gone, Lu Xin trotted to the closet, imitated Lu Qing's appearance, took out her own clothes and pants, folded them one by one, and put them in the box beside them. It's just that Lu Xin's folded clothes can only be described as horrible. When she saw a pair of trousers and a piece of clothes crumpled into a ball by her, it was regarded as folded. After all, Lu Xin was only in his early 3 years old, and he couldn't figure this out at all, he just learned a little bit. Haha, Xingxin, fold all the clothes and pants, Xingxin is great. When all the clothes and trousers in the closet were taken out and folded, Lu Xin's cute little nose cocked, and she praised herself with a smile on her face. What should I put now? After finishing the clothes and pants, Lu Xin looked around, her bright eyes searching for what she should put in the cardboard box next. There is. After searching around, when he saw the writing desk in front of the window, Lu Xin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he came to the writing desk immediately. I saw Lu Xin's cute little pink lamp on the writing desk, a piggy bank co-branded by Peppa Pig, and the cute wooden toys of the Zodiac made by Lu Qing for Lu Xin. These are all things Lu Xin likes. Immediately after Lu Xin saw it, he put all these things into the box and put them away. Of course, besides that, Lu Xin also kept the school bag and other stationery on the table. Put it in the box. After running back and forth for a few minutes, Lu Xin put all the items on the desk into the cardboard box. What should I put now? After finishing all the items on the writing desk, Lu Xin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked for the next target. By the way, my favorite Shangda and Shang'er haven't been put in yet. Lu Xin rolled his eyes and saw the two brothers Shang dolls on the other side of the bed. They were bought by Lu Qing at the World Trade Center Tianji shopping mall some time ago. When he bought it back, Lu Xin was very happy, and also slept with them for many days. But now that the freshness has passed, the two brothers' dolls have been thrown into the cold palace by Lu Xin, and they are put aside to eat ashes, but it does not prevent them from becoming Lu Xin's favorite things. Woolen cloth. Immediately from the side of the bed, detouring inside, holding a Shangda and Shang'er in one hand, Lu Xin came to the box and put them in. It's a pity that these two dolls are nearly half a meter high, and Lu Xun put them in, only to find that the box in front of him couldn't hold them at all. Lu Xun stretched out his fleshy little hand and tried his best, but he couldn't put Shang in. In desperation, Lu Xun could only ask Lu Qing outside the house for help. Baba, Baba, come here, I'm here. Got in trouble. Lu Qing outside, who was in the kitchen at this time, put the rice cooker, pots and pans in the kitchen one by one into the cardboard box beside him. However, when he heard Lu Xun's loud shouting, he was startled. He quickly put down his things, hurried to Lu Xun's house, and asked anxiously, "What happened? My dear daughter." Quote, "Baba, come down, Shangda and Shang why can't you put them in?" After seeing Lu Qing coming, Lu Xun pointed at the two dolls on the box beside him and said weakly, "So this is Ah." Lu Qing looked in the direction Lu Xun pointed, and saw the wrinkled Shangda and Shang on the ground after being squeezed on the cardboard box. He was relieved and couldn't help smiling. "Well, what should I do, Baba?" When Lu Xun heard this, she stared at Lu Qing with big watery eyes. "It's easy to handle, Baba, can't I just go and bring you a big box in?" Lu Qing replied with a smile. After speaking, Lu Qing went outside and brought in an extra large box half a person tall. "Wow, what a big box." Seeing the extra large box in front of her that was almost a head shorter than her, Lu Xun exclaimed, "Is it possible to put Shangda in it?" Seeing Lu Xun's surprised expression, Lu Qing asked with a smile. When Lu Xun heard this, his little head suddenly felt like pounding garlic and kept tapping. Having said that, Lu Xun quickly picked up Shang and put it in. "Then Baba, let's clean up with you." Thinking that apart from the pots and pans in the kitchen, everything else has been packed and packed, Lu Qing himself has nothing else to pack, so he smiled and looked at Lu Xindao. "Good." When Lu Xun heard this, he replied happily. Immediately, Lu Qing and Lu Xun packed up the things in the house together. With Lu Qing's help, in less than 10 minutes, the whole house suddenly became empty, and all Lu Xun's things in the house were packed and finished. Later, with the help of the landlord's uncle Li and Aunt Guo, Lu Qing and Lu Xun packed up the boxes, and they all moved them to the Wuling Rongguang microcard parked downstairs. It took 20 minutes for all the boxes to be moved. After clapping his hands, Lu Qing thanked the landlords Li Shu and Aunt Guo who helped. "Thank you for your hard work, Li Shu and Aunt Guo." "What hard work is that?" When the landlord Uncle Li heard this, he waved his hand and said that he didn't need to care. "Uncle Li and Auntie Guo, then we'll go first." Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled. "Qian Nuo is good quick, Xingsen, say goodbye to Grandpa Li and Grandma Guo." Lu Qing continued to speak to Lu Xun who was beside him. "Well, goodbye Grandpa Li, goodbye Grandma Guo, you must come and play when you have time." Hearing this, Lu Xun smiled and said with a small face, "Okay, little baby, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely go there in the future." Upon hearing this, Uncle Li, the landlord, replied with a bright smile on his face, and Aunt Guo, who was beside him, was just as happy as him. Afterwards, he carried Lu Xun into the car, and put Xiaobai and Xiaohei at Lu Xun's feet. Only then did Lu Qing come to the side of the cab, open the door to get in the car, and wave to the landlords, Uncle Li and Aunt Guo. Only then did Lu Qing retract his gaze and look at Lu Xun in the co-pilot seat with a smile on his face. "Sit down, Xingsen, let's go to our new home." "Let's go, Xingsen, let's go in, why did you stop there?" In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qing drove the car to the front of the courtyard of his villa, turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, opened the door and got out of the car, then carried Lu Xun down, and Xiaohei and Xiaobai, before turning it on the gate of the yard, and then picked up a box of things that had just been packed from the microcard, and walked into the inner room. But just a few steps, Lu Qing found that Lu Xun behind him did not follow, but stayed there and couldn't help but turn back. He turned his head and looked at Lu Xindao. But Lu Xun still didn't react. With big bright eyes, he just stared blankly at the beautiful big house in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly put the suitcase in his hand on the ground at will, then came to Lu Xun's body, squatted down, looked at Lu Xun in front of him, and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Xin, do you think our family is home? The house is too big and beautiful." Lu Xun nodded and agreed. "Silly girl." Seeing Lu Xun in front of her, she was stunned because she couldn't believe that the big house in front of her was her own. Lu Qing couldn't help but gently scratched Lu Xin's cute little nose and said with a smile. Let's go, Baba will take you in first to see what our new house is like. Luo. Saying that, Lu Qing, who was all smiles, picked up Lu Xin, who was in front of him, then got up and walked to the inner room, planning to show Lu Xin the house at first, and then pack up the luggage in the car. And Xiaobai and Xiaohei, after entering the yard, are having fun inside. Look, this is our living room, Xingxin. Lu Qing took out the key, opened the door of the house, walked in, and introduced the large living room like a small playground to Lu Xin in his arms. But Lu Xin in Lu Qing's arms didn't say anything, her eyes were as bright as sapphire, looking at the living room in front of her seriously. Look, this is our dining room, this is the kitchen. Then, Lu Qing carried Lu Xin to the spotless, spacious and clear kitchen and said, How, is this kitchen much bigger than the kitchen in the house we just rented? Looking at the kitchen in front of him, Lu Qing asked Xiangwei to hold Lu Xin. Well, it's much bigger than the original kitchen. Hearing Lu Qing's question, Lu Xin replied in surprise after reading it. Haha. Seeing Lu Xin's reaction, Lu Qing smiled and said, Come on, let's go upstairs, Baba, I'll show you your study and your bedroom. Having said that, Lu Qing came directly to the second floor with Lu Xin in his arms. Hey, this room is your study, Xingxin, and it can also be used as your studio in the future. After going upstairs, Lu Qing introduced Lu Xin's study with a smile on his face. I saw that this study is about 20 square meters, a huge desk made of Hainan Wanghuili logs, chairs, and 6 bookshelves are placed in it. Wow, so big. When Lu Xin saw it, he immediately sighed. Because the study in front of him is really big, spacious and bright, and Lu Xin finally has a place to paint by himself, so he can't help but sigh. Hey, how's it going, Xingxin? Lu Qing was very satisfied to see Lu Xin's expression. After all, this study was specially made by Lu Qing for Lu Xin. I love it, Baba. Lu Xin answered happily. Come on, let's go next door and see your bedroom. Lu Qing went on to say. Immediately, Lu Qing led Lu Xin to Lu Xin's bedroom separated by a wall. My heart is good, you close your eyes first, and Baba tells you to open them, okay. Standing at the door of the room, Lu Qing faced Lu Xindao with a mysterious face. When Lu Xin heard this, he obediently closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Qing opened the door of the room and walked in with Lu Xin in his arms. Okay, Xingxin, you can open your eyes now. After entering the room, Lu Qing looked at Lu Xindao, who looked very cute with his eyes closed in his arms. Wow, so beautiful, Baba. When she opened her eyes and saw that she seemed to be in a pink ocean world room, Lu Xin covered her small mouth and exclaimed. Because the house in front of me is really beautiful, pink sheets, pink quilts, pink pillows, these are Lu Xin's favorite colors. Haha, this is your room, Xingxin. Seeing Lu Xin's expression, Lu Qing said with a smile. I really like it, Baba. When Lu Xin heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smile. Thank you, Baba. Charged then, Lu Xinchao thanked Lu Qing. As he spoke, he kissed Lu Qing's cheek. The hand that was holding Lu Qing's neck involuntarily tightened, and his head was close to Lu Qing's. Ha ha. When Lu Qing heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter. Immediately, Lu Qing put down Lu Xin in his arms and said, Xingxin, then you can take a good look at your room here. Baba is going to go outside and move in the things we packed in the car and put them away. No, Baba, I want to move with you. When Lu Xin heard this, he shook his head and said. Okay, then let's go downstairs and go out to carry things. Seeing this, Lu Qing agreed immediately. Immediately, Lu Qing, Lu Xin, father and daughter went downstairs together to carry the things in the car into the house. Of course, most of the things were taken by Lu Qing. After spending an hour and a half, all the things in the car were moved into the house, and then cleaned up. Later, Lu Qing parked the car in the garage, walked into the house, checked the time, and found that it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to make dinner. So he said to Lu Xin, Xin, just sit on the sofa and watch cartoons, Baba is going to start making dinner. Okay, Lu Xin replied happily. When Lu Qing heard this, he came to the kitchen and started to cook dinner. After all, it was the first time I moved into a new house today. Lu Qing planned to be a bit richer tonight. After thinking about it, Lu Qing saw Lu Shen was watching the cartoon intently. In time, he brought out a slaughtered chicken, a few carp whose internal organs were cleaned, and other fresh vegetables. Lu Qing's dish today is chicken stew with mushrooms and haoshang carp. It was a busy meal, and dinner was not ready until 7 o'clock. Immediately, Lu Qing called Lu Shen, who was watching the anime, to come over for dinner. After all, Lu Shen was also packing and carrying the small things for a long time today, so like Lu Qing, he had a big appetite and even ate 2 bowls of rice. After eating and drinking, Lu Qing and his daughter, along with Xiaobai and Xiaohei, walked around the neighborhood, digested it, and then went home to rest. 9 p.m. Lu Shen's bedroom. Good night, heart. Lu Qing said to Lu Shen, who was lying on the bed. Good night, Baba, Lu Shen replied, and then closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Qing turned off the lights in Lu Shen's room, then walked out, closed Lu Shen's door, and walked to his bedroom. Well, it's so comfortable, let's go to sleep. After coming to his room, Lu Qing turned the air conditioner to sleep mode, then turned off the light and went to sleep. After all, he slept on the sofa for early 1 year. Now Lu Qing is lying on the Simmons mattress and sighed comfortably. Then, Lu Qing closed his eyes and fell asleep. It's just that before Lu Qing slept for a while, the bedroom door was opened. He was initially vigilant when he saw a familiar little figure walk in, with a faint smile on his face, and he felt relieved. I saw this little figure who got into Lu Qing's bed after entering Lu Qing's room. It wasn't Lu Shen. Seeing this, Lu Qing asked, "What's wrong, Xingsen?" And when Lu Shen, whose whole body was under the quilt, heard this, he replied in a buzzing voice. Baba, my heart can't sleep. Can't sleep. Why can't you sleep, Xingsen? When Lu please listened to it, he was a little puzzled, wondering why Lu Shen suddenly couldn't sleep. Immediately, Lu Qing reached out and turned on the light in this room with a snap. Suddenly, the originally dark room was instantly illuminated again. Tell me about it, why can't you sleep, Xingsen? After turning on the lights in the room, Lu Qing lifted the quilt and exposed Lu Zineng, who was covered tightly inside, with a small head. Seeing her bright eyes and energetic appearance, Lu Qing smiled and looked at her. Hey, I don't know, Baba, I just can't sleep anyway. Lying on the side of the bed, Lu Shen sighed and looked at Lu Qing with big bright eyes, and replied helplessly. Is it because of bed recognition? Or is it that Lu Shen has to adapt to a new environment for a few days? 8 or 97, Lu Qing suddenly thought in his mind after hearing Lu Shen's words. After all, there are many people, like Lu Shen, who are used to sleeping in one place, and then suddenly switch to another place, so it is easy to toss and turn and fall asleep. Thinking of this, Lu Qing smiled and looked at Lu Shen and said, Shen, why don't Baba tell you a story, you will fall asleep listening to it. When Lu Shen heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed, Xing, Baba, hurry up, hurry up. Okay, listen carefully, Baba started to tell you. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Saying that, Lu Qing stood up and put the horizontal pillow upright, then leaned his back on it, and then lifted Lu Shen, who was lying down a little, up, next to his waist. After finishing it, Lu Qing thought about the children's story in his mind, and then slowly began to tell it, saying, in the past, there was a little pig, it had a round head, big ears, upturned nose, chubby body. It likes to find food in the rubbish heap, and when it is full, it rolls around in the mud pit and it is full of mud. It thought, humph, I won't take a bath. One day, the little pig wanted to find a friend, and he saw a little white rabbit while walking. The little white rabbit looks like long ears, short tail, red eyes, white body. Lu Qing told the story with emotion, and then it took a few minutes to tell the whole story. Why, don't you want to sleep after hearing this story, Xingsen? After telling the story, Lu Qing tilted his head and found that Lu Shen, who was beside him, still had big bright eyes and was not asleep, so he scratched his head and said. Lu Shen snorted. Well then, Baba, let's tell you another story. After thinking for a while, Lu Qing continued. It seemed that Lu Qing would never give up until he told Lu Shen's drowsiness. Immediately, Lu Qing began to tell the second story, and Lu Shen listened quietly. A few minutes later, When Lu Qing finished telling the story, he found that Lu Xin, who was beside him, was still not asleep, but still had his big bright eyes open. What, Xingxin, are you still unable to sleep? When Lu Qing saw it, he asked helplessly. Lu Xin replied with big watery eyes flashing. This is how to do awe. Seeing this, Lu Qing discovered that his hypnotic magic skills had no effect at all today, so he couldn't help scratching his head, because Lu Qing found that Lu Xin felt that the more he listened to the story, the more spiritual he became. Come on, it seems that Lu Xin won't be able to sleep tonight. Lu Qing saw Lu Xin's spirited appearance and knew that she could not sleep at all for the time being. Then find something to do to pass the time. After Lu Qing saw it, he thought about it in his mind, ready to find something to come. After all, Lu Xin couldn't fall asleep for a while, and he wanted to accompany him again, so he couldn't stare at him, watching the light above his head to pass the time. Yes, at this moment, after thinking about it for a while, Lu Qing thought of a very interesting thing in his mind, and he couldn't help but slap his forehead. His face looked very happy. So thinking of this, the smiling Lu Qing looked at Lu Xin and said, "Go, Xin, get up quickly, let's go catch the monkey." "Baba, what do you know about a monkey?" When Lu Xin heard this, he asked in complete confusion. "Oh, I'm sorry, Baba forgot that you don't know what a monkey is." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing said apologetically. Immediately, Lu Qing explained slowly and said, "Let me tell you this, Xingxin, this kai monkey is the kai ya kai, the larva that keeps on chiming, that we hear on the tree during the day. Baba, after hours, sometimes at night, when I can't sleep, I will follow your grandfather, or other people in the village, to find monkeys in the mountains and woods. And this one knows the taste of monkeys, it's very delicious. After an hour of Baba, I ate a lot." "Really, Baba?" When Lu Xin heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She, who was not sleepy at first, asked with great interest after hearing what Lu Qing said about the wise monkey. "Of course it's true, how could Baba lie?" When Lu Qing heard Lu Xin's question, he patted his chest and assured. "Let's go, Baba, let's go out and catch the monkey." Seeing Lu Qing's affirmative answer, Lu Xin hurriedly sat up, took Lu Qing's hand, and said eagerly. Because hearing Lu Qing say this, Lu Xin is indeed very interested. After all, Lu Xin knows what Gigi looks like, but after knowing the monkey, Lu Xin has never seen it before, so hearing Lu Qing say so, hurriedly wanted to go out and see what the monkey looked like. "Then you go back first and change your shorts into a pair of trousers before going out. After all, it is night, and the temperature at night is much lower than the temperature during the day. What if you catch a cold?" Lu Qing looked at Lu Xin and said, "When you change it, let's go out and find the monkey." Lu Qing continued, "Okay, Baba, I'll change it right away." Hearing this, Lu Xin stood up abruptly, jumped out of bed, and ran quickly to his room next door, preparing to wear thicker clothes to come over. "Then get up and get dressed yourself." After seeing Lu Xin leave the room, Lu Qing also immediately got up and put on clothes and pants. It's just that Lu Qing's trousers have just been put on, and the clothes have not been put on. Lu Xin, who hurried back to his room, changed into slightly thicker clothes and trousers, and came back in a hurry, and some monkeys hurriedly urged. "Baba, let's go, let's catch the monkey. Then let's go out and find the monkey." Hearing her daughter Lu Xin's urging voice, Lu Qing hurriedly picked up the clothes and put them on herself, and then said to Lu Xin, "Walk around, go out and find the monkey." Hearing this, Lu Xin smiled very happily. Immediately, Lu Qing and Lu Xin, their father and daughter, went downstairs together. When Xiaobai and Xiaohe in the kennel downstairs saw Lu Qing and his daughter come down, they immediately got up from the kennel and scurried around Lu Qing and Lu Xin with their heads and tails waving. But Bu Qing didn't care about them, while Lu Xin and the two little guys fought hotly. Later, Lu Qing went to the kitchen to find a plastic bag, and then went to get a flashlight, and then said to Lu Xin, "Let's go, Xin, let's go out and find the monkey." "Come on, Baba." When Lu Xin, who was playing with Xiaobai and Xiaohe, heard this, he trotted to Lu Qing and said with a very excited smile, "Baba, where are we going to find the monkey?" "Just look for it in our backyard." Lu Qing replied immediately. "Ah, is there a monkey in our backyard?" As soon as Lu Xin heard it, he searched in the courtyard behind the house, and asked with a little face in disbelief. Is there any? You have to go out and find out. It's past 9 o'clock in the evening. We can't go outside to find it. Lu Qing looked at Lu Xin's little face, and couldn't help answering. After all, it's a bit dangerous to go out to look for it so late at night. This is mainly for Lu Xin's safety, and it is also to pass the time when he finds the monkey. Okay, let's go out, Baba. Lu Xin listened to Lu Qing's answer and nodded in agreement. Having said that, he was about to take Xiaobai and Xiaohei to the backyard. Wait, Xingxin, this flashlight is given to you, there is no light, how can you find the monkey? Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly stopped Lu Xindao, and while speaking, handed Lu Xin the flashlight he had just found. What about you, Baba, you don't even have a flashlight. Taking the flashlight that Lu Qing handed over, Lu Xin opened it and shook it for a while, then saw Lu Qing handing the flashlight to himself. His hands were empty, he couldn't help but open his big bright eyes, looked at Lu Qing with some doubts and asked. Hey, Baba has a flashlight, look at this. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, then turned on the flashlight on the mobile phone, shaking it and replied. Then let's go out. After seeing the flashlight in Lu Qing's hand, Lu Xin said with a smile. Lu Qing nodded in response. Saying that, Lu Qing took Lu Xin to the locked anti-theft back door, then opened the door and walked out. When Xiaobai and Xiaohei saw this, they were even faster. They took the lead and came to the yard, wiggling their tails and running around. Let's go, Xingxin, follow me, Baba, I'll show you first what is a monkey, and then I'll teach you how to catch them. After coming to the backyard, Lu Qing confronted Lu Xindao beside him. Okay, Baba, Lu Xin said happily. Then let's start looking. Lu Qing said upon seeing this. Immediately, the father and daughter started to search slowly in the backyard with flashlights. In August, when the monkeys were unearthed, they could be seen everywhere, so Lu Qing came to find out if there was any in the backyard with the attitude of giving it a try. I saw that in Lu Qing's backyard, there were more than a dozen trees as thick as forearms. Lu Qing remembers it very clearly, knowing that after the monkeys burrowed out of the ground, they would climb on the trees. So Lu Qing took Lu Xin to check to see if there were any monkeys on the trees. Hey, Xingxin, we are lucky to find one as soon as we come. When he came to a tree, Lu Qing took the flashlight of his mobile phone and saw a monkey, which had just emerged from the soil, with fresh and moist soil on its back, and was slowly climbing up along the trunk of the tree. Lu Qing, when Qing saw it, he couldn't help but look happy. Having said that, Lu Qing quickly grabbed the crawling chia monkey in his hand. Baba, let me see, let me see. Seeing this, Lu Xin, who was on the side, immediately stared at her big watery eyes, shook Lu Qing's hand, and said anxiously. Hey, look. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing grabbed the monkey's hand and spread it out, facing Lu Xindao. Is this the cognition monkey? Baba. Lu Qing's smart eyes stared at the khaki monkey on Lu Qing's palm, and some couldn't believe it. Yes, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Then can I touch it? Baba. Lu Xin looked at the strange monkey and asked Lu Qing. Of course you can, you stretch out your hand and Baba put it on your palm. Lu Qing listened and said with a smile. Lu Xin nodded and answered, and stretched out his palm without any fear. Then look, Baba, look for it, and see if there are any other trees here. After knowing the monkey, Lu Qing put it in Lu Xin's hand and said. Okay. Lu Xin replied yes, and then held the flashlight on, looking at the monkey in his hand like a pair of sapphires. Dodge. Seeing the monkey moving in his hand, Lu Xin smiled. But after watching for a while, Lu Xin wanted to find Ziho by herself, so she ran to Lu Qing and handed the Ziho in her hand to Lu Qing and said, Baba, here, I also want to find Ziho. Lu Qing took the monkey and put it into his plastic pocket, then said to Lu Xin, okay, just check the tree next to me to see if there is any. When Lu Xin heard this, he replied with a smile, and hurried to the tree beside Lu Qing to examine it carefully. Ah, Baba, there are 2 monkeys on this tree. Lu Xin's luck was very good. As soon as he arrived, he saw 2 monkeys on the tree, and said in surprise. Having said that, Lu Xin quickly took the 2 cicada monkeys down from the tree and put them into the bag in Lu Qing's hand. With these 2 Kai monkeys off to a good start, Lu Xin's motivation to find Kai monkeys suddenly increased, and he ran quickly to the remaining trees to check. From time to time, Lu Xin's exclamation of happiness when he found the monkey was heard. As for Lu Qing, luck doesn't seem to be as good as Lu Xin. Except for finding one at the beginning and one at the end, the rest of the monkeys were found by Lu Xin alone. Seeing this, Lu Xin smiled even brighter. After searching the back courtyard and the front courtyard, Lu Qing and his daughter found less than G monkeys in total. After seeing the G monkey, Lu Qing was still enthusiastic. Lu Xin, who looked up, said, "Okay, Xin, let's go back, there is no more." "Come on, Baba." Upon hearing this, Lu Xin realized that he was indeed not looking for a chia monkey, and then responded, and then trotted all the way into the house with Xiaobai and Xiaohei who had been following him. "Come to the kitchen." Lu Xin saw that Lu Qing was cleaning the monkeys mentioned just now, and couldn't help but ask with some doubts, "Baba, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Lu Qing turned his head, looked at Lu Xin and replied, "Baba, didn't I just tell you to blow them up?" "Oh," quote. Lu Xin nodded and said. Afterwards, after Lu Qing's busy work, a plate of fried golden yellow salt and pepper was ready. "Eat it." After knowing that the monkey was done, Lu Qing put the plate in front of Lu Xin and said with a smile, "Is it really edible?" Lu Xin looked at the monkey with all the colors and scents in front of him, swallowed and asked, "Of course you can eat it, look at how I eat it." Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled and said, he picked up the fried cheetah from the plate and put it in his mouth to chew. "That's great, Baba." Lu Xin saw that Lu Qing had eaten it all, so she took the courage to pick up a cheetah monkey from the plate and put it in her mouth. After taking a bite, Lu Xin's eyes suddenly brightened and she exclaimed in admiration, "Good to eat." Immediately, Lu Xin and Lu Qing took a bite, and in a few minutes, they finished eating a plate of salt and pepper. Looking at the empty plate, Lu Xin wrinkled his nose and complained, "Baba, this is a monkey, it's so few, I haven't eaten much, it's gone." Ha ha. When Lu Qing heard this, he laughed and said, "You know it's delicious. When we're free that day, we'll go out and find it in the woods, and then let you have enough to eat, okay?" Real. When Lu Xin heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in disbelief, "Because the less than 20 chichi monkeys I caught just now are indeed too few to eat at all." "Of course it's true," Lu Qing assured with a smile. Then I looked at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lu Qing said to Lu Xin, Xin, go, brush your teeth, and go to bed. It's 11 o'clock. Tomorrow Monday, what if you can't get up?" "Okay, Baba." Hearing this, Lu Xin replied, and then hurried to the bathroom to wash up, then obediently lay on the bed and fell asleep. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled and said, "Good night, Xingxin." When Lu Xin heard this, he happily responded, "Good night, Baba." Early morning, 5 o'clock, it's just dawn. At this time every day, Lu Qing opened his eyes unshakably and woke up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lu Qing immediately got up and got out of bed, putting on his clothes and pants. Enter. After putting on his clothes and trousers, Lu Qing's thoughts moved, and he entered the space to prepare the vegetables and poultry meat that Shenxianju needed today. The business of Shenxianju has been very stable recently, and the daily turnover has remained within a fixed range. Therefore, the vegetables and animals prepared by Lu Qing every morning only add up to 200 or 300 catties. After entering the space, in less than a minute, under the control of Lu Qing's thoughts, he prepared all the vegetables and animals that he needed today, and then fed the red and white koi and other 3 koi bait, out of space. After coming out of the space, Lu Qing did not hurriedly send the freshly prepared vegetables and poultry meat to Shenxianju as usual, but took it out for himself. After buying it at the World Trade Center Tianji shopping mall last time, only once unworn running shoes and running sweatshirts and trousers, then put them on for yourself. After all, it has been more than a week since he went for a run. Lu Qing thought about it. He still has to persevere in this running every day. After everything was changed, Lu Qing came to the daughter's room next door, then gently opened the door, looked inside, and found Lu Xin lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. "After all, I didn't go to bed until 11 o'clock last night." Lu Qing planned to wake Lu Xin up after breakfast was ready. Afterwards, Lu Qing gently closed the door of Lu Xin's room again, and then went downstairs to prepare for a run. Xiaobai and Xiaohe in the kennel downstairs moved their ears and heard Lu Qing coming downstairs. They quickly got up from their kennels, shook their heads and waved their tails to greet Lu Qing and followed in front of Lu Qing. Let's go, Xiaobai, Xiaohe, let's go out for a run together. Seeing Xiaobai and Xiaohe scurrying about under his feet, Lu Qing said with a smile on his face. Wong Wong. When Xiaobai and Xiaohe heard it, they immediately pricked up their ears, opened their mouths, wagged their tails, and shouted to Lu Qing happily, expressing their willingness to go out for a run with Lu Qing. Ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Qing laughed and said, let's go out. Saying that, Lu Qing opened the door of the house and came into the yard, and Xiaobai and Xiaohe came to the yard first, and ran their horses with joy, while Lu Qing did warm-up exercises before running in the yard. Let's go. After spending a few minutes, after completing the warm-up exercise before running, Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief, and then called out Xiaobai and Xiaohe to go out and run together. Call. After leaving the yard, Lu Qing waved his arms and jogged with a rhythmic breathing, and ran to the right to the outside of the villa area, while Xiaobai and Xiaohe trotted along in front of Lu Qing. At this time, it was only early 5 o'clock. The sky was gray. I never thought that someone would come out for a run just like me at this point. When Lu Qing trotted all the way to the outside, passing by the second villa, inside the second villa, a middle-aged man with short hair and running clothes like Lu Qing was opening the gate of the yard to prepare for a run. Running past with 2 puppies, I couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Is it a new move-in? After all, after living in this villa area for so long, this was the first time I saw someone jogging outside. The middle-aged man guessed when he saw Lu Qing's figure, and immediately chased after him. Hey, I still can't catch up with him. The short-haired middle-aged man noticed that Lu Qing, who was jogging in front of him, was not fast, but he couldn't catch up with him when he followed behind, and he couldn't help showing a playful smile on his face. Never mind, just speed up to catch up with him, he said. Seeing Lu Qing jogging in front of him all the time, it was very annoying and uncomfortable for a person who loves running. The short-haired middle-aged man immediately accelerated, overtook Lu Qing in one breath, and ran forward. Hey, this person actually goes in the same direction as you. Seeing that he was overtaken by others, Lu Qing didn't care. After all, there were so many people running out early in the morning, but after running for nearly 5 kilometers, Lu Qing found that the middle-aged man with short hair ahead of him was going to run with him. The route is the same. Would you hurry up? Lu Qing thought about it. After all, after jogging for 5 kilometers, looking at the map on the mobile phone, he could run for another 5 kilometers before running back to the villa, and Lu Qing didn't feel the slightest feeling during the 5 kilometers of jogging. Let's go, Xiaobai and Xiaohe, let's sprint all the way home. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Qing followed Xiaobai and Xiaohe who were jogging beside him, as leisurely as a walk, and said with a smile. Wong Wong. When Xiaobai and Xiaohe heard it, they immediately wagged their tails and shouted cheerfully, expressing their agreement. Ha, let's go then. Seeing this, Lu Qing smiled. Immediately, the jogging step turned into a stride run, and the speed was more than double the speed of the jogging just now. And Xiaobai and Xiaohe ran as if they were running. Comfortable. As the speed increased, Lu Qing, who finally felt a little like running, praised. Qian nuo jiao guo. After all, after drinking the space pool water for so long, and eating the vegetables and animals grown in the space, Lu Qing's physique was twice as strong as before. Immediately, the fast Lu Qing easily surpassed the short-haired middle-aged man in front, and then disappeared without a trace. I can't catch up, it's too fast. When the short-haired middle-aged man saw that he was being chased, he quickly raised his speed to the fastest, but after running for 1 kilometer, he reluctantly stopped, because Lu Qing's speed was too fast, he was completely can't keep up. Seeing the disappearance of Lu Qing, the short-haired middle-aged man smiled and said. It's interesting. It's comfortable. Lu Qing, who was running all the way home, sweating all over his body, went straight into the bathroom after stretching and rinsed. After washing, Lu Qing, who was refreshed, sighed involuntarily. Then start making breakfast. After taking a shower and putting on clean clothes, Lu Qing checked the time and found that it was already early 6 o'clock, so he went to the kitchen and started to make breakfast. What should I make for breakfast today? After coming to the kitchen, Lu Qing opened the refrigerator and looked at it, thinking about what to make for breakfast today. Hey, yes, let's make a sweet potato porridge today. When Lu Qing was thinking, out of the corner of his eyes suddenly saw a few sweet potatoes in the bag on the ground next to the refrigerator. His eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to come down. Immediately, Lu Qing bent down and picked up a sweet potato from the bag, quickly peeled it off, and then cut the peeled sweet potato into granules for later use. Of course, cutting into such fine particles is also convenient for sweet potatoes to be boiled, making the cooked porridge more fragrant and delicious. Then Lu Qing began to wash the rice, then put the washed rice and cut sweet potatoes into the rice cooker, add water to cover the lid, and finally press the porridge mode to cook. Time passed minute by minute, and after more than 30 minutes, the sweet potato porridge was cooked. Seeing this, Lu Qing took out 4 eggs from the refrigerator, fried 2 fried eggs for himself and Lu Xin, and then took out a little mustard and put it in the bowl, and the breakfast was ready. Ginseng, get up, Baba has already made breakfast. After breakfast was ready, Lu Qing came to Lu Xin's room on the 2nd floor and asked her to get up, get dressed, wash and eat breakfast. Well, I'm up, Baba. Hearing Lu Qing's cry, Lu Xin opened his eyes and woke up and replied. Saying that, Lu Xin stood up on her own, took the clothes and trousers that Lu Qing handed over and put them on, then got out of bed and walked to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. Let's go, Ginseng, let's go down to eat. After combing Lu Xin's hair, Lu Qing took a look and said with satisfaction. Yeah, Baba. Lu Xin nodded in response. Immediately, Lu Qing, Lu Xin, father and daughter went downstairs together, sat down at the table in the dining room, and ate the freshly prepared breakfast. Wow, Baba, the sweet potato porridge you made today is delicious, can you continue to cook it tomorrow? After Lu Xin took a bite of the sweet potato porridge in the bowl in front of him, his eyes suddenly brightened and he couldn't help but admire, then stared at Lu Qing who was beside him with big bright eyes. Of course you can, Ginseng, if you want to eat it, you can cook Baba for a month. Hearing this, Lu Qing replied with a happy smile. Thank you Baba. After listening to Lu Qing's answer, Lu Xin felt sweet in her heart, thanked him with a smile, and then gulps down the sweet potato porridge in the bowl. There are still 2 fried eggs here, Ginseng, don't forget it. Seeing this, Lu Qing quickly reminded. While speaking, he pushed the plate containing chopped fried eggs in front of Lu Xin. Okay, Lu Xin nodded in response and said yes, picked up a fried egg, took a bite, and then ate it with porridge, only to see that Lu Xin ate a bowl of porridge and a fried egg. After 10 minutes, Baba, I'm done eating. Lu Xin, who ate 3 bowls of sweet potato porridge and 2 fried eggs in a row, touched his bulging belly. Lu Qing nodded, then hurriedly drank the last mouthful of porridge in the bowl. I'm done eating too. Ginseng, let's go, it's almost time, Baba, let's take you to school. After eating breakfast and cleaning the bowl, Lu Qing looked at the time and said to Lu Xindao. Well, okay, Baba, I'll go get my school bag. Hearing this, Lu Xin nodded and said yes, then went upstairs to carry his school bag, and then stepped down again. You wait for me at the gate of the yard, Ginseng, Baba go to the garage and drive the car out. After seeing Lu Xin carrying her school bag, Lu Qing said. Row. Lu Xin heard the response, and then walked obediently to the gate of the courtyard, waiting for Lu Qing to drive out. When Lu Qing saw Lu Xin walk out of the house, he followed him out. After closing the door of the house, he hurriedly walked to the garage beside him. After arriving at the garage, Lu Qing's thoughts moved, and he quickly took out all the vegetables and poultry meat prepared for Shenxianju when he got up in the morning and put them in the car. Then he opened the garage door, got in the car, started the car, and received the gate of the hospital. Lu Xin. Get in the car, Ginseng. Lu Qing drove his car to the door of the courtyard, opened the door quickly, and shouted to Lu Xin at the door with a smile on his face. Baba. When Lu Xin heard this, she, carrying her school bag, hurriedly climbed into the car, put on her seat belt and sat down. Come on, let's go to school. Seeing this, Lu Qing said with a happy expression on his face, and then drove his car to Lu Xin's kindergarten. Get out of the car, Ginseng, here we are. After all, the distance is only 3 kilometers. Lu Qing drove his car to the gate of the kindergarten in less than 10 minutes, then opened the door and got off, came to the co-pilot seat, and carried Lu Xin down. Baba, goodbye. After getting off the bus, Lu Xin waved to Lu Qing. Go, Baba will pick you up after school. Seeing this, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Immediately, Lu Xin walked straight to the kindergarten. Lu Qing at the door saw Lu Xin walk into the kindergarten, chatting and laughing with his classmates. He turned and left, came to the parking lot, opened the door, got in the car, and drove to Shenxianju. Speeding all the way, Lu Qing drove the car quickly to the entrance of Shenxianju, then parked the car, opened the door and got off, and walked into Shenxianju. Aunt Sun, Aunt Zhao early. As soon as he walked into Shenxianju, Lu Qing saw Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao cleaning the restaurant, so he greeted them with a smile. Lu is here. Hearing Lu Qing's greeting, Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao, who were busy cleaning up, quickly raised their heads and responded kindly. Lu Qing nodded, immediately came to the kitchen, pushed the trolley, and pushed it to the parking place at the door, ready to unload the vegetables and poultry on the cart and pull it into the kitchen. At this moment, Guo Guo drove his van to Shenxianju as well. He happened to see Lu Qing carrying a trailer full of vegetables and poultry into Shenxianju, so he parked the car and ran to help. Hey, you've come just in time, Grasshopper. Lu Qing couldn't help laughing when he saw Guo Guo, who got out of the car and came to help together. That is, when Guo Guo heard this, he also replied with a smile. With the help of Guo Guo, the 300 kilograms of vegetables and poultry meat in the car were quickly carried into the kitchen by Lu Qing and Guo Guo. Then Lu Qing and Guo Guo started arranging the vegetables and poultry for lunch. At this time, Aunt Sun and Aunt Zhao, who had been busy with cleaning outside, also came to the kitchen to help. After all the vegetables and meat were arranged and ready for use, it was noon, and it was time for the guests to eat, and then the four of Lu Qing became even more busy. Because noon and evening meals are the busiest time for people in Shenxianju. Until 2:30 in the afternoon, after the Shenxianju basically had no guests, Lu Qing was finally able to relax, so he sighed and said, I can finally rest. Immediately, Lu Qing came to the cashier to sit down, and took out his mobile phone that he had not looked at for 2 or 3 hours because he was busy. At this moment, luckily, as soon as Lu Qing took out his cell phone, he saw Teacher Tutu calling, and he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Mr. Tutu, why are you calling? Did Xingxin have an accident in kindergarten? Thinking of this, Lu Qing was startled and quickly connected the phone. Because Teacher Tutu is the head teacher of Lu Xin Kindergarten. It's just that before Lu Qing spoke, Mr. Tutu, who was on the other end of the phone, was the first to say. Hey, hello, is this Xingxin Baba? I'm Lu Xin's head teacher, Mr. Tutu, is it convenient for you to come to the kindergarten now? All right, Mr. Tutu, I'll be there right away. Lu Qing only listened to what Teacher Tutu said later. Teacher Tutu said that it was unclear on the phone and that Lu Qing would need to go to the kindergarten in person. Lu Qing replied quickly after listening. After speaking, Lu Qing hung up the phone. Grasshopper, wake up, I'm going to Xingxin Kindergarten now, please keep an eye on it in the store in the afternoon. Then Lu Qing hurriedly came to the small room inside and said to Guo Guo, who was taking a nap on the sofa. Go to kindergarten. Why go to kindergarten? Guo Guo was woken up by Lu Qing and asked in a daze. I don't know, it was Xingxin's class teacher who just called me and told me to come over now, so I'll tell you. Lu Qing answered truthfully, with a worried look on his face. What's going on here? When Guo Guo heard this, his bewildered head was instantly sober. After all, it was the call from Lu Xin's kindergarten head teacher, which meant that something must have happened to Lu Xin in the kindergarten. Therefore, Guo Guo was also taken aback when he heard this. Then hurry up and go. Guo Guo then urged. Anyway, there is me in the store. Chinger. Well, okay, I'll rush over now. Lu Qing nodded in response. After finishing speaking, Lu Qing left the small room, trotted all the way, and ran to the parking lot by the door. In front of his Wuling Rongguang microcard, Lu Qing hurriedly opened the door and got in the car, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly accelerated to Lu Xin's kindergarten. What's the matter? Although today is Monday, but it's already early 2 in the afternoon, is it still so crowded? Halfway through the road, Lu Qing drove his Wuling Rongguang microcard, and complained as he watched the long, motionless traffic queue in front of him. After several minutes, the car that was blocked in front of him slowly started to move. When Lu Qing saw this, he also started the car and followed, and drove through the congested section. Only then did Lu Qing realize that there was a car accident at the intersection. Afterwards, without encountering any traffic jams, Lu Qing galloped all the way. It took less than 40 minutes to arrive at Lu Xin's kindergarten, then parked the car and opened the door to get off. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Lu Qing signed and registered his ID card information in the security room at the entrance. After confirming that Lu Qing was the parent of the students in the kindergarten, the security guard let him in and said, "Okay, let's go in." "Thanks." Lu Qing quickly thanked him and walked into the kindergarten. "After all, I have been to kindergarten several times before." Lu Qing is very familiar with Lu Xin's head teacher and Mr. Tutu's office, so he came to Mr. Tutu's office with ease. At the door of the office, Lu Qing gently knocked on the closed office door. After hearing Lu Qing's knock, the people inside ran to open the door for Lu Qing, only to see a very kind man with short hair in his ears, very young woman. Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly smiled and shouted, "Teacher Tutu." It turned out that the young woman who opened the door in front of her was Lu Xin's head teacher, Teacher Tutu. "You're here, Heart Baba." After seeing Lu Qing standing at the door, Mr. Tutu said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, I'm so sorry to delay your work, I'll let you come over in person." "It's okay, Teacher Tutu." When Lu Qing heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said that it was okay. "Did you make trouble out of your heart? Teacher Tutu, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." Looking at Teacher Tutu's expression, Lu Qing didn't look like something happened to Lu Xin, but more like Lu Xin was in trouble in the kindergarten and got into trouble, so she couldn't help but apologize quickly. Of course, seeing that nothing happened to Lu Xin, Lu Qing, who had been falsely alarmed, was relieved of his originally dangling heart. "Hey, it's not a problem." When Teacher Tutu heard this, he replied, "Come in first, Baba." Teacher Tutu continued, "Specifically, wait for the other two parents to come over and talk about it later." "Huh, are there two parents?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qing asked with some doubts. "Yes, Ginseng Baba, and two parents are on their way, they should be there soon." Teacher Tutu looked at the time on his hands and replied, "So come in, sit down and wait a while." "That's fine." Although he was very puzzled, Lu Qing couldn't help but nod his head in agreement after hearing what Teacher Tutu said, and followed Teacher Tutu into the office. Baba. Inside the office, behind Mr. Tutu's desk, Lu Xin, who was standing against the wall, saw Lu Xin walking in, his eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly. But then, Lu Xin was just like a kid who did something wrong. He lowered his head, pinched his hands and looked at his feet. He was a little uneasy and didn't dare to look at Lu Qing again. "Hey." Lu Qing heard Lu Xin's call and did not respond to her, but when she saw the scene in front of her, she was instantly happy, with a smile on her face, only to see two other children standing beside Lu Xin. The two children Lu Qing also know each other, they are Lu Xin's classmates and good friends, Yuan Yuan and Yuyu. Judging from this posture, it should be that the three of them got into trouble together, or else they would not have stood there obediently together, only to see that in front of the three of them, there were also their own school bags. The reason why Lu Qing is happy is mainly because seeing this scene in front of him is like watching his childhood. Immediately, Lu Qing was brought to a chair by Mr. Tutu, and then waited for the other two parents to come. I saw that Round Baba and Yuyu Mama hurried to the kindergarten and entered the office without waiting for a few minutes. "Okay, several parents have also arrived. I'm really sorry for delaying your time and work today, and then came here on purpose." 0. Seeing that everyone was here, Teacher Tutu looked at Lu Qing, the Round Baba, and the Yuyu Mama, and said. But no one spoke. "This is the reason why you three parents were called over today." Teacher Tutu thought for a while, and then said, "You can see it when you look at it." With that said, Tutu called out to Lu Xindao, who was leaning against the wall, "Ginseng, bring your school bag here." Hearing this, Lu Xin reluctantly picked up her school bag and moved over. After Lu Qing glanced at her, Lu Xin's speed accelerated. "Open it." Lu Xin, holding a school bag, came to the three young parents, and Teacher Tutu said softly. Immediately, Lu Xin bent down and opened the zipper of his school bag. "Look, three parents." After seeing Lu Xin open the school bag, Teacher Tutu looked at Lu Qing and the other two parents and said. Lu Qing and the other two parents were very confused. They couldn't help but glanced at each other, then stood up and walked to Lu Xin's school bag, looking in through the gap. I saw a pure white, eye-opening, with pointy ears and a long tail, a small mouse-like thing crawling around in the school bag. When the three parents, Lu Qing, took a look, they immediately recognized what was in the bag, so they looked at each other and said in unison. Cat, Lu Qing, Yuan's Baba, and Yueyu's Mama. After seeing the little milk cat in Lu Xin's school bag together, they all looked at Teacher Tutu who was sitting beside them with puzzled eyes, which meant the picture of hope. The teacher can explain what is going on. However, seeing the questioning glances passed by Lu Qing's three parents, Teacher Tutu did not explain, but then called out Yuan and Yueyu who were standing behind them, and said, Yuan, Yueyu, you two also put yourselves together. Bring your school bag. When Yuan and Yueyu heard it, they both reluctantly brought their school bags over, but after all their Baba and Mama were all here, the two little guys finally brought their school bags over. Just like Lu Xin, after Yuan and Yueyu took their school bags and opened them, Lu Qing, Yuan's Baba, and Yueyu's Mama looked at each other and found that 9 zeros were placed in their school bags, with a gray and yellow kitten with no eyes open. Good guy, there are already 3 kittens. After reading it, Lu Qing said in her heart. You must know that some kittens can only give birth to 3 kittens in one litter, but Lu Xin and the 3 of them have 1 in their school bags. Hey, I said Lu Xin, did you go and bring the kitten's nest? So after Lu Qing read it, without waiting for Tutu's teacher's explanation, he stared at Lu Xin, who was standing beside him, and asked his teacher about the sin. You know, these 3 poor little fellows in front of them have not even opened their eyes and the moon is not full, so they were caught by Lu Xin and the 3 of them and put them in their school bags. Baba, it's like this. When Lu Xin heard this, she was anxious to explain to herself. It's just that before Lu Xin's words were finished, Teacher Tutu took over and said, Shinksan Baba, after seeing these 3 poor little kittens, I think you may have misunderstood Lu Xin and the others. Huh, what does that mean? When Lu Qing heard this, she looked at Teacher Tutu with some doubts and asked. On the side, Yuan Baba and Yueyu's Mama also looked at Teacher Tutu in confusion. It's like this, Shinksan Baba, the big cat that produced these 3 little milk cats is actually a stray cat, and its nest is in the abandoned building next to our kindergarten. Hearing Lu Qing's question, Mr. Tutu began to explain slowly. Because the abandoned building next to our kindergarten is only separated by a wall, through the brick hole, the children can see the stray cat. The children see the stray cat as dirty and thin, so it is often fed through brick holes. So over time, this stray cat has a good relationship with the children. After a pause, Teacher Tutu continued. Today, Lu Xin is still full moon and they found it strange that the stray cat who was waiting to eat every day did not come, so Lu Xin and the others were very brave. The sewer mouth hidden in the grass crawled over to check the trace of the stray cat, and later found its trace in the house beside it. It's a pity that the stray cat has died, and no one knows the reason. Later, Lu Xin and the others saw these 3 poor little guys in the stray cat's nest, so they brought them back. It's just that they kept the secret from me and didn't tell me. Later in the class, I heard these 3 little milk cats screaming, and I discovered them, and then Lu Xin and the others told me about this in detail. Originally, I planned to ask the security guard of our kindergarten to take them away and feed them, but Lu Xin and the others were unwilling, so I had to call you and ask you to come over, and this is the scene in front of me. Teacher Tutu finally said. Of course, when we heard about this, we checked and found that what Lu Xin and the others said were true. The big stray cat was indeed dead and buried by our kindergarten staff. And in order to protect the safety of the children in our kindergarten, people have been asked to completely kill the hidden sewer mouth. Of course, our kindergarten has also done a thorough inspection and repairing today to eliminate other hidden dangers. Teacher Tutu added. So it is. Hearing such a detailed explanation from Teacher Tutu, Lu Qing nodded and understood, and the round Baba and Yueyu's Mama almost understood the situation. So Shinksan Baba, Yuan Baba, and Yueyu Mama, see if your family is willing to feed these 3 little milk cats. If you don't, I will notify the security guards in our park now and take them away. Take away. Seeing that the 3 parents in front of them understood, Teacher Tutu asked. In fact, The 3 parents who called Lu Qing and the others came here mainly to deal with the 3 little milk cats. After all, Lu Xin and the others did not want the 3 little milk cats to be taken away, so they could only call their parents. That is, Lu Qing and the others came to solve this problem. That's it. When Lu Qing heard this, he began to think about it. Baba, let's adopt it, shall we? At this moment, Lu Xin, who was on the side, quickly came to Lu Qing, took his hand, and looked at Lu Qing pitifully with big watery eyes. On the other side, Yuan and Yuyu were actually similar. They both ran to their parents, crying and begging them, hoping to adopt these kittens. Especially the round-faced Yuan came up to release his ultimate move, crying. That cry was heartbroken, and tears flowed out. In desperation, the round Baba of course reluctantly agreed. Baba, let's just adopt it, shall we? Seeing that Lu Qing did not respond, Lu Xin repeated loudly. Especially after seeing Yuan's cry to get her own cake, she immediately wanted to follow the gourd and draw a scoop, learn Yuan's method, and begged Lu Qing to agree. It's just that before Lu Xin burst into tears, she saw Lu Qing, who was thinking in front of her, nodded and agreed. Okay, Xingxin, I agree, let's adopt it. Real. Lu Xin didn't expect her Baba to agree so quickly, and asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. When Lu Qing heard it, he answered with certainty. Haha, Baba, you are so nice. Lu Xin knew that her Baba would not promise casually, so she immediately cheered and said. The reason why Lu Qing agreed is mainly because there are already Xiaobai and Xiaohei at home, and now if there is another kitten that loves cleanliness more than them, it is not impossible. In this way, Lu Qing's family has another little member. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.